Brahmanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurti Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalachalam Sarvade Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguru Tam Namami. Lord, I am thine, I am thine, I am thine. Lord, I am thine, I am thine. Lord, I am thine, I am thine, I am thine. Lord, I am thine, I am thine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. I am thine, I am thine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. I I am thine. I am thine, I am thine. Oh God, beautiful, oh God, beautiful, oh God, beautiful, oh God, beautiful. At thy feet, oh, I do bow. At thy feet, oh, I do bow. Oh God, beautiful, oh God, beautiful, oh God, beautiful, oh God, beautiful. In the forest thou art green. In the forest thou art green. In the mountains
Thank you, dear friends. What a wonderful devotional atmosphere you have created through this beautiful chanting. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. A very good morning to all of you. This is our annual spiritual fair. It's a tradition that started in 2016. A fair is a fun place to be, and we thought, why not have a spiritual fair? And for the last over 50 years, Ananda Sangha has been sharing the teachings of Paramhans Yogananda. It is a spiritual movement founded by Swami Kriyanandaji, who is a direct disciple of Paramhans Yogananda. Ananda came to Pune in 2008, and since then we have had teaching. We have a teaching center, and in the last year, in the pandemic, we also began meditation groups in different parts of the city, in the east, in the west, and in the central part of Pune. So welcome once again to this fair. You will see there are stalls that display a spectrum of the application of Yoganandaji's teachings. We follow the path of Kriya Yoga, but how can we apply Kriya Yoga practically in every aspect of daily life, business, marriage, relationships, education? That is what you will find out there in the stalls and through the classes, various classes today you will see throughout the day. So please relax, have fun, enjoy the day, and we hope you can stay with us throughout this day. So we'll start the event with our first class. We have two classes parallelly. So this is one of the classes. This is the main auditorium. And on the first floor, classroom 4, we have a second class running. So the classroom 4 will host the topic Pranayama to overcome harmful emotions. We go through difficult emotions, I think almost on an everyday basis, stress, negativity, challenges that we are finding hard to overcome. So we have with us a very experienced teacher in Lata Gupta who will take charge of this class on the first floor. So please feel free to join any of these classes. In this auditorium, we will have a class on health, and it will talk about Paramhans Yoganandaji's 10-point guide for perfect health. So you are welcome to join either of these classes. We have a buffet of offerings for you, so feel free to choose. So the class will begin right now, and I will now invite Harsh to set the stage for the session in this class, in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Blazy. Good morning, one and all, in person and online. For this main hall auditorium, we have a class on Paramhans Yogananda's 10-point guide for perfect health. And for this, I am delighted to welcome Dr. Amar Agarwal. So Dr. Amar Agarwal has been with Ananda Sangha from 2007, and he is an MD in internal medicine with 2 decades of clinical experience. He is also currently practicing at SKN Medical College, Pune. He is, along with being a medical practitioner, he is a certified yoga teacher, meditation teacher, a teacher of healing, and has published various papers and researches in various journals. He is one of those persons who has very well combined the medicine with the inner knowledge of yoga. So with now, I invite Dr. Amar Agarwal to share his teachings on this perfect health.
Good morning, dear friends. Thank you, Harsh, for that kind introduction. And before we begin let us start with a small invocation. नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय वासुदेवाय वासुदेवाय. Let's sit in silence for just 1 minute, friends, before we begin. Thank you. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. A very good morning to you all once again. It's always a joy to be in such programs. And when I was given this topic and I was looking at the theme, a 10-point guide from Yogananda's health teachings, I thought, there can be a week-long retreat on the subject. And how am I going to pack these 10 points in just 30 minutes? But still, we can. And then we wanted it to be experiential also. So I'll do my best to offer these teachings in these next 30 minutes. Before I begin, in fact, I would like to share that when I started my journey almost 3 decades ago, I was really fascinated to know that what is this life all about? Can we understand this life in greater depth? And that is what attracted me to medical science when I joined a medical college. And it has been a very interesting journey so far because I had to learn. I have got this opportunity to learn the principles behind the life itself and how the human body functions. It has been a very fascinating journey, and I'm grateful for this opportunity that God gave me. But just when I was advancing, I slowly started finding the limitation of it also, because very soon I understood that this, whatever we are studying, is actually just the surface. It has to be something deeper which we are missing. Maybe there is something more to it. Maybe we are just scratching the surface. Maybe we are just understanding life only from the physico-chemical aspects. Very interestingly, Yogananda's guru, as you see his picture here, second from the right, Swami Shri Yukteswar, he actually joined medical college more than 100 years ago. He was also interested in medical sciences, but he left the medical college just after 6 months. And he said, because probably he said it is too mechanical and they are trying to just, speak only on the physical terms. But here I was hanging around, or I'm still hanging around, you may say, for those years. And in those years, when I came across the teachings of Yogananda almost 15 years ago, those limitations which I was facing in the modern medicine, they started I was able to transcend those limitations. And slowly and gradually, it started making sense. And suddenly, and it came as an inspiration that, okay, why don't you try to integrate, and why don't you make an effort to probably bring these teachings and try to make it integrate them with the conventional medical science and see how does it help. So I welcome Karthikeyan ji and Naya Swami Dhyana. So as I was sharing with you, friends, that this happened slowly. This started making sense in 2005 when I came across first of all this beautiful book, Autobiography of a Yogi, and thereafter it became like one step at a time, going into the deeper aspects of the teachings. And I before that, even similar in even small things like what is life, or for that matter, what is death? What happens to? I was seeing, you may say, death from close quarters. I was working in an intensive care unit where I was seeing death almost every other day, and I used to wonder what happens to these people who are just now you are talking to you, and after a few moments they are no more. Where are they going? And since I was wondering, I had no clue. But then Yogananda's teachings helped me to understand this whole concept of life and death in better terms. And very recently, I just was reading this book, which is written by a modern psychiatrist in America. His name is David Hawkins. And although he passed away in 2012, he said a very interesting thing. Although it is, I still feel that the teachings that we are trying to, bring into the medical science will take at least 100 more years probably to come to the mainstream medicine. But he said very interesting as he was speaking in one of the conferences in California. He said, what I have observed, that the outcome of the patients as far as healing is concerned is not dependent on what physical measures we are taking, but is dependent on the consciousness of the physician. It was very interesting that he could, and he said, although I have observed this, but I cannot put it into a paper, or I cannot put it into words, because the linear thinking of the modern science will not understand it. A spiritually inclined person maybe will understand it, but a linear model which we are practicing will be at a loss to understand this concept. He even gave an example. He was a psychiatrist. He was treating patients with schizophrenia or depression and so many other conditions. He said, I have observed that even the drugs that we use to treat the patients, the side effects, not all, if let us say there are two group of patients having similar illness, being treated with similar medications by two different doctors, the side effects of the medicines, he said, are less, are even sometimes absent if the consciousness of the physician is higher. Now, this is very interesting. You can actually read this in this book called Map of Consciousness, written by David Hawkins. When I read this, I said, isn't it the same thing which Yogananda was saying 100 years ago? That everything is consciousness. And everything, if we see from that angle, if we practice, if we understand, if a consciousness of a physician can have so much influence on us, imagine what the consciousness of the individual itself can do for him or her. Because if the consciousness is right, then health can happen almost instantaneously, because health is like a natural state. In fact, it is very difficult to define health. It is difficult to define a disease. If you see modern medicine textbooks, they are nothing but a catalog of illnesses. They are like hundreds of thousands of illnesses, because it is easy to classify a disease. But how do you define health? Even WHO gives us a definition that, okay, yes, it's a feeling of well-being. It's a complete sense of well-being, physically, mentally, emotionally, and socially. But then Yogananda defined that what is health? If somebody asks you this question, are you healthy? Then what comes to your mind? You may probably scratch your head and feel that, okay, I'm not in the hospital, or I'm not suffering from the disease, and last time when I got my blood tests done, everything was normal. But do you really need any certificate from a doctor to feel healthy or to say that you are healthy? Isn't health a feeling itself? And Yogananda actually mentioned in one of the books, you will find this book in one of our stalls, How to Achieve Glowing Health and Vitality. He said health is something when you wake up in the morning and you feel enthusiasm, you feel joy to go to your work or do service or seva of any kind. And you feel the body as a luxury, he said. Just like a bird feels when it is shooting in the air, and what a child feels when he's bubbling with joy. As you see a child's eyes sparkling with light and enthusiasm, that is health. A child doesn't need any certificate. In fact, There's a good friend of a very senior physician. I sometimes listen to his talks. He said, today's, unfortunately, modern medicine has become a kind of industry where people go for health checkups and they feel that, okay, they need a kind of proof or an evidence for themselves just to feel that they are healthy. Isn't it absurd? But then if health is a feeling, and if health is coming from that state of consciousness which we are, then how can we feel it every time? Then how, or what are the reasons why we are not able to, let's say, feel that feeling of well-being, if that is our true state? That is what we are going to understand today. So before we go on, let us understand this concept that, and Swami and Yogananda actually started his journey from this organization called Self-Realization Fellowship, because his mission when he went to the West was to make us understand who we are, what is our true reality. And that is why he coined the term self-realization. Who are we? So what do we understand with this term? In fact, it's very easy to understand that whatever we are seeing around ourselves, whatever we see, we call it an object. Let us say, I'm seeing this microphone, this is an object, or I see this lamp, it's an object. So anything which is an object is something outside me. Isn't that true? It cannot be you because it is something outside you. So if you see some object outside you, and certainly you are different from that object. If you see your hand, you can't be your hand for the same reason, because hand is something outside you. So that is how you're not your hand. So let us do this exercise because we want to make it experiential. So let us sit with a straight spine and let us understand this concept slightly better. That if you close your eyes and you understand that, okay, I was seeing all these impressions which were coming to me from outside, but they are all objects which I am experiencing. And for any experience, there are two things happening. One is my awareness, and the other is that object. So object plus awareness gives me an experience. And now you can bring this concept a little closer, just like I gave you the example of hand. For the same reason, my hand, my feet, my body is also an object. That is not me. And for the same reason, I am not the body. This body is also an object which I am experiencing. This is something outside me. I am not this body. And let's go one step further behind. When I am observing my own mind, which is nothing but a flow of thoughts, and I say I am observing these thoughts, and these thoughts are also an object. They are not me. How can that be? Because I am different from the object. I am an observer. So the body and thoughts and body and mind, they are outside myself. They are outside me, and I am not that. I am nothing but a pure observer, or I am a witness of these two entities. I am nothing but pure consciousness. So even a little bit of creating a distance between these two things, you can understand. You can open your eyes now. You understand that I am not this body, I am not this mind. I am something which is observing the body and mind. Now we understand, okay, if this is the true reality, if I am only consciousness, which modern medicine has started discovering very recently, or in psychiatry at least, or in neurosciences. I read a book some time back, How God Changes Your Brain, where they were very much interested in understanding what happens to a person when he practices some of these yoga techniques. I'm going to talk about the tools now. Because if I have to remain, what is health? Health is nothing, but if I remain in my true state, if I remain in my natural state, health is my natural state. But if I go away from the source, then this health, I'm going to lose to that degree. It is something like if I'm closer to the light, I will always, the light is always going, there can never be darkness if I remain closer to the light. And the farther I go from the light, to that degree you can say the darkness is going to envelop me. And same way we can say the health and disease. If we say health is something like light, which is my true nature, my job should be to remain close to the source as much as possible. If I go farther from the source, then you can say I will lose health to that degree. And what is that? That is why if you see the term disease, if you break it up, it becomes dis-ease, which is to say that to that degree, I am not at ease with myself. If we are at ease with ourselves, we are healthy. So the tools that Yogananda gave are actually to help us to remain connected with the source. Because Yogananda said that this is your true reality. If you understand who you are healthy, and you understand that true health has nothing to do with your body and mind. In fact, there is a story I want to share with you. And we know that Ramakrishna was having throat cancer. And at one time, Ramakrishna, there was a devotee who came to Ramakrishna and he said, "Sir, this must be very painful for you." And he said, "Yes, it is." And for some time, this devotee was sitting beside Ramakrishna. And after some time, he said, "Sir, but I fail to understand why I'm feeling so blissful in your presence. That although it is painful for you, but I don't know why I'm feeling the waves of bliss coming from you. And if these waves of bliss are coming from you, you must also be feeling the same. Otherwise, how would I feel this bliss?" And then Ramakrishna started smiling. He said, "Naughty boy, you have found my secret." Which is to say that, yes, on body level, he was suffering from a disease, but he was absolutely healthy in his true self because he was feeling the same sensation. He was feeling the true health within himself. Swami Kriyananda, who was a direct disciple of Yogananda, I happened to be his physician also at many moments. And when I saw his record of medical history, he was suffering from so many problems. It was very surprising for doctors to see that how this man is walking. But even after so many medical challenges, sometimes surgeries and life-threatening problems, whenever doctors used to meet him, when I personally met him, he was always in bliss. He was always in joy. Does that mean that, yes, his body was suffering on one level, but he was in absolute perfect health? So in that way, let us come down to the tools that how can we remain in our true sense of health, even when our body might be suffering from some challenges, even when your blood report says that, oh, yes, you have this problem, but that doesn't define you because that is not who you are. So how do we do that? There is only one key here. As Yogananda said that if it is a restless mind is the greatest barrier for us to experience that true reality. So how do we do that? The first key that Yogananda has given us is to understand that these thoughts which are there in our mind are not individual, but they are universal. So when sometimes we say, oh, these thoughts are so tormenting me, or sometimes even a physical illness, if you see, always comes through the mind. Let us say we talk of pain. How does a painkiller work? A painkiller just blocks the pathway from which those physical sensations are reaching the brain. So in a way, we are trying to disconnect the physical sensations reaching the brain, and then then the pain, we don't experience the pain. Even a physical pain, if you see, cannot reach us without a mind. Otherwise, body is inert. So how even a painkiller works that, even in the same way, anesthetic agent, if you see, what does an anesthetic agent do? It blocks the connection between the mind and the body. So that is why when there is no mind, a surgeon can operate on the body because that connection is not there. So what Yogananda gave through his teachings are the tools to how to do this disconnection consciously. How can we do that? And it is not easy to pack everything in just 15 minutes, but I will give you the essence of that. In fact, Yogananda at one time, he used to talk to God as many of the saints used to do talking just like we are talking with one another. He used to say that, why, God, you made this world? There is so much of suffering. I failed to understand that what is the reason to create it. And then God gave him an answer that what happens in the sleep, he said, do you remember your body? Because in every night, if you see, we experience this, that in deep sleep, we forget the body, we forget the mind, we forget who we are, we forget the name and the personality. And isn't the sleep refreshing? When we wake up in the morning, we feel refreshed. Now, if you see modern physiology or medicine has no answer for that. I have studied medicine and physiology. They are still at loss to understand what happens in the sleep. But Yogananda gave an answer. He said, because we retire into the self and self rejuvenates us. Now, this process, because it is happening subconsciously, we are not able to remember it. But if we do it consciously, then you will remember it. So that is why meditation is nothing, but it is like a conscious sleep. So you are going into the same peace as we go into deep sleep, but we do it consciously. So you remember what is happening. So let us do one more thing here. And this time we are going to practice a technique where how we can go beyond the thoughts. So one technique is just to be an observer, just to witness the thoughts, let them pass through, because Yogananda did say that thoughts are not individual. Your mind is not creating them, but your brain is picking them like radio signals, just like a radio is picking up the waves and you tune into a channel, so that radio signal picks it up. So how do we do that? Another key that Yogananda gave was that thoughts always follow the feeling. So if there are too many thoughts going into the mind, this is a very beautiful key. Almost it works instantaneously. That check your feeling. If you have pure feeling, if you have feeling of love for everybody, what happens to your thoughts? Let us practice it. So let us sit again with a straight spine. We have understood that we are not this body. We are not these thoughts. And just feel. Now bring your attention to the heart and just visualize someone you love. It could be your partner, it could be your friend, your children, someone who is very dear to you. And offer your heart's love. Visualize that person with closed eyes. And just offer and share your heart's love to that person. And slowly share this feeling now. Let it expand. Let it expand this feeling to involve some of your friends and relatives. Allow it to expand like an unconditional love. Feel that it is your heart's love that is going in all the directions. See and visualize it as going as a light. Far and wide, distance here does not matter. Feel them receiving your heart's love, as if they are also feeling the same upliftment as you are feeling in this moment. Continue to practice this for a few more moments. And just make a note of what is happening to your thoughts in this moment. Maybe you will find that because you have a deep feeling of love flowing through your heart, your thoughts have naturally calmed down. Your mind is not as restless as it was earlier. And suddenly you feel yourself in the present moment, closer to the source, closer to your true nature of who you really are. You can open your eyes now. It's probably got a taste of what I'm trying to give you an experience, because we have limitations of time. Otherwise, even one tool, if you take, although we are talking of more 10 things or more than 10 things here, but even if one tool you carry home, you will find it to be transforming. Such powerful are the techniques that Yogananda shared with us. So, in fact, Yogananda's direct disciple, Swami Kriyananda, at one time said, practice to live more in the heart than in the mind. Because he said, just because thoughts follow the feeling, although we are living in an intellectual age, we value intellect more than the heart quality, but it is not how we are built. Because when we are in the heart, you naturally feel at ease with yourself. And how can there be dis-ease when you are feeling at ease? This is a very simple concept. You don't have to, it's not a rocket science. It's all about experience. That is why Yogananda's teachings are experiential. He wanted to make it as alive as possible. So if you see, starting from the consciousness itself, if consciousness is our true reality, if we live at closer to the source, if we remain attentive of our thoughts, if we understand that these thoughts are not my thoughts, let them pass through. I am just an observer. And if I learn to live more in the heart, then these three techniques can help me to remain in my true self, which is actually the true state of health and well-being. The other techniques are a little one step below, but they are helpful, because sometimes you may find that if one technique or one tool is not working, the other will work. And what are those other techniques? They are related with our breath, posture, and also little exercises, which he said energization exercises. So we'll do another technique now. Before that, let me see how much time we have. So we just have 4 or 5 minutes more. So let us do this technique, what we call exercise. So let us say energization exercise is a wonderful tool. Again, come with a straight spine. If you wonder why I'm talking straight spine, Yogananda said spine is the highway of the energy. Spine is the main channel through which energy is flowing. If you are a bent spine, he said, is an enemy of self-realization, and it is an enemy of good health also. So sit with a straight spine, allow the energy to flow, and now slowly let us start tensing our feet. Very slowly and gently start tensing your feet and legs, thighs and upper arms, chest and neck. Very slowly and gently, just allow this tension to build up. You don't have to give jerk to your body. Hold the tension as long as it's comfortable for you, and then slowly release it. Little by little, allow the body to relax. You can relax it in the reverse order. Again, let us tense slowly. Feet, legs, thighs, abdomen, chest, face and neck. Hold. And then relax in the reverse order. And what are we doing? He said we are using our will to tap into the cosmic energy. There are multiple sources to take energy into the body, and food is the only source we know of. But he said these exercises will help you to energize at will anytime. And I'm not going into the detail of these exercises, but it's a wonderful tool that he gave us. Then he talked about the breath, which is a wonderful tool again to relax. Let us practice this breath technique once. Again, sitting with a straight spine. Close your eyes. Let's inhale to the count of 4. Hold the breath. And breathe out. Again, breathe in. Hold. Breathe out. Breathe in. Hold. Breathe out. Let's do 2 more cycles at our own pace, keeping the count 4-4-4. Now you can open your eyes slowly. If you find that this is a tool where he told us that mind and breath have a connection, because it is difficult to take hold of the mind, but you can easily take hold of the breath. So by practicing this simple pranayama, which you can do at any time, even while sitting in the office, if you do just few cycles, you feel that suddenly your mind starts becoming calm. So this is also, and he said when we do pranayama, what we are doing, even scientifically speaking, we are bringing more oxygen into the system, and this oxygen gets converted into higher life force, which will help you to rejuvenate every cell of your body. So the techniques are, there are wonderful techniques. So the 3 techniques that I have shared today are the posture, the breath, and also the use of energization exercises, which is to use our willpower. And then finally he said, there are other things like diet. Now people make a lot of, he said sometimes we become food faddists. There is, because we start from the diet, and there is nothing wrong in starting with the diet. But he said when we change our consciousness, when we are at the source, when we are practicing these techniques from their higher source, you will see that your inclinations for the diet will naturally change. Because it's a struggle otherwise. Otherwise, it's a struggle that, okay, I should eat this, but I don't want to eat this. My doctor has told me to eat this, but I don't feel like eating it. Why is that struggle? Because there is something inside which is pushing us towards that. If we change the inside, outside will take care by itself. So he said, don't worry about the diet. Be a properitarian, he said. Don't become a food faddist. Don't allow this thought to come to your mind. Oh, I didn't have the coffee in the morning. That is why I'm feeling sleepy today. That has nothing to do with the coffee. And so diet is it's a vast subject, because I'm just touching some of these essences this morning. And then he said sunshine. Sunshine, he said, can instantly revivify you. Just go out in the sun for just 10 minutes and allow consciously yourself to soak into the vibrations of the sun. Because everything is conscious in this universe, even sun is conscious. So if you will invite the sun rays to electrify you, you will see the magic. There can be a one-day retreat on this subject of heliotropic healing. But today we have a lot of time, even after the class also. Please feel free to come on the health table. We'll be happy to share with you some more teachings. And finally, he said, environment is stronger than willpower. This is a subject of study in psychiatry also, that people, when they are battling with depression, they go very down. And yes, drugs do help them, but they need help. Even when people are battling with addictions, it sometimes mind goes so low that it is very difficult for that person to come up. So what did they find in the modern medicine or psychiatry? That apart from the drugs, environment also helps. Sometimes we start listening to sad songs when we are depressed, which is actually creating that vortex of depression more and more deeper. But if you will find someone who is more cheerful than you, who is having, let's say, who is more positive, then probably that will be an instantaneous way of uplifting yourself, and you can see the magic. And this scientists have discovered that if you sit and be among happy people, you will somehow get that joy. It will get rubbed into you. And that is why he said environment is stronger than willpower. So change your environment. That is one of the easiest ways of staying in good health. And finally, he said, keep smiling. That is, if I have to give you these 10 subjects, now this is not the least of them. He said, even when you are not feeling like smiling, there are 100 reasons for you not to smile. He said, stand in front of the mirror, pull your corners of the mouth, and he said, it's that important. It's that important because laughter or humor or smiles can actually work magic for you. So let me just summarize this whole subject for you, starting from the highest level of understanding that you are not this body and mind, you are pure consciousness, and you are not the thoughts which are roaming in your mind, you are a witness. And just by staying in deep feeling of love, you can actually calm your mind almost instantaneously. If you still find difficulty, take the help of breath practices, take the help of posture, take the help of energization exercises to uplift you. And just to support this whole thing, you will see that your inclinations for diet will change automatically. Go out in the sun if you feel even having more daylight into your living space, you will see it will work magic for you. And just keep smiling and share your joy with others, and you will naturally stay in good health. Thank you, dear friends.
Thank you, Dr. Amar. Indeed, a child doesn't need any certificate. And we all are children of God. As long as we remain closer to the source, we all can enjoy the bliss. Thank you, Dr. Amar, again, not only for the wisdom and teachings, but also for the experiential workshop session that we had. I now invite blissful chanting, which will go till 11 a.m.
So we'll do just a couple of chants. This is also a wonderful pranayama exercise. Very simple. One will be Om Namo Narayan, which is very traditional, but with a melody that Swami Kriyananda wrote. So let's start with that. Feel free to sing along with us and experience the power of singing. Om Namo Narayana. sing one of Paramhansa Yogananda's chants called I am the bubble, make me the sea. Very simple words. I am the bubble, make me the sea. Wave of the sea, dissolve in the sea.
See Good morning, everyone. Thank you, chanters. I have a question for us all. Some of you might be able to guess it. Some will learn very soon. How feels everyone? Awake and ready. How is everyone? Awake and ready. Welcome to our online audience. I hope you are awake and ready too, and welcome to everybody over here. My name is Nayaswami Aditya, and it's my deep joy to welcome you all. You have come from 14 to 15 different cities, different parts of the world. Online, this link yesterday through Karthikeyanji's help went to more than 10,000 people. So I welcome you all on behalf of Ananda Sangha Pune and Ananda Sangha India. Now, why was it important to ask that question? How are you? Paramhans Yogananda ji, Swami Kriyananda, his disciple, used to tell us, would sometimes run on the stage in an entirely new city with a new audience, his hair and robes catching up, flying behind him. And he would ask his audience that question again and again till he got an enthusiastic response. We are awake and ready. And then Master, as we call Paramhans Yogananda ji, would say that is what it takes to absorb these teachings and to bring them into your daily application. And it's not just for this morning. I hope you can keep that attitude throughout this day and throughout the coming days. Now, friends, I'll just say a few words about the spiritual fair. Perhaps some of you have attended this in the past, and for many of you, this must be new. I hope it is new for many of you because each year we make this attempt. Today, this event is that one day of the year when we as a Sangha go out, we reach out. We do that every day, but especially on this day, we come together, as Master said, to share with others what you have received. And this is our effort today through a spectrum of classes, speakers, teachers, workshops, stalls, movies, to give that experience of Paramhans Yogananda ji's teachings to you all. Swami Kriyananda ji for many years held events like this, and a few years ago we were inspired in different cities of India to hold this event too. I remember after the first event, we were comparing notes. When you do something for the first time, you want to know how it went, and so many teachers who gave classes and other members said that this person from, we had it in Pune, this was 2016, and people said somebody from Nasik came and asked me if we could come to their city. Somebody from Aurangabad, the neighboring city, came. Somebody from the state of Gujarat and even Karnataka, they were here. We were actually screening the first ever public screening of the movie Awake at that time across India. And so people had come from all those states to watch. And then they said, I wish we could do a program like this in my hometown. And of course, we responded. We went to many cities. And then this became an annual, has become an annual event that we put out. However, the pandemic put a pause to this. And I am very happy, I am very grateful to all of you who have served, come together, contributed, responded by attending this program, by making this the first event we are having after the pandemic started 2 years ago. I would like to formally begin this morning by inviting our dignitaries and our acharyas. I would like to start with our very special guest, our chief guest for today, our patron and a wonderful dear mentor, Padma Shri Karthikeyan ji, to come on stage and to allow us to welcome him and greet him. Karthikeyan ji, please join us. Karthikeyan ji is the president of the Foundation for Peace, Harmony and Good Governance, president for Age Care India. Please come, sir. Formerly, sir has served as the director of the CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigation, Director General, National Human Rights Commission. Swami Kriyananda ji used to call Karthikeyan ji his brother in India. And sir has been our advisor, as he is for many organizations, and a patron of our work. Karthikeyan ji, I welcome you on behalf of Ananda Sangha Pune and India. I would like to invite Jyotish and Devi ji, our worldwide leaders who are traveling from the US, to please join us on stage, and Karthikeyan ji to please introduce them.
We will now invite Karthikeyanji to introduce Jyotishji and Deviji.
Namaskar, Namaste, Vanakkam, Namaskaramandi. Good morning to all of you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, because I expect thousands around the world watching us, listening to us. And many of them, first time. They must be hearing about Ananda, because the message has gone to several thousands, and out of curiosity, at least they must be listening to us. So, normally, there is no need for a formal introduction to most of our respected spiritual masters, Nayaswami Jyotishji and Nayaswami Deviji. But for those people, for the first time, who are listening to us, so I want to make it a little more formal introduction. I don't want to leave out important points, so I am going to. What is Ananda? I'm telling you for the first time, several thousands are listening to us. It's only last evening, Nayaswami Adityaji said, why not we send it? Immediately, we sent out flyers everywhere. It's gone to at least 15,000 people directly, I know very well, minimum. And normally what they do in my program, they in turn send it to so many. If we had done it about 3 days earlier, it would have reached 100,000 people. But so allow me to take a little longer, say what Ananda is, not for your benefit, because you know more than me, but for those wonderful audience who are linking with us for the first time. It's a global movement based on the teachings of Paramahamsa Yogananda, writer of the spiritual classic Autobiography of a Yogi. Ananda was founded in California in 1969 by Yogananda's direct disciple Swami Kriyananda. Through its classes, retreats, centers, communities, and various outreach activities, Ananda serves as a spiritual oasis where truth seekers can quench their spiritual thirst with Paramahamsa Yogananda's self-realization teachings and have satsang, spiritual friendship, in the company of like-minded souls. Swami Kriyananda foresaw a big future for Ananda's work in India. Besides spreading the teachings of Kriya Yoga and meditation, among the many projects he envisioned were spiritual communities, a spiritual temple of all religions based on Paramahamsa Yogananda's ideals, how to live schools for the all-round education of children, a yoga university, monasteries for men and women, a hospice for the elderly, and an orphanage for the young. Ananda is a global spiritual movement based on the teachings of Yogananda, as I said earlier, who showed how everyone can realize God in their daily lives as a tangible, loving reality. You can feel harmony and God's active presence in your life through ancient and effective techniques, including meditation, Kriya Yoga, spiritually oriented Hatha Yoga, community, and divine friendship. Kriya Yoga is a highly effective meditation technique that can be integrated into any meditation and prayer practice you may be. Ananda was founded in 1969 by Yogananda's direct disciple Swami Kriyananda, as he mentioned, who attained Samadhi in the year 2013. Swami Kriyananda's spiritual successor is Nayaswami Jyotish Ji, who along with his lady wife Nayaswami Deviji serve as Ananda's spiritual directors. Ananda helps people achieve self-realization, a state of consciousness that comes through shedding all outward self-definitions. Ananda's communities and centers welcome all sincere seekers, regardless of race, religion, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, age, or disability. They are committed to providing an inclusive, welcoming environment for everyone to pursue their search for God. Meet the spiritual masters of Ananda. You must be knowing Paramahansa Yogananda ji include even Jesus Christ, Babaji Krishna, Sri Yukteswar, Lahiri Mahasaya, and all that. We integrate spiritual principles into our daily lives. 50 years of living yoga, 8 communities, and over 164 teaching centers and meditation groups, Ananda provides places for learning, spiritual support, and fellowship. Yogananda ji called for World Brotherhood colonies to support people on the spiritual path from all walks of life. Swami Kriyananda said, if you want to know me, listen to my music. Those who are fortunate among us who know very well what Swamiji wrote, 400 pieces of music, he script, he gave the tune, he sang so beautifully. Ananda music began in 1964 when Swami Kriyananda was inspired to introduce a new kind of music to the world. Music that expresses spiritual aspiration and a desire for a more meaningful way of life. This music is, as its purpose suggests, quite simple yet beautiful. Ananda music has been performed in many countries and has inspired many thousands of people with a new and more uplifted view of life itself. In some ways, it transcends even the best classical music of our culture, for it offers transcendental meaning instead of only describing a graceful way of life. It is generally understood that music can have a powerful effect on mood and energy. It's less well known that positive and uplifting music can affect consciousness itself in positive and uplifting ways, about which you will hear from the masters little later. The essence of Ananda music is its ability to lift us out of our self-preoccupation and open us up for higher realities. For over 30 years, people around the world have experienced the power of this music to transform states of restlessness or depression into calmness, hope, and positive energy. Every day, challenges become opportunities. As consciousness grows, so must our systems. The education for life system is based on the current needs of children, both inside and outside the classrooms. Ananda receives Global Ambassador Peace Award from the Institute of International Social Development, an international non-governmental organization in special consultative status with the Economic and Social Council and the UN. There are very few leaders like Jyotish ji and Devi ji. We are honored, that is the citation, we are honored to give them the Global Ambassador Peace Award for the inspiring ways Ananda brings Paramahansa Yogananda's spiritual wisdom to life today, every day. Yogananda's mission, expressed Nayak Swami Jyotish ji at that time, was to spread the teachings of meditation and Kriya Yoga as tools for the evolution of personal and planetary consciousness. He came to show how everyone can use meditation to enhance their daily life. Reading Yogananda ji's prayer for a united world at the United Nations today was a great honor, said Naya Swami Devi ji on that occasion. In response to the great uncertainty people are facing today, Ananda founded Be the Change. Already close to 2,300 people in 70 countries have pledged their meditation minutes to radiate a million hours of peace and harmony in the world. Be the Change gives people a positive action, meditation, to help them transcend fears and angers about the state of our world, explained Nayar Swami Jyotish ji on that occasion. So we all need to take personal responsibility for the state of our world today. No use blaming all the time everybody else. Our challenges are precious spiritual opportunities, said Nayar Swami Devi ji. I quote, meditation raises our consciousness. Only with an uplifted consciousness will we achieve sustainable living and harmony on our planet. Meditation is how we can be the change we wish to see the world. In direct service, Ananda brings dignity and divinity to more than 5,000 widows abandoned in the holy city of Vrindavan, India, giving them safe housing, food, clothing, medical care, and personal care for each woman thanks to the generosity of one single rare person of a lot of riches, that is our P.I. Singh ji, who is here in our audience now. I think she needs a applause. All out of compassion, Yogananda Trust, they are doing gratitude of thousands of people. You must go and see how those people are living in happiness and joy. It is not enough to just provide basic needs, says Naya Swami Jyotish ji. People need someone who cares for them and loves them. Our service to the widows restores their dignity and divinity. It is being done so beautifully in Vrindavan. Ananda's service to Vrindavan widows operates through Paramasa Yogananda Public Charitable Trust. Several NGOs are now seeking to replicate Ananda's modest model. Ananda has applied for consulting NGO status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council. I think we should pursue it more vigorously now. Now, it's a spiritual movement. It has grown several thousands around the world now. Now, I don't want to there's quite a lot to say, but because in constraint of time, I want to skip quite a lot of them. Now, each April, over 7,000 people visit Ananda village to experience the color and joy of 19,000 tulips in bloom. I had the good fortune of going there a couple of years, thanks to Swami Kriyananda ji's compassion. He was so kind, invited me there, he was with me, and he also staged that unique play. That is, yes, peace retreat, peace treaty. How the drama of the world leaders are going on, talking about peace, but nothing really happening and all that now. Yeah, that is where, how did you think of it about 50 years back, even today? That is true. How many conferences are taking place, even about environment? More they talk about peace, more violence is taking place. More they say we have to save humanity from self-destruction, we are doing destruction, unfortunately. So the way of Ananda Sanghis is, the way of Ananda Sanghis, by Naya Swamiji says, may the divine light awaken and purify my heart and bring enlightenment to all beings. So, ladies and gentlemen, only such committed people like you and worldwide can bring about a transformation. The transformation, the world peace, it has to start with inner peace. Swamiji has shown the technique, and which we have seen that thousands and thousands of people getting transformed now. Now, coming back only to briefly, there is much more to say, but the global audience, now please go into the website, learn more about this, get awakened, as Aditya was telling, and be ready to receive the blessings of Mahavatar Baba ji, Paramahansa Yogananda ji, and also shown by Swami Kriyananda ji, and literally being carried around the world by these two great masters now with us. So Naya Swami Jyotish ji is the Dharmacharya of Ananda worldwide, appointed by Swami Kriyananda as his spiritual successor. Together with Naya Swami Jyotish ji and Naya Swami Devi ji, they are co-spiritual directors of Ananda worldwide. Became a student of Swami Kriyananda in 1967 in San Francisco, California. Soon he began assisting Kriyananda ji in a variety of ways, including teaching meditation classes in San Francisco. Working closely with Swami Kriyananda, Jyotish ji became one of the founding members of the Ananda village. It's a paradise on the planet. You must go and see. I have been to about 150 countries. We always say, I said, I have not seen a place like that. You must go to experience how the whole thing has been transformed. It is, you don't feel it's on the planet yet now. Working closely with Swami Kriyananda, Jyotish ji became one of the founding members of Ananda village, which officially started on July 4, 1969, and for 10 years served as the community general manager. In Swami Kriyanandaji's last will, testament, and legacy provides that the 9-stone astrological bangle, which Swami Kriyananda has worn in his capacity, I think he will show it to us when he is talking, a spiritual director of Ananda, should be worn by any spiritual successor and his successors. Swamiji said that. So during a simple ceremony at Ananda village on May 19, 2013, Jyotish ji formally received the 9-stone astrological bangle reflective of his new position as Swami Kriyananda ji's spiritual successor. Swami Devi ji is one of the founding members of Ananda, having lived at Ananda village and several of its branch communities since 1969. She has served in various functions of community life, including being a community correspondent and a teacher at Ananda's expanding light retreat. Together, both these great masters are the spiritual directors of Ananda worldwide, which includes directing the spiritual activities of Ananda and Ananda community throughout the world. Long-time devotees of Yogananda, Jyotiji and Deviji worked closely with Swami Kriyananda from 1969 until his attaining Samadhi on April 21, 2013 at the age of 86. But we all feel he is thus spiritually, soul-wise, he is with us and continuing to spread the message through these great masters. They have been personally trained by Swamiji to guide Ananda's work worldwide and have taught and lectured around the United States, Europe, Russia, India, all over the world. They travel and lecture extensively throughout the world on the topics of yoga, meditation, family spirituality, and living the spiritual life. Jyotiji and Deviji are both also Kriyacharyas, designated by Swamiji to initiate people into Kriya Yoga. They are both also the published authors. Jyotiji is a well-known artist. The book they are going to release today, what is the title of the book?
The Touch of Peace.
Touch of Peace, yes, going to be there. I had a question to just glance through their, the articles from now, beautiful, with lot of photographs, and some of his beautiful paintings are also there now. I think, are they available today? Yes, anyhow, they will talk about it when it will be formally released. Don't miss taking the copy home. Take more copies and distribute it to others also. It contains the essence of all that has been said by all the great masters. Now, I have not read them, but it's very powerful. It's a collector's item. I can say this. So, published authors. The author of a series of books called 30 Day Essentials. The number of things I can go on talking about them, but ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to monopolize the time. My time given to me was only a few minutes, but taken much longer, because there is so much to talk about this great organization. I had a chance meeting with Swami Kriyananda ji about 30 years back. Since then, the divine brought us close to him. I enjoyed his love, affection, and blessings. Spent long, had a blessing, good fortune of spending days and hours with him. He gave me so much of love and blessings, both here in India, in many places, in Ananda, in Nevada, and also in Assisi. Unforgettable moments and all that. We are fortunate. But I said that the Moksha Mandir dedication is a beautiful place. Again, I said, when great masters leave their physical bodies, everybody born has to leave the body at some stage. It happened throughout history. But what happened? They get released from the confines of the physical body. Their spirit, soul pervades all over the universe, spreading the message. They become much more powerful and influential. That's happening now in the world. With these words, I take this opportunity to greet all of you. You are fortunate to be on the path. Don't give it up. Spread it to the families. Spread it as many as possible, because it is not enough if we are happy. The families have to be happy. And when the families are happy, the society becomes happy. And then only the nations can be happy. Then only you can create a world of peace, harmony, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karthikeyanji. Karthikeyanji, your words are like nectar. We could keep listening, keep listening. I would like to now invite you to please add your light to the masters, and we'll go into the lighting of the lamp ceremony. I invite Karthikeyanji to please initiate the ceremony. Let's all stand up and join, friends. I would like to invite Jayaji and Dhyanaji, spiritual directors of Ananda Sangha India, to please come and light the lamp. And I'd like to invite Nayaswami Devarshi, who heads our men's monastery in Chandigarh, to please come and light the lamp. Please be seated. Just one or two announcements before we begin formally with our choir singing. If you're seeing a seat, now don't take the seat of the choir members, but before they rose, if there was already a seat vacant, I would urge you to please move into that so new members can come in from the corridors. And secondly, let's take a moment to pull out our mobile phones and ensure that they are turned off or in silent mode. I would like to now invite our choir to please come and sing two songs by Swami Kriyananda ji. Our choir members and many Ananda Sangha members have come from Panchkula, Chandigarh, Gurgaon, Delhi, Noida, Jaipur, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Chennai, Jabalpur, Bangalore and Coimbatore and many other cities. I welcome you all for this Pan-India choir. Over to you, Barakir.
First one is called Dare to Be Different.
Dare to be different, dare to be free, dare to roam far like wind on the sea, fly like a gull, soar high on the air, be strong in your courage when others despair. Never in anger, never in haste, go without pride, be never abased. Freedom is yours if freedom you give, to all give it freely, in freedom you live. Mountains that stand up tall to the sky, tell us no dreaming is ever too high. Dare to climb boldly, brave that high peak, you'll never know failure if bravely you seek. Dare to be different, dare to be free, dare to roam far like wind on the sea, fly like a gull, soar high on the air, be strong in your courage when others despair. Be strong in your courage when others despair.
This one is called I Live Without Fear.
joy. I ask for no riches that death can destroy. I crave only thee, your love and your joy. The dancers will pass, the singing must end. I welcome the darkness with you for my friend.
Thank you, choir. I would like to now invite Jyotish and Devi ji to please share the inspiration with us all.
Well, first, let me, on behalf of all of us, all of Ananda, welcome you. It's wonderful, personally, for Devi and me to see so many dear friends from around the world. This is our first time that we've been able to visit India since the beginning of the pandemic, and it's a true joy to be able to be together with you all again. So thank you, and thank you all to those who are watching online. And I think because of Sri Kartikeyanji, I have to prove my credentials here, that I'm not a fraud. Okay, so we have a very nice topic today, which is stand unshaken, how to deal with courage, deal with change with courage and good consciousness. First of all, let's begin by accepting that there is no possibility that we're going to avoid change, nor will we avoid problems and ills. That's just the nature of this world. It's the nature of the way God created this world. And so it would be a false expectation. And one of the problems in this world is this false expectation that everything should go just the way I want it to go. Everything should be just the way I want. And if it doesn't go that way, something's wrong with the world. Nothing's wrong with me, of course. Something's wrong with the world. And so that false expectation will get us into trouble again and again and again. Swami Kriyananda used to tell an amusing story about a man who had a demon visit him. And in order to ward off the demon, he had some mustard seeds, and he chanted a mantra and threw the seeds on the demon and expected the demon to just vanish. And the demon just laughed at him. And he said, before you could chant your mantra, I myself got into those mustard seeds. And so they had no effect on me. And so it is. Before we can do anything about it, the problems get into whatever life we're leading, except there is one thing that we can do that is a universal cure. Now, a good magician keeps his secret for the last. But I'm going to break that rule because this is the universal secret to all the troubles that might visit you. If not mustard powder, but if you can infuse God into your consciousness before that trouble has a chance to get a hold of you, and throw God in some form, throw light in some form on that darkness, it won't have the power to really affect you. But how do we do that? That's, it's one thing to talk about that. It's another to actually be able to accomplish it. The main thing that we must learn to do is that we must learn to expand our heart, because fear, anxiety, problems, they live in the heart. They're of the emotions. And the reason that they visit us is because we have a contractive consciousness. Somewhere, somehow, we're thinking of ourselves, we're thinking of self-protective modes of living, we're thinking, what can I do to ward off everything? I don't want it to affect me. As long as we're thinking of ourselves, our consciousness and our heart are going to be contractive. I read of a wonderful dream, a young boy, wonderful story about a dream, a series of nightmares a young boy had. Night after night, he woke up screaming in terror because he dreamt that a man, big man with a knife, was coming in and came to his bed and stabbed him in the heart. Probably some memory from a past life, but whatever it was, this young boy was troubled by that nightmare that occurred night after night. And finally, the parents, not knowing what to do, they called their family guru, and the family guru blessed him and said, you must expand the next time this demon, this danger visits you in the night. And so the next night, sure enough, the man with the knife came, and he was coming toward the bed. But this time, the boy saw himself grow bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, until the man who had been so threatening was the size of a mouse. And he just laughed at him and kicked him away, and that dream never, ever troubled him again. You see, when we can expand our consciousness, when we can expand our hearts to be bigger than whatever is threatening us, then what's threatening us doesn't have any real power over us. But that has to be put into practice. Of course, all of us, every one of us, was threatened in the last 3 years by the COVID. We heard some extreme tales of people who suffered, and I don't want to diminish the suffering during that time. People suffered deaths of relatives. They suffered the difficulties of having a sick relative and not being able to find any facilities, and seeing that sometimes a father or an uncle pass away because of that. It was a very, very difficult time. But we also saw beautiful examples of light shining in that darkness. There was we had a satsang with our group in Delhi, and we were talking with some people from West Delhi. And one of them said that we were so busy helping others during that time that we never had time to think about ourselves. And because of that, that time turned into a great blessing for us. We had an example of one young man who had a teenage son, and that son had been battling cancer for quite some time. And toward the beginning of the time of COVID, not related, but the young boy passed away from the cancer that he had. And then 2 weeks later, this man's father died of COVID. Now that can hardly be worse circumstances coming to you. You know what his response was? He called our center leader, Nayaswami Dhyana, and he said, find me some way to serve. Find me some way to help. At that time, they had a 24-hour hotline so that people who were undergoing difficulty had some place to turn, some means of support. And he manned that hotline and talked to people who called day after day after day. You see, when we expand our consciousness, when we expand our heart, especially by thinking of others, then the challenges that we have, the fears that we have, the change that comes upon us does not have the power to hurt us. Expanding our heart, that's the way we throw God onto our problems. Think of God as the ultimate expansion. Anything that you can do to expand your mind or expand your heart is bringing God into the situation. You throw God on a situation and darkness turns to light. That's the power of it. And so that's the major thing, especially because difficult times attack us emotionally. The most important thing is to expand the love of our heart and the concern for others. We have a dear friend who's passed away now, but Debbie Mukherjee, and he from a young boy, he wanted to have his life shaped by saints. And so he traveled from one saint to another, and sometimes into very remote areas. There was one saint that he heard about, and he had to travel for several days. Finally, he found this saint in a little shack, little hut, in the middle of a forest. A saint knew he was coming, welcomed him in, and they were together for some days. But one night the saint said, don't, under any circumstances whatsoever, don't come out tonight. And Debbie Mukherjee, being the kind of person he was very curious. And so that night, he opened the shutters and he looked out in the little clearing, and there were 3 or 4 tigers around this saint. And they were just like little pussycats. One of them brought some animal, a rabbit or a small deer or something, and put it as an offering at the saint's feet. And he rapped him on the head and he said, I told you not to bring me things like that. Tiger looked down, kind of embarrassed. But in the morning, Debbie Mukherjee said, can I come? Are they going to come again? Can I come out? And the saint said, no, you can't. He said, in order to be in this way, your love has to be 100%. Yours isn't expanded far enough yet. Keep working on it. But see, no matter what the dangers are, they tame down when our love is big enough to encompass them. And so that's the very first thing that we have to do. How do we expand our love? The best way is to serve others, to be kind to others. Every day, to this very day, you're going to find somebody who is in need of your love. Give it to them. If you do that, your heart will begin to expand and expand and expand. There's an absolute secret that whatever is troubling you, if you will put out the opposite positive quality to that, then that trouble will disappear. So if you're feeling lonely, give some help, give some love, give some friendship to another person. We heard Mother Teresa tell of a time she was in the U.S. at that time. She was traveling in Chicago, and it was toward winter. It was a cold day. She saw this old man sitting slumped down on a park bench, and she said, stop the car. And she went and she sat down next to him and took his hand. And he started crying. He said, it's been so long since I felt the warmth of a human hand. Now, you probably today won't see somebody in quite that shape. But you will see somebody that needs your warmth. You will see somebody that needs your support, your kind words. And give it to them. Swami Kriyananda was such an example of this. One time we were with him walking down a street, and there was an old lady who was just kind of slumped over, carrying a couple of bags of groceries, but you could see that she was collapsed in on herself. And as we approached, Swami Kriyananda said, "Oh, what a beautiful scarf you're wearing." I don't know that it was particularly beautiful, but Swami, what a beautiful scarf you're wearing. You know, it's a blessing to people who are approaching you when you wear something like that. And the lady just began to perk up and began. Yogananda said, "Shoot people with the buckshot of your smiles." Isn't that a nice image? Shoot people with the buckshot of your smiles. Give light out, give happiness out, give love, give kindness, give support. If you can only do that, your troubles are going to shrink like that little boy's dream. They're going to get smaller and smaller and smaller, and the more you expand your heart, the smaller your difficulties will become. The less you think of yourself, the less your mind will even begin to think of something coming as a difficulty. Yogananda said there are no problems. There are only opportunities. So when you're contracted, everything seems threatening. When you're expanded, everything seems to be an opportunity. Swami Kriyananda, our lifelong teacher, as Sri Kartikeyanji said, he was, in a sense, looking forward to difficult times. Not because he wanted the difficulty, but he knew that the world, according to the consciousness that you have, you draw to yourself the vibration and the reality of that consciousness. He knew that mankind's consciousness was too much in conflict, too much in anger, too much in battling with each other. And he knew that they were going to draw difficulties, and he was waiting for that time so that he could be of help. Yogananda said at the time of the 1919, they called it the Spanish flu, Yogananda was alive in India at that time. And later on, he said, and millions of people died. More people died during that time because of the pandemic than died during the First World War in battle. But he said that that pandemic was drawn by the anger and violence and fear of everybody in the world during that war. All of that negative thought went out and drew the pandemic. Well, the negativity of mankind has drawn this latest pandemic. How do we fight that? We must become the channels of change. We must become the positive influences that we want to see in the world. If we don't, who else will? Are we going to depend on the politicians to be not seeking power? Gandhi had a beautiful quote, "When the power of love becomes stronger than the love of power, the world will see peace." So let the power of love grow in your heart. Leave it to the politicians to have the love of power. But change won't come by anything outward. Change will come by our consciousness changing, our minds changing, our hearts changing and expanding. Yogananda also said that we have to have a positive mind. So a positive mind is brought about by positive thinking. Sri Kartikeyanji talked about the power of music. Listen to uplifting music. Listen to uplifting anything. And avoid, like poison, because it is poison, avoid the media that is meant to awaken negative emotions in you. That is just like drinking in poison. Imagine last night we had a wonderful opportunity to go to the museum of J.K. Lakshman. R.K. Lakshman, excuse me. And the man who did the cartoons of the common man, it was just for 70 years he did those. It was absolutely wonderful. But imagine the common man going to a doctor and saying, I've been depressed and upset and downcast lately. And the doctor said, well, tell me, have you had some trauma? Have you had some difficulty in your life? No, nothing like that. I get up, I eat a good breakfast, and then I doom scroll for 9 hours a day. And I don't know why I could be depressed. Well, if you're wanting to feed poison into your mind and then wonder why you're troubled about change coming, then of course there's no cure for that. Just stop it. It's just as simple as that. Stop it. And you'll find automatically you'll become happier. Surround yourself with beautiful music, especially as you heard the music of Swami Kriyananda and other great masters, things that uplift the consciousness. Surround yourself with good thoughts, with good people, those people who are positive. Yogananda also said, do affirmations. He said, had a beautiful affirmation that is so pertinent to the changes that come. He said, I go forth in perfect faith in the power of omnipresent good to bring me what I need at the time I need it. I go forth in perfect faith in the power of omnipresent good to bring me what I need at the time I need it. When you start worrying next time or being anxious or being upset that the world hasn't given you what you need, start repeating that affirmation. I go forth in perfect faith in the power of omnipresent good to bring me what I need at the time I need it. Because even those difficulties are part of what God is sending to you, not out of anger, not out of punishment, but out of love for you, in order to help you make the internal changes that you need. And then finally, the most important thing I would say is to learn to expand your consciousness through meditation. Meditation is the best tool. These great, great masters throughout history have incarnated and urged us to learn and practice meditation. Because it's through meditation when the mind begins to become calm, then the heart begins to relax. And as that happens, then we can begin to see within us those qualities of God that are already residing there. And when we can feel even a little bit, as Krishna said in the Gita, even a little practice of this inward religion will free you from dire fears and colossal sufferings. Even a little practice of meditation will free you from dire fears and colossal sufferings, from the very difficulties that you have in your life right now. So, as I said at the beginning, and we'll end also with this thought, the way out of any problem, understand that the problem is coming because your consciousness is contracted or is contracting. The way out is by expanding. Expand your heart through service, through kindness, through support, through love. Expand your mind with positive thinking, with affirmations, with good company, uplifting music, and expand your soul by the practice of meditation. God bless you.
Thank you, Aditya. Good morning, friends. I'll also share some thoughts with you all this morning. First of all, I want to welcome all of you who are coming to an Ananda event for the first time. Would you raise your hand if this is your first time coming? Very nice, very nice. I'm so glad. I hope this gives you some useful perspectives and tools to work with. And then I also want to thank the people from the Pune Sangha who have worked so hard for many weeks to create this event. And I know stayed up many, many nights, maybe without even any sleep, just to share Yogananda's teachings and blessings with all of us. So, as you have heard, our topic this morning is Stand Unshaken, How to Face Life Changes with Courage. And I'd like to take a slightly different approach. I would like to say, how to face life's changes with wisdom. Because courage comes when we understand how to overcome the problems before us. And philosophers and religious leaders, great saints down through the ages, have told us repeatedly that this world is not a place of stability or permanence. The great Greek philosopher Heraclitus said, "All is flux," meaning that this world is constantly changing and being transformed. And he said the only way to find happiness is to accept this and to try to not cling to things as permanent. He lived and wrote about 500 BCE. His contemporary, surprisingly, was Lord Buddha, lived at the same time across the globe. And what did Buddha tell us? He said, this world is impermanent, and all of man's sufferings come about because we try to find permanence in an impermanent world. He said the only way out is inner detachment. And then in the magnificent, perhaps the greatest spiritual writing of all times, the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says to Arjuna, "We have come into this world false and fleeting. This world is not what it seems. It seems to be real, it seems to be predictable and permanent, but it is not." Swami Kriyananda once said, "The only thing in which Maya keeps his promise is that it breaks all its promises." And so this world is false and fleeting. And if we expect it to be true and permanent, we suffer. And then again in the Gita, Arjuna asked Krishna, "What are the signs of a person of wisdom?" And Krishna's answer is so beautiful. He said, "Even to he who understands and appreciates that even with the inconsistencies of this world, he is not elated by good things or depressed by evil, but he always finds a center of peace within himself. This is the mark of a person of wisdom." And so we come to see, and we've seen it in our own lives, that changes come, and some are good, aren't they? When the good changes come, we think, oh, I'm enjoying life. This is very nice. But when the bad changes come, we think, oh, this is terrible. Why is this happening? And so what Krishna is telling us is the person who remains in equanimity when good things happen, isn't elated, when evil happens, is not depressed, but finds that point of inner detachment that is able to weather life's storms. You know, some of you know this, but in 1975, Jyotish and I will be living, we've come to India often and yearly pre-pandemic, but we live most of the time at, or half the time I should say, at Ananda World Brotherhood community in California. And in 1976, California, if you follow American news, is prone to forest fires. And in 1976, our community was struck by a forest fire and burned to the ground. We lost everything that we'd been building for 8 years, including our home and everything we owned. And at that time, we had a newborn child, 11 days old. We had nothing. And a wonderful thing happened, though, and I have to say it was one of the greatest gifts in my life, because at first I was kind of stunned, but then I thought, you can't think about yourself. There's a new child here. You have to think about how to care for this child. And I began to realize I had no bed for him. I had no blanket. I had no clothes. I had no food, no roof, anything. And I thought, where does the sense of security come from? And nurturing. It comes from within. If we have to live under a tree, I will make a home for this child because I know that it resides within me. And that understanding has given me the power to live the rest of my life with a sense of freedom and not attachment, because I knew I didn't really need anything in order to be happy, and so it proved. But in Autobiography of a Yogi, the great, great spiritual classic by our Guruji, Paramahansa Yogananda, he also gives us practical examples. If you haven't read this book, it will be available for you to take, but it is the most magnificent combination of the most profound spiritual teachings combined with practical ways to implement them in your life, as well as delightful humor. There's an underlying joy in all of Master's stories. And sometimes I think we should I've read the book many times, and it's curious, every time I read it, I think, oh, this must be a new edition. I didn't read this the last time, but I just couldn't absorb it. And I'm sure if I read it every day for the rest of my life, I'll find things that I didn't see were there. But he gives us many, many practical examples of how to deal with good changes and difficulties. A good change, he gives an example. This is the very first chapter of the book, where his father was an executive in the Bengal-Nagpur Railway. And he worked very diligently. He was a saintly man. And at a certain point, an accountant came to look at the books, the financial records of this railway, and he discovered that Yogananda's father had never applied for overtime bonuses. And he presented him with a check and this was probably 1910, around in there, $41,000, a fortune. And Yogananda's father, Bhagavati Ghosh, didn't say anything to his family. He just wasn't reacting to it. And finally, one of his sons looked in the checkbook and said, "Papa, what is this? What is this?" And he said, "Why make a big deal about it?" He said, if you want to practice even-mindedness, which again is one of the main themes of the Gita, even-mindedness, you shouldn't be elated when good things happen or depressed when bad things happen. We come into this world penniless and we leave it penniless. And how much between the coming and the going, how much of our time is concerned about collecting the pennies, making sure there is enough. But if we just say, God will take care of us. And after that fire, when we lost everything, God took care of us. And before too long, we had more than we needed. So that was a practical story of how you deal with positive changes. But I want to read to you a passage because I cannot say it as well as Master wrote it, Yoganandaji wrote it. He talks about a time, 1918 in India, where he was watching a newsreel about the carnage in France during the First World War. I will read this to you and really the miracle that happened from that experience. And as I read it, think not France, 1918, think Ukraine, 2023, and hear what God is saying to us. Spectacles. One day I entered, Master is saying this, Yoganandaji is saying this. One day I entered a motion picture house to view a newsreel of the European battlefields. World War I was being waged in the West. The newsreel recorded the carnage with such realism that I left the theater with a troubled heart. Lord, I prayed, why dost thou permit such suffering? I don't know about you, but I've asked myself that question frequently at this time. To my intense surprise, Yogananda goes on to say, an instant answer came in the form of a vision of the actual European battlefields. The horror of the struggle, filled with the dead and dying, far surpassed in ferocity any representations of the newsreel. Look intently, a gentle voice spoke in my inner consciousness. You will see that these scenes now being enacted in France or Ukraine are nothing but a play of chiaroscuro, light and dark. They are the cosmic motion picture, as real and as unreal as the theater newsreel you have just seen, a play within a play. My heart was still not comforted. And this is the important passage. The divine voice went on to say, creation is light and shadow both, else no picture is possible. The good and evil of Maya must ever alternate in supremacy. If joy were ceaseless here in this world, would man ever seek another? Without suffering, he scarcely cares to recall that he has forsaken his eternal home. Pain is a prod to remembrance. The way of escape is through wisdom. The tragedy of death is unreal. Those who shudder at it are like an ignorant actor who dies of fright on the stage when nothing more is fired at him than a blank cartridge. My sons and daughters are the children of light. They will not sleep forever in delusion. And this is the voice of God saying to us, we are children of the light. We will not sleep forever in delusion. And whatever suffering is going around us in the world, if we can bring that light in, then it helps everyone. Now, Jyotish gave some things to do, practical, that you and I can do. I'll also share a few more. One, when difficult changes happen, when suffering happens in your life, don't ask, why me? Why is this happening to me? Remember what God said? The difficulties come to prod us to seek higher realities. The question you should ask, we should all ask when suffering comes, is what am I supposed to learn from this? What was I supposed to learn from the fire? What are we all supposed to learn when loved ones pass? And if we can ask that question, why did I draw this suffering? And what in myself can I change? Not change the world, but change me. That was another one of the great prayers of Yogananda. Lord, change no circumstance in my life, change me. And so when suffering comes, ask the question, why? And what can I do about it? Not self-pity, not saying, oh, this isn't fair. Karma is fair. It may not be pretty, but it's fair. It works like spiritual mathematics. Whatever you have put out, it will come back to you until you learn the lessons you need to learn. So number one, when suffering comes, ask, what am I supposed to learn from it? And if it's one time we did an exercise with some people in a workshop where we asked them first, what is a repeated pattern of problems that come to you? List one. And then we said, okay, write some solutions. What can I do about it? And then we had them meditate for 5 minutes. We said, now write solutions. They had totally different solutions because they went on an interior level and they said, these I have not yet tried. And I think they left them, but I hope they were able to make changes. So look, when difficult changes come, what can you do about it? The second, as Jyotish was saying, service to others. The more you can forget yourself in your suffering, and Swami Kriyananda was an amazing example of this. He had tremendous physical difficulties, karma. One time, and he was a humble man. But one time someone asked him, Swamiji, are you taking on the karma of others? And he was very quiet. And then he said, we all have to do our part. And one time when he was in the hospital, he had had open heart surgery, and we were with him. And his room was filled with flowers from people sending them forever. You could hardly get to his bed. There were so much flowers. And then he paused and he said, you know, in this hospital, there are people probably who don't have friends or family to send them flowers or to visit them. And there were about 3 or 4 of us there. He said, I want you all to take a bouquet of flowers and go to a room where someone is alone. And bring the flowers, but don't stop there. I want you to sit and talk with that person, give them energy, give them love. We did it all day long. And at the end I get shivers just talking about it. At the end of the day, the hospital administrator came to Swamiji and he said, you and your people have changed this hospital. He wasn't thinking, oh, poor me, I just had open heart surgery and this and that. He was thinking of other people. And that's what helped him to keep going and to keep going. So service to others. Then, as we've been talking, meditation. Why is meditation important? Jyotish gave some reasons. But also, when you meditate, and I must say, we teach part-time in the West, part-time in India, soon to be half and half, which we're delighted. The Indian consciousness has so much more receptivity to meditation. It's just in your DNA. You don't have to sell it. It's instinctive. In the West, it's a harder sell because they're not as interiorized and frankly not as subtle. And so learn to meditate if you don't. It helps you find that center. Remember Heraclitus, Buddha, and Krishna and the Gita, they all talked about non-attachment. You experience that in meditation. You transcend the ego. It isn't just about what do I want in life. You feel yourself a part of something so much bigger. And when bad things happen, gives you a perspective. This is a moment in time. Why get upset about it? One day it's bad, the next day it's good. Remember that. Meditation is the most important thing you can do for yourself and for others. There's a friend of ours who's sitting here. We were having a little satsang yesterday, and she said, she's just started coming to Ananda and learning the teachings. And she said at first her husband and her children said, "Oh, why are you going to that place?" But now when she starts to leave and they said, "Where are you going?" She said, "I'm going to an Ananda class." "Oh, good, good. Do you need a ride?" Because they can see the changes in her. The peace, the harmony, the ability to stay even-minded. And then finally, the last thing is just to be able to, under all circumstances, love God, build devotion and faith in God. His plan for each of us is rooted in love. And even though it might not seem like it at times, it is true. There's a beautiful story from a Muslim woman saint, Rabia. And it was at the end of her life, and she was dying of a very painful disease. And one of her followers said, "Oh, mother, he is no true lover of God who isn't willing to suffer with what is given to him." And even though she was on her deathbed, she was still teaching them. And she said, "No, that smacks of ego." And then the next disciple came and said, "Mother, he is no true lover of God who isn't happy to suffer with what God brings." And she said, "No, that's more is needed." And finally they said, "Mother, you tell us." And she said, "He is no true lover of God who doesn't forget their suffering in contemplation of the beloved." And so if we develop that devotion and faith in God, that his whole drama, your life, my life, the script is written with love, unconditional, unlimited love for each one of us. And if anything that comes, if you can just say, "God, I love you, I trust you." It's like what Jyotish was saying, we just throw light on whatever problem. And I'll just close. I want to read you a letter from our guru, Paramahansa Yogananda, to one of his very advanced women disciples, Kamala Silva. I just copied this out, but the original of this letter we have at a very special museum at Ananda World Brotherhood Colony, where we have relics and treasures from all of our line of gurus that have been given to us by devotees in India. So this is a letter that Master wrote, and it must have been about before 1920, because he still signed it Swami Yogananda after, in the 20s or 30s. After 1935, he was given by his guru the name Paramahansa. So Master writes to his disciple, "No matter what dark territories you have to pass through, look steadily at the pole star of his presence. He knows you are trying to reach him. Only keep trying. Once you convince him, you will be there. The way is long. Let's hurry to his place." With unceasing blessings, Swami Yogananda. So the way is long, but let's hurry to his place. And no matter how long it is, if we are not attached and can transcend the changes in this world, the way goes much more quickly. So God bless you all.
Thank you, Devi ji. Thank you, Jyotish ji, for those inspiring words. Hello. Yes. I invite us all now to please join in the release of the book Touch of Peace. And if people are waiting outside, I invite you all to please also come in at this hour. So I invite Jyotish and Devi ji to please release the first copy of Touch of Peace. This is a collection of their blogs, which Jyotish and Devi ji write every week. And I would like to invite now Nayaswami Jayaji to receive a copy of the touch of peace from Jyotish and Devi ji. I would like to invite Dhyana ji to please come and also receive a copy. Shri Karthikeyan ji, please join us. And Priya Singh. Priya is the founder and the trustee of the work Paramhans Yogananda Public Charitable Trust in Brindavan that Karthikeyan ji was talking about. It oversees the welfare of 5,000 widow mothers on a daily basis. And now I invite Jyotish and Devi ji to please unveil the art while we all stay on stage. Let us all stand up to welcome and inaugurate the art exhibition. This is meditation born art that Naya Swami Jyotish ji has offered as a gift to us all, to the world. And I would now like Shri Karthikeyan ji to receive a copy of The Light of Love, which is the name of this beautiful painting we are all seeing at the hands of Devi ji and Jyotish ji.
This is for you, beloved friend.
Thank you so much, Jyotish ji, for your gift of your art. And please be seated, friends. Jyotish ji was mentioning about expanding our heart, surrounding ourselves with uplifted books, music, friends. You could add art to that. Swami Kriyananda ji used to say when he would see some piece of art, he would say, now would you invite the artist to your house? He would say, ask that question. If you're listening to some music, if you're reading a book, he would say, would you like that artist, that author to be with you in your house all the time? And of course, in this case, we would love to have Jyotish Devi ji with their books, Swami ji's master's books. So friends, as we step out now in a few minutes, we will have, as you may have seen, the art exhibition is in full display across the venue. It is also upstairs. There are parallel classes that will be happening in an hour from now, both over here and upstairs. The books are for sale. Swami Kriyananda ji's 450 pieces of music and thousands of talks are all available in different stalls. So as you go, please take the time to interact with people who are manning those stalls and get more inspiration. I once again want to thank Pia ji, Karthikeyan ji, everyone please who has traveled here to support us, Jyotish and Devi ji, for your inspiring words. You make something doing so simple, expand the heart, increase your energy, meditate every day, support one another. I thank you for encouraging us all again and again and for these beautiful words of inspiration which we all need now that we're coming out of the pandemic, how to strengthen our lives and how to bring more light into the lives of one another. Thank you, friends. Let's come back over here in 5 to 7 minutes. I would like to invite Naya Swami Bhavani now to share with us the flow in the coming class.
Yes. Thank you, Naya Swami Aditya ji. So dear friends, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. Remember, we have the whole day. There are stalls, beautiful art pieces you will want to take home, and stalls that showcase the spectrum of the teachings of Paramhans Yogananda that can be applied in our daily life, whether it is education, business, relationships. So please take a moment to visit the stalls and see for yourself what these teachings may have to offer you for living a life of higher consciousness. The next keynote talk will be by Ananda India Spiritual Directors, Naya Swami Jaya and Naya Swami Dhyanaji. So there's a lot of very good inspiration waiting for all of us. So do come back quickly. See you soon. Welcome. Welcome back, friends, and let's also gather our friends from the stalls. I know it's fun to be out there. We have a wonderful day today, which will go until 7 p.m. So, but also let's take the time to come in, be recharged with inspiration. Our next keynote is on the topic of dissolving the ego through selfless service. We have had an inspiring morning, and I think we've had a beautiful time out at the stalls, especially at the art exhibition. So now let's gather around back in the auditorium. We have Nayaswami Jaya and Nayaswami Dhyana with us, Ananda India spiritual directors, and they will be speaking with us on the topic of how to dissolve the ego through selfless service. You know, much of our life is consumed in outward activity, which we often dismiss as chores or burdens that we must carry. And we forget that in truth, they carry within them the seed of opportunity that will unravel the highest potential within us. So how can we see everything that we do instead of work? How can we see it as service? How can we find joy and inspiration through it? Nayaswami Jaya and Nayaswami Dhyana are a living testament of the fruits of a life of active service, selfless service. Founding members of Ananda India and many communities, teaching centers, meditation groups around the world. They are also authorized Kriyacharyas who are authorized to initiate people into Kriya Yoga. So I will now invite Nayaswami Jayaji to share some preliminary remarks on the topic of Seva, selfless service. We will be launching today Ananda Seva, and this is an inspiration that Nayaswami Jyotishji received after his visit to our charitable arm Yogananda Trust that serves over 3,000 widows in Vrindavan. And he was given these principles of service as a way to enlightenment, as a way to liberation, to inner freedom. So how can we find the same through our actions? So Janaya Swami Jayaji, please welcome and please share.
Thank you,
inspiration
Bhavani.
with us.
That was a beautiful introduction, and I'd like to begin by echoing something that Jyotishji and Davidji said, and they were in their welcome, their preliminary remarks, they were complimenting everybody here who has participated and worked very diligently, served very diligently to make this event possible. It reminded me of a story that we would keep in mind when we're thinking about seva. During the time of Paramahansa Yogananda's life, in the latter part of his life, he had a small retreat in the desert outside of Los Angeles. And he liked to go there on seclusion, get away from the busyness. And when he would go there, he'd like to bring the monks with him because it kept the attunement with the monks and they could learn and to be with him and in his presence. And he brought the monks with him when they would go out there. But when you have a group of young men like that, you need to keep them busy. It's a good thing to remember. keep them busy. And so what he did to accomplish that is he decided to make a small swimming pool out there, and they would create it by hand. They would work, put the monks to work, and they dug the swimming pool, took the earth out, and then eventually it came to the time to pour the concrete to be able to line the pool that they had or excavated. So they worked very hard. And of course, I'm guessing, because it was out in the desert, it was probably hot. And they worked and worked and worked all day pouring concrete. And hours would go by. But they were having a very joyous enthusiasm to make that happen, except for one. There was one monk who, it was hard work. It was hot work. And it came to a certain point during the day when he began to grumble. And he began to grumble to his fellow monks, I didn't come here, meaning to the ashram, I didn't come here to pour cement. And he quit, and he just stopped working and sat by the side, but everybody else continued. And there's a certain spirit when you're working together as a team, and I think all of you who participated in today's activities must have experienced that. You're working together as a team, you're building that energy, you're making something happen. And those of you who perhaps weren't here, you've been involved in things like that. And the energy was high, and they all had tremendous fun, and they worked late into the day. Perhaps even the sun was going down by the time they completed the work, because they couldn't stop. Once the concrete was beginning to be poured, they had to finish. And when it was completed, everybody who was working on that project was filled with energy. They were filled with joy. They were filled with enthusiasm, except for one. And the fellow who stood aside to conserve his energy, who didn't come there to pour cement, he was the exception. And I think you see from the experience that those of you who have participated in making this happen today, you've seen a demonstration of that, how much fun. And I think we talk about a quality or of such as seva or an activity such as seva. One of the qualities that makes work into seva is, does it have joy? Is there light, enthusiasm, happiness that goes with it? Because there's an old saying in the Western tradition, a saint who is a sad saint. And you find that if you're engaged in seva, you find that inevitably there's also joy in that experience as well. Now, there's a story, of course, it's well told, often told, of a lady monastic, a nun in Yogananda's ashram, she was an elderly lady, and Master kept giving her work to do. But at the same time, he was telling her, you work too hard. Don't work so hard. And of course, she took that to heart, and she thought, I'll do a little bit less. At the same time, every day, Master would say that, don't work so hard, but in the evening, he would give her more work to do. And no matter how much and how efficiently and how energetically she accomplished those tasks, there was always more work to do, which she tried to do, and she worked harder and harder. And yet Master at the same time was saying, you work too hard. You work too hard. Don't work so hard. And she was in a conundrum of, he's saying one thing and demonstrating another. What do I do? Until one day, when he said that again, he says, don't work so hard. She said to him, Master, what if we substitute the word seva or service for work? And when she said that, Master laughed. He says, now you understand. What changes work into service? And I think one of those qualities, of course, is demonstrated by what I've seen here today, is the enthusiasm and the joy that in which all of you have gone forward to make and accomplish what we've done here today. There was another story I'd like to share. This was from Swami Kriyananda's life, and it illustrates one of the principles that are embodied in the teachings of Paramahansa Yogananda. And it was one of the messages that underlied his mission to the West and ultimately his mission to the world at large. Swami Kriyananda was in the northwest of the United States, in the city of Vancouver, and he gave a program there. And at the conclusion of the program, one of his hosts, or perhaps a person who had come to the event, invited him to his home. This man was a successful businessman, and Swamiji, being gracious, went to the man's home, and the man began to show him his home, take him on a tour. And as the tour progressed, he said, I want to show you my meditation room. And he opened the door and ushered Swami Kriyananda into the room. And he says, and the man to Swamiji said, at the end of the day, I come home from work, I take off my shoes, I come here to this meditation room, and that's when my real day begins. And of course, he was expecting some comment from Swamiji, which of course Swamiji accommodated him. And Swami's words to him, he says, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." Why live a dual life? And in other words, I have my work life and I have my meditation life. You've wasted half your day in your work. And this is the approach that many people think when they approach the spiritual path. I have my work day, and I have my spiritual life, I have my work life, I have my worldly life, and they're living a dual existence between the two. But really, Master came to give the message that in everything we do, why not bring spirituality into that? There's no real difference. Everything we do is following Dharma, doing that which needs to be done, and in a spiritual way, if we bring God into everything we do. Why not? Why not do it that way? And so consequently, it's an illustration of when we bring God into what we're doing, in a sense, we are converting work into service. And this is what he was encouraging this businessman to do, to be able to bring a joyfulness, a sense of self-offering, a sense of, as it was mentioned by Jyotishan Deviji, a sense of self-forgetfulness into what we're doing. You might say, in a spirit of giving versus gaining. What do I gain out of this? Is a subtle thought in the back of our mind as we're doing our day-to-day service. When we have that thought, inevitably, we're thinking of ourselves. Can we truly do nishkam karma, action without an expectation for the fruits of the action? Can we possibly do that if we're trying to do also? So if we're doing it in that consciousness, we're really working, because there's a sense of gain, that what are we gaining out of that? But if we can transcend that and turn everything into giving and self-forgetfulness of our own self, we find that in a very special way, in a very miraculous way, we begin to draw that energy into ourselves, just as those monks did when they were digging that swimming pool. They find they're full of energy, and especially if it has that quality of joyfulness. I think this is one of the things that qualifies something, if it's serviceful or if it's joyful. If you find a grudging person, they're doing, because all of us in life, we act and we think we're serving, but I don't think we are really serving if we're not joyfully serving. And that's, you might say, the threshold level, because if you're not expanding, and ultimately, we're not self-forgetful in that. We're thinking of ourselves. Otherwise, it would just naturally flow. Service is a natural quality to the spiritual path. I think for anybody who's a devotee, I think it does come naturally, and it's maybe a defining element, the self-forgetfulness, the transcendence of ego that goes with service. A story that comes to mind is, I was reminded of this story just recently, I have a friend, and he lives in Los Angeles now, but years ago, I was serving in the East Coast of America, and I came to know him because at that time in his life, he was living in New York City. And he lived across the river from New York City in New Jersey. It's another state across the river. And he'd ferry across to New York every day. And one day he went to work, and all of a sudden the news came over. He worked for Bloomberg Services, which is a large financial institution involving in banking and stocks. And all the employees there in the many floors in this large building had terminals, computer terminals there, and a message came across on the terminals, a newsflash, an airliner a plane had accidentally run into the Twin Towers, one of the towers of the large building there in New York City, the tallest of the buildings in New York City. And they said, oh my gosh, how's that possible? And so they went, the employees, they went onto the roof of the building, because they were right there in the same district, and they looked, and sure enough, one of the towers was on fire. And they were watching that, and they were saying, how in the world? And they had heard that an airplane had crashed into it. And they said, what a terrible accident, that had happened here. And while they were watching, a second plane came and ran into the second tower. And they said, oh my God. And they knew immediately this was not an accident. And immediately, the news was transmitted throughout the building. Evacuate the building immediately. And they said it was chaos ensued. People were immediately, panicked. They were running out into the streets. And he himself, he said, oh, I guess I need to do something. So he went out and he tried to get home across the river to where he lived on the other side, but he couldn't because all the transportation hubs had come to a stop. He couldn't find a way, but fortunately he had a friend who lived in New York City in the city side, and he went to that person's home and spent the night, and he did make it home the next day. Now, he was at home, and this momentous event had happened in his life, and he thought, well, I should go home, and I should, make sure I have everything, and who knows put his life in order. But by the end of the day, first day he was at home, he just couldn't do it. He couldn't start putting his own life in order, and he said he was impelled. It was like a force pulled him back across the river to go to the site where this had happened and volunteer. So he did. The next day he went across the river, went back to that site, and he volunteered. How can I help? How can I serve? And he began to serve, and he says his job was very simple. He was given the job of providing water, bringing water around and giving water to everybody who was there on the site. And he said he wasn't the only one, though. Others too. In a time of emergency, there's an impulse that goes through us. There's one impulse is if difficulties come, what is one impulse? Get away, run away, protect myself. And that, of course, was his first thought. Well, I've got to go home. But then he stopped to think about it, and another larger, stronger impulse came to him. I've got to go. I must go and help. And you find that now this man is a devotee, and I think it's a quality of people who have a little bit of an uplifted consciousness. At the same time, perhaps you want to protect yourself, but then you realize, I need to help. There's a saying that there's two types of people. When a fire comes, there's two types. One that want to run away from the fire, and the other one runs towards the fire to put it out. And I think the person who has an expanded sense of self is that one, the devotee at heart, that instinct is to solve the problem. So you could say, following on what Jyotishji and Devaji say, do you have problems come? What is your reaction to when a problem comes, a difficulty comes? And those who you could say are leadership quality, people who are, you might say, responsible, that impulse to run toward the problem and fix it if necessary, or do what's necessary, appropriate at the right time. That impulse, and I think that's probably the impulse, certainly the impulse of all of you who are here serving this weekend, and I think the impulse of all of you who are coming here this weekend, because most people do not think that way. What is in it for me versus what is in it for everybody else? And Swami Kriyananda was once asked, how do you pick leaders in your organization? Because somebody I think they were doing an interview, and they wanted to know, what do you do, Swamiji? What's your approach? And he had expected Swami just to answer, well, we give them this training, leadership training, and such and such and such and such. And he said none of that. Not to say that it wouldn't be helpful, but that certainly wasn't how he said, how do you choose leaders? And he said, we watch them. We watch people as time goes by. And as you watch people, you see, how do people respond? Who thinks when difficult times come, when challenges come, which, as Devi Ji was saying, we are in an age of change, we are in an age of challenges. But it doesn't matter what age we're in. That's the nature of this world. We're going to be always challenged. There is no time, as long as we're here on this plane, when there will not be challenges. But when they come, how do we respond? And do we run toward the fire to put it out? Or do we run away from the fire to get away and save ourselves? And I think this is the mark. And he says, I look for people who are willing or who have the propensity to think of the welfare of others. And those are the ones that I feel that should be promoted and be developed, you might say, versus the very worldly and all too often what happens in times of challenge is to me and mine. Myself, I have to protect myself, or you might say my family. I have to watch my family. Now, when I first came to these teachings, I had heard when Swami Kriyananda was telling about Paramahansa Yogananda, he was mentioning that many of his most advanced disciples, perhaps most of them really, were householders and business people, successful business people, or successful in some avenue of their life. And many of them were married as well, family men, family women. And it struck me because I had this idea that, well, if one is going to be a yogi, one's going to be a spiritual person, one should renounce that. And you might say that's not something that would define a person's success. But I was quite taken aback by that. But Master said, it's not whether a person is spiritual, whether a person is doing seva is not defined by their outward action. In other words, the state of the duty or the task that they take up. You can't define a person by their occupation in terms of a spiritual sense. And so consequently, he said, in this age, we have entered into an age of energy, and we have, in consequence, the defining quality of energy needs to be applied to one's spiritual life as well, because it takes great energy. And then, taking that energy, the spiritual person, usually what happens is a person uses that energy for self-effort, it's their self-effort to improve their own lot. He says, but the challenge, you might say, for society right now, in this age, is to expand our sense of sympathy, of empathy, of compassion away from ourselves and not to abandon self-interest, because for society as a whole, only a few are going to be able to do that. But our message is to get people to think in terms of enlightened self-interest. And when we do that, particularly by thinking, I too am benefited when I serve other people, when I expand my sense of reality. And Swami Kriyananda would put this in the context of saying, imagine you live in a village of 1,000 people. If your self-interest is directed toward yourself, you have 999 competitors. But if your consciousness is outwardly focused to helping others, the welfare of others, their interests, what benefits them, you have 999 friends. And in that simple switch, we find that we have entered into the realm of seva, We've entered in the realm of spirituality. We've entered into the realm of expansion of our own consciousness, our own sense of who we are. And when you have expansion, it's inevitable. It's a law of the universe. Expansion equals joy. You feel joyful. You feel happy. And so this, you could say, is particularly for society at large, is to help society in this age to understand that seva, even if there's some self-interest in there, our task is to expand that so that it's enlightened self-interest of helping everybody, and they'll come to understand it. Sometimes if we put the goal so far ahead that, oh, I can't be spiritual until I left my job. I can't be spiritual until I transcend my ego. It's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. But we certainly can expand our sympathies to include others. And when we do that, we find that we have entered into the pathway that ultimately leads to freedom. Because what's happening when we do that? When we expand our sympathies, our little ego is expanded to include them in our world. And inevitably, that is the essence of what seva is finding outward ways, inward as well, to be able to do that and include others in our reality. And I think today, this fair that we're having is a demonstration of that. One, practically, by all of you coming here, helping to make this possible. But if you go outside and you look at the various avenues and ways that can be expressed outwardly and all the booths that are out there, I think all of us can find some way that we can participate in seva, bringing those qualities of expanding our sympathies to think of others. And just that act alone, you go to the market, think about the other people that are working in that store, send them joy, a smile. Like I was saying, smile. And in a sense, you share your radiance with others. And in the process of that, your joy begins to grow. So you benefit, other people benefit. Our self-interest is not just aimed within ourselves. Master would use the term that in this age, we find that, like I said, many of Master's great disciples were married people. He says, this is age, that's the average state of most people. He says, it's a good state. It's helpful because marriage helps us expand our consciousness to include the welfare of others. He said, but unfortunately, people stop. They think of only their family. Take it a step further. To think of your coworkers, think of the people, think of your customers, think of your larger family, of your whole society as a whole. If we can include those, they too are my family, you'll feel just in that effort alone, you're performing an act of seva. And I think by doing that, by expanding that, and trying to find practical ways to put that into action, you'll find that we become, again, as was mentioned already, we become instruments of these teachings of Paramahansa Yogananda, instruments of this message that is universally needed in the world today, being instruments of light to help this world heal and ultimately to bring about a better future for all of us. God bless all of you.
It's such a joy to greet you all, and so wonderful to hear these beautiful messages, these talks today about how we can put ourselves aside in these times that we're living. There's so much of a need. How can we be channels for light, for blessings, for grace, for help to others who are in need? How can we open ourselves to a flow of light, a flow from God, the flow of God in our lives to our families, our friends, our loved ones, but also those who aren't, those who are in need, who are around us. as we open ourselves as channels of light, we become more and more light. Our eyes change, our voices change, our auras change as we open ourselves to the flow of seva, the flow of service, the flow of help in this world that's so much in need. Paramahansa Yoganandaji said a very interesting statement. He said, I killed Yogananda long ago. Now only in this temple only God dwells. And I think ultimately we want to let go of everything that holds back the flow of grace and inspiration and ideas and solutions and everything that can come to us to help people around us and to help this world. And he also said another very interesting thing to some of the disciples, but I think he was looking out at many of us here too. He said, I see you all as light. You don't know how beautiful you are. Everything is filled with light. And that is the essence of the soul, the essence of who and what we really are. And that's what we have to share. It's not the darkness or my worries or my fears or whatever. And I remember I met in San Francisco many decades ago, and we were living there at Ananda, a monk, a wonderful fellow, and he had a beautiful name. You may remember him, Brother Shunyabai. And Shunyabai means zero, Brother Zero, that he was saying, I just give my whole life to seva and to service, and however I can help. And for each one of us, this is the goal of life, is to be able to open ourselves to others. I remember when I first came to Ananda some time back, I had no idea that life had to do with service. I thought it had to do with, and the path, that it had to do with meditation and my own meditation and how well am I meditating and on and on. And I found out as I went there, I saw people racing, serving other people, going here, helping that person, setting up a tent, cooking in the kitchen, and doing all kinds of things to help other people. It's the greatest thing I learned from Ananda, that it's not about you. It's not I, me, and mine. It's about how we can open ourselves to others. And it was such a wonderful learning. I remember sometimes I would go to Swami Kriyanandaji, our teacher, and I would say, well, Swamiji, I have this question about this particular thing, and he would give me something to do. And then I'd say, but he didn't really understand it. I'd go back, but Swamiji, here's something else. Please answer this question. He said, here's something else to do. And many times I went to him with a confused mind, and he knew I wouldn't understand it. I needed to serve. I needed to get out of myself. I needed to get an energy flow. And that helped me so much. And there's a wonderful statement of Paramahansa Yoganandaji where he says, I will reason, a principle. I will. I will act. But guide thou, meaning the divine, guide my reason, my will, and my activity to the right path in every action. So we have to do our part. We can't just say, oh, I'm a channel of light, and you're not. You have to put out the energy. And Swami Kriyanandaji, he tried this once because Yoganandaji had told him, as he lectured, to feel that it was God who was lecturing through him. And we all try to do that. And so Swami Kriyanandaji, right in the middle of one of his lectures, he said, well, my guru told me to do this, so I'm just going to not talk and see if God will speak. And so he stood there and he waited, and in his mind he was saying, say something, please talk. Nothing happened. And he kept waiting and waiting. 2 minutes, the audience was perspiring. They thought he had forgotten his words. And nothing happened because he had to change himself. He had to put the energy. And also another wonderful principle, of Yoganandaji is the greater the will. Isn't that wonderful? Will, the power of the will. The greater the will. Now, don't get me wrong. Will means willingness. The greater the willingness, the greater the flow of the energy, then the greater the inspiration, the greater the magnetism, the greater your life becomes, the greater the willingness to open yourself, to be receptive to the flow of the universal grace. And look what one man, Swami Kriyanandaji, was able to do. He wrote, as Kartikeyanji was saying, he wrote 150 books. Every time I saw him, he was writing a book. Here, read this, read that. 150 books, that's a lot. 400 pieces of music, communities around the world, centers everywhere, lectured to thousands of people who he counseled and helped. One person who said, I'm open to helping, to serving, to however, whatever I can do. And as Daviji was saying, often he wasn't well. He was still writing a book. He was still lecturing. He would come out onto the dais, could barely make it, and then he would stand up, or sometimes he would sit, boom, deliver the message, because God was able to serve through him. And I think that's the point we have to remember. Don't put yourself, I can't do it, who am I? Nobody, that's who you are. Brother Shunyabhai, but we all are. But we say, no, maybe I am that, but I'm open and I'm willing to be a channel for seva in this world where it's so much needed today. And finally, I'll speak of the wonderful work you're going to hear from the Brindaban group in a moment, but was doing such a beautiful work there. The other principle I wanted to bring out is the channel is blessed of Yoganandaji's principles. The channel is blessed by what flows through it. Your life will be blessed. Did you see this beautiful choir here? Was anybody moping? I don't want to sing. They were singing out with joy. They had joy on their faces. So if you're in a choir, if you're doing healing prayer, if praying for other people, if you're teaching people, if you're a yoga teacher, whatever you're doing, if you say, no, I'm not doing it for recognition, like Yoganandaji gave one example of a man who, he said he put $100 in the collection basket at his church, and he said, after that, now, what am I going to get? And Yoganandaji said, nothing, because God, the divine, was already the $100. So if you think, I'm going to do it, so they see me, I did it, put my name up, it's just not that way. I do it out of love. I do it for the joy. I do it if nobody ever sees me. I do it because God is wanting to do it through me. And so this wonderful work that the Paramahansa Yogananda Public Charitable Trust, I've been there many times. I encourage all of you, and you'll be hearing from them just now, but the work is just so vibrant. And I've seen the people, the staff, they're completely changed because they're serving with the right spirit. That's the thing. They have no thought of themselves. They're just serving, giving joyfully. And the mothers, they receive not just a shawl or shoes or whatever, or food, housing, clothing. They receive the love of God. They receive caring, they receive joy. And the other wonderful thing about it, because it doesn't stop there. Okay, we're giving them so they're happy. No, they're giving back. Isn't that a wonderful thought? I met a lady one of the mothers who lived, I don't know now, but she lived in a box. I mean, I'd never seen anything like that. I saw people coming out of huts, blind, couldn't walk, and but they saw the Paramahansa Yogananda staff coming, and they just light up with a smile, because the staff was bringing them God, love, joy, peace into their lives. And the other thing is the mothers, they're giving to the staff. They're giving back to the Vrindavan. They're giving back to the world. And that's the most wonderful thing. It's not enough to, here's a blanket. What is that going to do for anybody? It keeps them warm for a while. But if you give higher consciousness, you give them something to do. The mothers make every year, I think it's 12,000 diyas to give out at Diwali time, to everybody they can give them to. The mothers, they do healing prayers for others. Now you see somebody who's laid out on a bed, they're doing healing prayers for other people, then we say, I'm not going to do anything. It just doesn't work. The mothers are chanting, they do kirtan and scripture reading. They help in the food preparation. They help with someone's not as ill, doesn't have as much illness as another. That one helps the other one. The mothers are changing because they have seva. Wow. Now that's the way you do it. You don't just give. And the last thing I'll say about that is they have what they call a circle of love, where one of the devotees, or anyone, not just the devotee, calls the mother once a week for 15 minutes and just talks to them. Now, who doesn't have 15 minutes? You can sign up today. And the key thing is, who's getting helped? That's the question. Who's getting helped? Sure, the mother, but circle of love. The people who call, I've seen them. Many are in tears. Many feel like that's like my own mother who I'm calling. And so everyone is who's involved, the channel is being blessed by what flows through it. And you'll hear more about that work in just a moment. But I'd like to close now because there are many other speakers who'll be coming today. And I'd like to close by actually doing something that helps us to feel energy, light, and joy through seva. So please sit up and inhale with a double breath. This will just be a couple of minutes. Inhale like this. Double breath and tense your body, vibrate. Now exhale, double breath through the mouth. Relax, relax. Get rid of the tensions. Again, inhale. Vibrate. Exhale. Now once more. Tense with willingness. Vibrate, feel prana. Exhale. This is a wonderful practice of Yoganandaji. Now rub your bare forearms. Run. We're bringing energy into our hands. We'll be doing a healing practice. Do the other arm. Rub your hands vigorously. Now hold your hands up, close your eyes, and just visualize anyone who you know who has a special need for healing. And visualize yourself as a channel, an instrument of seva, this seva of sending energy, healing vibrations from the whole universe, from the divine. Feel your hands, they're vibrating. The energy coming out, flow of prana. Rub the hands once more. In your mind, repeat these words as you feel energy and light coming out of your hands, going to the whole world or a particular person or situation or your work or your family. In your mind, repeat, I am submerged in eternal light. It permeates every particle of my being. I am living in that light. The divine presence fills me within and without. Once more, rub the hands and we'll chant Om now, sending out the eternal vibration of God into the ether. This is a practice of Paramahansa Yogananda Ji for healing vibrations into the world or to your loved ones, those who are in need. Chant along with me, Om. 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 Once more. Om. Om. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. God bless you all.
Thank you, Jayaji and Dhyanaji, for a beautiful talk. You know, you can listen to these talks a number of times and still feel that inspiration anew. I joined Ananda in 2008, and since then have attended as many classes as I could. And each time, you know, you just tune into a new insight, a new facet of the teachings. So thank you so much. It is so uniquely expressed through each one. We'll take a gentle pause now to include Sri Karthikeyanji's request. He would like to felicitate Jyotishji and Deviji. So I invite Jyotishji and Deviji up on stage.
Both of you together.
Okay. Thank you. He's a great, great friend to Ananda and to so many thousands and thousands of people around the world.
One of the great humanitarians of the world today.
May you live long with excellent health for good of humanity. Thank you. Swamiji expects you to do that and you are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now continue with the theme of Ananda Seva. I would like to invite Mrs. Pia Singh and Jayita Chakravarti up on stage. And we will conclude this by launching the Ananda Seva chapter of Pune and Yogananda Trust. Mrs. Pia Singh is a chairperson of the DLF Foundation, is the trustee of Ananda Sangha India, and of the Yogananda Trust, which has been serving over 3,000 widows in Vrindavan. It is one of the largest widow welfare works in Asia. Jayita Chakravarti serves as the director of the Yogananda Trust and has been offering a stellar service in taking care of our widow mothers with so much love and joy. Please welcome Pia and Jaita. I would invite Pia to share with us. We will now hear the practical application of Ananda Seva. They have already launched it, it is operational in Vrindavan. And we will hear from Pia and Jaita. Maybe Pia might share with us a story about how she was inspired to start this. It's a beautiful story. And Jaita will share with us how they are actually practically applying these principles at Vrindavan.
Namaskar. Such a joy to be here.
Sorry, Pia, one more thing. So we are continuing this here. So the healing class upstairs for now is cancelled. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's such an honor to be here and to be able to share with you. Taking forward from what Dhyanaji was saying, the point is that if you're not really sharing of yourself, and there can be so many different ways of sharing, you're not really serving. So me being here, sharing with you is really an extension of that principle. Maybe I should just, I'm also going to include the story which Blazy spoke about, how the trust started and my first experiences, which actually I wasn't planning to, but since you reminded me, maybe I should. First, I'd just like to begin by saying that the theme of service is such an integral part of not just our path, but how to live in this world and proceed towards freeing ourselves and becoming better human beings, if you're atheist, or finding God if you're not. Paramahansa Yogananda said the path is service and meditation. We have been hearing about all the various aspects about it from people who've lived it for so many years and provide a deep inspiration for us how to be able to do it. Service at the deepest level is really about purifying ourselves and relinquishing our ego. We can either affirm our ego as we live in every activity we do, or we can get rid of the ego and relinquish the ego. And truly, the only way to do it is through service. The story Jayaji narrated about Master and the nun at Mount Washington really shows what an attitude of service means and how it's applied to everything we do. And service is work, not the other way around. And everything we do should be an act of service. The Gita says this really beautifully. It says that the Lord accepts any offering, however small it may be, a leaf, a flower, if it is made to him with devotion. And I think that sums up the spirit of service better than anything else. I'd also like to share that I think the deepest principles of service as taught by Paramahansa Yogananda and as taught by any other spiritual master in this world or who has ever been in this world is really, what does service mean? Service at the deepest level means to see the object of your service as God, to see and serve God in another person. Now, this can be the widows at Vrindavan, this could be your co-workers, this could be your child, this could be your husband. It doesn't matter, it could be anyone who you are in contact with. But the spirit of service is really to serve God in another person. It is also to offer all your intentions to God. It is also to offer all the fruits of your service to God. And that is what you do. Then it comes to how do you do. That again we've been hearing about this morning in such a wonderful way. What we can do is be full of willingness, joy, energy, which then generates magnetism. God needs instruments who are willing to allow him to work through. So with our own enthusiasm, our willingness, energy and magnetism, we can attune ourselves to God. And again, the deepest level of service is to see him as the doer. The Gita talks extensively about it. To attune ourselves to God, to see him as the doer, to serve God in other people, to do our duty by serving God in other people, and therein grow is actually the deepest path. Life affords us an opportunity to do this in every second, in every way, in every look, smile. We've heard about the benefits of a smile, how we speak, in every glance. So I think there is nothing that we do in this world which doesn't call for an attitude of service. Sometimes what makes it easier to learn is when we get into a situation where we are serving in a way that perhaps we may have been conditioned to think from birth. Therein comes the widows of Vrindavan. And I'm going to keep this story short, but how it really started was, one day I was driving in my car in Delhi, and my children were in the car with me. I think we were coming back from the hospital, and I saw this lady and her family on the side of the road, and this old lady actually, and they were there, and they had some utensils with them. Clearly they were, abandoned people who were living on the side of the road. And something just made me stop my car, and I stopped, and I went and spoke to them. And this old lady said yes, they'd lost everything, and they were poor people. They were now living on the road, and I then offered to them that I will find them a place to stay, which I did. I put them there, paid 1 month's rent, and I think in that moment, perhaps the touch, and I did it really with no selfish motive other than a feeling of seeing something in that person and just wanting to serve, really. Then at a later point, Dhyanaji and I got together, and collectively the inspiration came to both of us to start a work in Vrindavan which would serve the widows. That then took its own momentum. 1 month later, time came to pay the rent for those people actually. I'd put them in a room and, bought them some things, and rent had to be paid on a monthly basis. So when the time came to pay their rent, the person went there actually to pay the rent, and he found they had vanished. Now, I just think back, and I think it was master, because how is it humanly possible and explained that people who were in that dire circumstance where everything was being taken care of would just vanish without a trace? And therein began the journey of Vrindavan. I also want to share one more story about Vrindavan, which I think really illustrates the truest essence of service, before I hand it over to Jaita, who has got some really interesting and experiential things planned for all of you. So you really get to see and experience what service is, not just hear it from all of us. Just about the time that the work began, actually my first trip to Vrindavan, I went to Ramakrishna Mission actually, who had been doing widow welfare work for many years. And what they used to do, and they still do, they give monthly ration to some of the most destitute and the oldest widows. So I went there. It was a freezing December. I remember it was the 15th of December. And they had all these old ladies, like in their 70s and 80s, had come to the Ramakrishna Mission to collect their monthly ration. I went there. I was part of this ration distribution. And, I was just overcome with seeing what their circumstances were. And I was with some other devotees of Ananda, and we went to the market, we brought them shawls and blankets, and we came back. And then along with the ration, we gave them these shawls and blankets. And then I spoke to one of the ladies who took one of the shawls and blankets. And if you had seen what she looked like, she looked like what you see in the photos and the movies. She was really old. She could barely walk. She had no warm clothes. She looked really ill. And I just asked her where she was from, and she told me, and I gave her the blanket. And then she tells me, "Thank you, but no thank you. You are here, very nice of you to give me this blanket, but you're doing this for yourself. You are doing this so you will gain some good karma by helping me. I clearly have done something in my past lives, and I've gained some bad karma, and I'm here, and I have to deal with this life. So it's very nice of you to do this for me, but I'm not going to thank you because you're doing this for yourself." And I think it was a transformative moment for me. And it just shows you that truly, the way we are conditioned to think, the way we are all brought up to think, the way there are divides in society, which is what leads to problems like what the world is facing today, Ukraine, so many other things the world has always faced, is because we think there are superficial differences make differences between people. Master famously once said that, if you black, white, if you just remove the skin, everyone is red underneath. And I think in Vrindavan it really illustrates that principle, that at some level, it's God is serving God. Dhyanaji spoke about it, but really that's the work that's being done. And to see the empowerment of the widows there who are already empowered, but the exchange of joy that goes between the staff, the devotees who come to serve, and the widow mothers, and as Dhyanaji elucidated, an equal and fair exchange is really what living this life through spiritual principles is about. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jaita, who is going to take you on an amazingly experiential journey right now. So thank you.
So much for being short. Namaste everybody, my name is Jaita and I serve in Vrindavan. Dhyanaji, Jayaji, Pia, before that Jyotishji, Deviji, everybody have spoken of upliftment today. And today we are talking about seva and how to uplift our consciousness as well as the consciousness of those whom we are serving. So, Circle of Love has been now spoken about, which is a 15-minute phone call once a week to the mothers of Vrindavan. So the volunteer calls only once a week for a 15-minute call. And that is the experiential part that we wanted to talk about. However, there are some attitudes that we need to keep in mind when we are serving. And the attitude which we picked up today is that the attitude is more important than what we do. So before we are embarking on a journey of seva, of a journey of service, I would invite all of you just to close your eyes for a moment. Please sit up straight and close your eyes for a moment. Focus at the point between your eyebrows. And think of the senior most member in your family. Could be of any age, could be of any health, could be of any nature. It does not matter. The senior most member. And watch how the face starts smiling at you. Watch how a beautiful light emanates from the eyes. Feel the love, the joy that is trying to reach out to you. And when you serve in any way, whether it is going to be speaking to that person, whether it is going to be sitting with that person, reading to that person, you will only speak, read, talk to that highest nature in that person. While keeping your eyes closed, we will do an affirmation and a prayer which relates to this attitude that we are focusing on right now. We will affirm. I will read out. You repeat after me, first loudly, then softly, then in a whisper, and then mentally. So first I will read out and you follow loudly. The whole world is my home.
The whole world is my home.
And the human race my family.
And the human race my family.
With God's kindness,
With God's kindness,
I embrace all men.
I embrace all men.
The whole world is my home.
The whole world is my home.
And the human race my family.
And the human race my family.
With God's kindness,
With God's kindness,
I embrace all men.
I embrace all men.
Softly, the whole world is my home. The human race my family. With God's kindness, I embrace all men. Now in a whisper, the whole world is my home. And the human race my family. With God's kindness, I embrace all men. Now focus at the point between your eyebrows and look at that smiling face full of joy and mentally affirm with me, only mentally, the whole world is my home and the human race my family. With God's kindness, I embrace all men. Let us pray together. Divine Mother, I will give thanks for your wonderful gift of light and love. I will be sincere in thought, word, and deed. I will seek personal happiness through making others happy. I will merge my little self into the self of all. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. You may open your eyes now. So today, as Pia said, we were going to make calls. However, I think those phone calls would be better done outdoors because of network issues. So we have a counter of the Paramahansa Yogananda Public Charitable Trust outside, and there are mothers waiting to talk to you, okay? So we have already set up these phone calls of Circle of Love that we were talking about, wherein you can interact with the mothers in Vrindavan, all right? So there is Radhama, and there's Artima, and there is Bhaktima, and many of the mothers who are waiting for your phone calls. So once we are done over here with the various talks, I will invite you outside, and there is my colleague Divisha, myself, there is Anirudh outside, there is Priya outside, so we all will help facilitate these phone calls. In the meantime, there is just one little thing I wanted to tell you all with regards to the seva that is happening in Vrindavan. The Yogananda Trust is looking after 3,100 elderly abandoned widows. That is called the Matri Seva program. This is the widow welfare program. But apart from that, the Yogananda Trust also on an annual basis looks after lakhs and lakhs of destitute people through free medical care. That is called the Arogya Vardhan program. So we have two very, very strong seva programs going on where it is not just providing the facility. We are there as, their family members. We are there as their children. We look after them, we take care of them, we don't leave their hands. We are there every step of the way. That is how all the staff at the Yogananda Trust is serving, and I invite all of you to come there and serve, and as well as see what the work is all about. Thank you so much. Oh, yes. We have a very robust Pashu Seva program that is going on. It started from the COVID times. And that time, because of the lockdown, people were not allowed to go out and feed, and nobody was coming to Vrindavan. So a lot of these animals, they were just dying out of starvation. And many people who have gone to Vrindavan or who know about Vrindavan know that there are hordes and hordes of monkeys over there. And the poor monkeys, they need food. They never had food. So Yogananda Trust, in collaboration with the local administration and with Akshay Patra, went and started providing lunch as well as dinner to all these animals. When the lockdown finished, yeah, so what happened was, that was during the lockdown. Lockdown finished, then I asked the staff, do you all want to stop now? Because now people have started coming, people have started feeding the animals. So they said, no, we just feel so grateful that they come to us. They never snatch anything from us. So I would see pictures of these. Usually, your specs are not safe, your cap is not safe, your bag is not safe, nothing is safe from the monkeys. Okay, you literally have to monkey-proof yourself before you go there, right? But over here, they would all wait for the e-rickshaw to come or the ambulance to come. They know the sound of the wheels. If the e-rickshaw is by any chance, that's not the time to give food, it's just passing by. They'll come out and they'll go, oh, oh, like that, okay? That's the sound that the monkeys make, all right? And the rickshaw driver would turn around and say, abhi nahi. Baad mein aunga. And the monkeys, as though they understand, they'll look for a moment and then they'll turn around and go back. And when the e-rickshaw comes back, and then everybody comes one by one, they'll come, they'll take the food, and then they'll go back. Next person comes, takes the food, and goes back in a queue. And I saw one amazing picture. I wish I had it on my phone right now to show you, but I don't right now. So the food that day was hot because it was khichdi, okay? And Lokesh, who was the server that day, he went with this big drum and he was serving. And each monkey with their child was sitting in front of their plate and waiting for the food to get cooler so that they could eat. So yes, Pashu Seva is a very, very gratifying seva that is there. And we just feel so loved by them. I mean, never will they snatch from any of the servers. So I think they also feel that we are family, you know, at some way. Thank you so much.
I will give the testimony. I have pictures of the monkeys behaving, and if you connect with me, I'll share it later with you. It's in my phone. I had gone there during the pandemic, and I was with the Pashu Seva team. And at a particular junction, there were about 20-25 monkeys that came, and for a moment I thought this is going to go out of hand because all the food was behind me. I was between the food and the monkeys. And they actually waited, so much so that when I was distributing on one side, and I thought somebody's actually pulling my kurta on the other side, like. And I looked down, and there was this monkey. And he was like, I've been waiting, and I'm asking you, can you? And and there's a picture somebody captured of that, and I'm giving it to him, and he sweetly then scampered off. So what a testimony. Yogananda ji used to say, if you change consciousness, as Jyotish and Devi ji, everybody has been suggesting. Master said, from consciousness, thoughts come, your energy flows, your actions then express that consciousness. That story of the tigers, why they were able to be so domesticated in one presence, you know. I want to share a little bit about Ananda Seva. I'm very happy we're launching it in Pune today. And I want to pick it up from one of the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita, also something Jyotish ji has mentioned in the Ananda Seva principles, that we should ultimately, above all, see God as the doer. And I think this is one of those highest teachings that when you read it, you say, okay, I am feeding, let's say, the monkeys, but I'm doing it. Or I have to do my job, I have to do meditation, let us say. Master used to say you won't be able to go very deep in meditation till you
give up this thought that I am meditating or this is for myself. He says that's a barrier also. And I want to share a story where I had a little glimpse of that many years ago. And this was a very important time in my life. I'm from the medical background. After MBBS, most doctors look for a post-graduation. And for me, it was a subject of preventive medicine or the newly launched, the first pilot project of the country called rural surgery. So I went to this hospital in Delhi. Only 5 hospitals had been chosen in India. And I said, I'd like to join it. And they said, that's very nice, but you're a month late. We have 1 seat vacant, but you're late. We can't change the rules. Please come next year. I said, I'm happy to work without wages. I'm happy to be in the what we call the odd batch. I don't mind, doing this few more months, extra months. I said, please don't waste the seat, and I want to learn. They said, no, rules are rules. And 3 times from one place, 3 times from the director's office, I was totally asked to leave finally. They said, no, come on, you should understand, these are rules. And when I had just given up hope, I said, okay, I'll come next year. I was having a meal with the other doctor. There were 2 seats, and he said, it's okay, Aditya, just be around, come next year. I said, yeah, what else is the option now? And just at that time, I saw a wonderful, majestic, beautiful soul walk into the room. It was a dining hall. And I told my friend, I said, who is this man? He said, I'll tell you who he is, but you have to promise me you won't take your troubles to him. I said, I promise. He said, he is the senior most surgeon we have over here. He was the senior of the director of the hospital. Well, I got up. I broke my promise. I went up to this very remarkable, charming man, and I said, and he was, I would later know, one of the leading professors of the country, and I went up to him, and he just had such an aura, he was so approachable. I said, sir, I'm so-and-so, there is a seat in your department. I would like to learn. I want to serve. Could I please get that? And he said, it's the weekend now. Why don't you come on Monday and let me interview you? I said, okay. He said, come at 9 a.m. So I was getting ready, and I would stay in South Delhi at that time. The hospital was in North Delhi, so I was trying to go before time, and everything was fine, except, and actually let me go back, the previous night I was reading Paramahansa Yogananda Ji's Bhagavad Gita, the essence of the Bhagavad Gita, and I read a line before sleeping, and it said, "O Arjuna," which Arjuna, our master said, symbolizes you and me, the devotee. "O Arjuna, as long as you think you can run your life, I will observe. But the day you invite me, I will come in and take complete charge of your life." And I was, as you can see at that point of my life, I said, Master, Guruji, I want you to take complete charge of my life. Whatever you will, may that happen. And saying, but I prayed, I said, I don't know how to give you the charge. I want to, please take the charge. And so next morning when I was going for my interview, very early in the morning, at the first metro station, nobody was there. Actually, it turned out to be Ram Navami, and the last day of Ram Navami, and I heard a voice come from a little wall, from behind the wall, "Is there somebody?" And it was a very deep call for help. And I thought, who is there? And I looked behind the wall. There was a blind beggar with rashes all over his body. His mouth was very thirsty, dry. Immediately I lifted him. I said, "What happened?" And here's some water, and what can I do for you? He said, "Oh, bete, just help me meet the president, Mr. APJ Abdul Kalam. I have come from Kanpur to meet the president of India." I said, "Sir, how? It's very hard to meet the president of India. I have not met him." I said, "How? I don't think we can meet him." He said, no, we can. And he pulled out a photograph from his pocket, and he said, "See, he met me in my hometown." And Mr. Kalam was giving him a shawl. And he said, he told me, "If you have any trouble, let me know." And he said, I said, "What's the trouble?" He said, I don't have money. I need 4,500 rupees, and I want to go and meet him." That was going to be my first job. I didn't have that much money, honestly. So in that moment, I had to choose between two things. And by God's grace, this verse came back in my mind. As long as you think you can run your life, I will observe. But if you invite me, I will take complete charge. And I smiled. I said, "Lord Krishna, you're taking my test. I'm going with this blind man. You take care of my interview. And I went with him, and we were near North and South Block. That was the metro station. And it turned out it was Ram Navami. Offices were closed. Mr. Kalam was not in office. His secretary was not there. Then we went to the public grievance cell. That was closed. Then I went to a philanthropist friend I knew. He was in London. Then I took the gentleman to the National Association of Blind. Now we were in South Delhi by this time. They said we can help if he stays in Delhi. Long story short, it was evening time, and I looked at my friend. I said, he said, I have to go back home. And I said, let me drop you to the station. I give him some little money I have. I said, let's stay in touch and let's see what we can do. And I put him back at the train, and I thought it's evening time. I should at least go and apologize for my complete absence. And when I went back, for a moment I was thinking, what am I going to say? I'm 7.5 hours late. With somebody who was the NDTV surgeon of the year many times. And I just said, what am I going to say? And I saw the professor come, and so I didn't have time to think, and I got up. And he came, I said, good evening, sir. He said, good evening. I said, sir, I'm Dr. Aditya, and I'm so, you had asked me to come this morning for the interview. Before I could say anything, he said, oh, I'm so sorry, bete. I forgot all about your interview. I was on the other side of town doing a long surgery, and I just came to the hospital. And I said, it's okay. Then I told sir the story later. I said, it's okay. He said, my phone battery has died. And he said, can I borrow your phone? I said, yes. And he said, here's my cabin, let's go inside. He offered me tea, and he looked down his directory, and he called the two people who had told me nothing can be done, the director of the hospital, the director who oversees this course across India, and he called them, and this is what he said. He said, I have just interviewed this young man for the one seat we have, and I think he's the right person for this seat. Can I ask him to join? And my ears were plugged. And I heard both of them say, whatever you think, sir. And he asked me, he gave my phone, he said, why don't you join tomorrow? I touched his feet. I said, sir, what about my joining letter? He said, don't worry about it. And when I came out of that cabin, I was looking around. I took my metro back to my room in South Delhi, and I looked around at people, at the sky, at the grounds, and I said, God is there. I said, Shri Krishna is there, gurus are there. We have to give them the charge of our life, that much, the egoic part, because while we have the ego, we have to act, and as Swamiji used to say, act in the highest way. Like one of our acharyas was saying, keep expanding that. And there comes a point where you realize, I didn't do anything. God did it. God made it happen. Or in the beginning, we realized God does the major part. And so, as we are launching, as Jayaji was saying, unless we feel that overcoming of our fears, limitation, all of those things, the doubts we may have on God and gurus, will they come, will they not, what do I do, what do they do? It's not an intellectual process. We have to keep doing our part, and then at the right time they step in. So as we launch Ananda Seva, I invite you, whether you join it through Ananda, take those principles, they are available at the stall. They are deep, as I said. I took only one of the many Jyotishji has elaborated, and see how you can apply it in small ways and more and more. And as we pray, as I prayed that night, I said, God, I don't know how to give you the charge, but I want to. And then he arranges the circumstances. I'm of firm belief. He arranges the circumstances, and he says, okay, do your part, and then I'm walking next to you. I will do my part. So I'd like to now invite Xenia over here. I hope she's in the auditorium. Maybe she's serving in one of the stalls. So Xenia was chosen to lead Ananda Seva in Pune, and she's doing what she does. She's serving outside in the stall. But through Ananda Seva, what we'll be doing in just a couple minutes, we will be taking these principles which the Paramhans Yogananda Public Charitable Trust is demonstrating, applying every day in Vrindavan. We will try to now apply them in our service over here. whether it's in our meditation, whether it is in cleaning, whether it is making prasad, cooking, doing accounting work. I often tell people we have the best accountants. They're always smiling. The bank account doesn't reflect that. So somebody said to me, yeah, you hardly give them any work. But I said, no, it works just like Jayaji was saying, when you have that joy, when you have that quality about you, there's no difference between accounting and any other work. Anand Mahima once said something many saints have said. She said, only the very wise know there is no difference between seva and sadhana. She said they are all approaches. It's like a toolkit. At different times, we take different approaches so that we all can reach the summit of God, summit of joy. So I invite you to go to the Ananda Seva stall outside. I invite you to go to the Paramhansa Yogananda stall and see how these high teachings can be brought into every aspect of our life. I think that is what we are here to share. Thank you.
Now I was saying, can it be any other way? God has taken charge of this program. We are no longer in charge of it, so I hope you will excuse us in erring on the side of God, and if we have disappointed you in your expectations about timeliness. So our next class, we're going to keep continuing the classes, but do take the time out to check out the stalls. Please especially stop by the Yogananda Trust stall and take a look at the services and how each one of us can help further the light in this world. Very beautiful talks. Thank you once again to each one who has spoken this far. Our next class here is The Inner Astrology of the Spine by Nayaswami Shankara and Amit Purohit. And on the first floor, classroom 4, we have Tyagis, Daya, and Keshava with Change Your Habits, Change Your Life. So please feel free to choose your room and enjoy the inspiration, enjoy the fun, have a wonderful time. I will now request Harsh Sharma to set the stage in this room for the next class. Thank you.
Welcome back. Hope everyone had a good break. And as we saw, the stars were aligned well in the earlier session. And this session is all about astrology. In fact, the inner astrology of the spine. One of the most fascinating subjects being discussed, being learned, all about the chakras. So the session would be led by Nayaswami Shankara. He has been with Ananda since 2003 when he met Swami Kriyananda. Has stayed since then. Worked in varying capacity, has been instrumental in setting up our monks. Right? He has been in charge, he is in charge of Ananda's Kriya home study course, which expanded a lot during the pandemic times, reaching out to thousands of students. Even offline, he has been teaching a lot of students and helping them in receiving Kriya Yoga. Accompanying him is Amit Purohit, who has been with Ananda since 2010. He is a certified meditation teacher. He also has been conducting a lot of workshops with students, with corporates, and in fact doing whatever is needed to help people out. He comes with a master's in computer science from Stony Brook, New York University. And with this, I'll invite both of them to lead us into this fascinating subject of inner astrology. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you all for staying here. We have some audience here as well. I will not dare to ask how is everybody, as Dr. Aditya asked, and then hoping the response will be awake and ready when we have kept you here hostage and almost starving. But we will try to give you some kind of an idea for the next half an hour about this topic, which is actually a very, very fundamental topic to our path. So a quick show of hands or a answer. You see a lot of faces, altar, we have masters and then some people. Can you see like a few faces here which have smiles on there? Not the inner smile, just let's stick to the physical. How many you see? Don't count Shankara here, but just the pictures. Do you see any smiling pictures? Yes, no? How many? 1, 2, 3, 5. Oh, but you see something. Nobody's. What is happening here? What is the number? Anybody? Do you see some smiling faces here? Yes, yes, all of them. Yeah, see, you're getting too spiritual now. As I said, just remain on to the physical realm. But we can agree to that both of them are smiling. Yes, there's a sort of Swami's hidden picture here. Now, see, both of them are American. They were here just now. Again, the soul could be Indian, but and even Swamiji spent most of his life also in America. So, if we replace their picture with an Indian picture, and will there be difference between how Indians smile and the Americans smile? No, but the very different cultures, isn't it true? It is still the same. If let's say we go to some very remote part, we just talked about Ukraine and then Russia, if we see those people, they must be very different, isn't it? If we have pictures of them smiling, can we still recognize it? It is very interesting, isn't it? It is. We went through the cultural barriers, we went through the geographical barriers, and yet the smile remains the smile. Do we teach our children in the schools? And you see that there is a educationalist here. Do we teach our children how to smile? Like you sort of make your face one way or the other. Do we teach it like that? Some of you, probably most of you have some children. Do we teach them? No. Or how to be sad? How do you behave when you are a sad person? No, it just comes naturally, isn't it? We all have been happy and sad in our lives. Is that true? Or am I the only one who goes through these phases? No. Yet we feel that, and you actually can give yourself a try. When you are really sad, try and force a smile. And vice versa. When you are very, very, very happy, try to act as if you are sad. Both are very equally difficult exercises to do. There's something within us, do not respond to that. And that is actually the crux of what we are going to say today, which is basically there is something moving within this form, which forces that smile. Or on the other hand, when you're not feeling very uplifted, there is something which is going through this body form in a different way. So it forces our facial expressions and many of the other body postures also in a very different way. That's why we don't ever confuse a sad person with a happy person, vice versa. We can feel it out by looking at the physical posture. And that is what is happening within this form. In the yogic term, we call it the astral spine. And what is that? Another quick trivia question. Which direction is heaven? Up. Thank you, Bindu. And which direction is hell? Down. Again, it is universal, isn't it? We have not taught it, or we haven't actually gone up and then see it. However tall building is, it is still up. And then no matter how much you dig, the patal somehow still remains unreachable. Good for us, actually. But we also talk about that. Even in English language, we talk about when you're feeling good. You say, I'm feeling high. And today, if you're not having a good day, hopefully today is not one of those. But we say, I'm feeling down. And what is that up and down is all about? Again, the same thing which basically forces us to smile when we are happy. And then the same thing which forces us to frown when we are not happy. It is what is moving up and moving down. We call it very simply energy. And where is that energy moving up and down? That is the astral spine. Astral spine. And you might have heard of chakras and other things. They are actually located along that astral spine, somewhere within this form itself. And then the key or the crux why we put all these masters here and then share this teaching is, think about that, that if you are able to have any control over how the direction of that energy in your spine is, that is a good siddhi to have. That is something, then you can have some control. You're not only bound by circumstances or situations or visit to friends or some fancy things, good things happening to you, but without them, you will be able to control your reactive process, your mood, everything like that. So this what the whole spiritual path is all about. Even the practices in our discussion is all about. And I'll just tie it quickly to one part. Yogis understood that. Circumstances kuch nahi kar sakte. Like talking like this kind of a gathering, just Dr. Aditya said, was not possible for 2 years. Who would have thought such a situation will also happen, that socialization becomes a problem, isn't it? Meeting to our beloved is forbidden, not by law, but by something that we can't see, a virus. But what that teaches us as us yogis, like we don't need to wait for the circumstances to become better, because there's no guarantee. But then they realize that we can directly start working on our inner astrology. Why not? Because that is what we're after. So they started looking at what is it that influences those. We just talked about outer circumstances. Good things हो गया, I'm happy. Not good things, I'm not happy. ये तो चक्कर चलता ही रहेगा. We realize that. But then say कि what is it more than that? And that's where they looked at the planets. If you see that many spiritual things happen on Purnima, again, this is something I invite you to experiment in your own experience as well. Especially on the day of Purnima or just a few days before, you will start feeling like a heightened sense, like a more aware, heightened sense of awareness. Again, depends on whatever you are feeling. If you are agitated, it will be difficult, because that will also aggravate that feeling within yourself also, isn't it? It is not only my experience. I think many of you probably are nodding. And what that means is something is actually having effect on us also, not just the Purnima. And that's the whole astrology is based on that. Now the astrology, I used to frown quite a bit to that subject, because just some guy tells whatever is supposed to happen in my life and then gives me some suggestions and recommendations how to fix it. Sorry, I'll take care. But that is not. Yogi says in a book Swamiji has written, Raja Yoga, he talks about that is not the way to look at astrology. And actually astrology is an excellent aid to anyone who wants to have some kind of a control over this reactive process. And he says that's why the study of astrology from a point of view, not to ये कब खत्म होगा बताइए, मेरी 7:30 ही ख़त्म कब होगी, 7:30 को थोड़ा कम कर सकते हैं, not like that. Like Deviji talked this morning about how to face change with courage, and she replaced the word courage with wisdom. And that is what the crux of a yogic approach to life is. We understand कि अपना life control नहीं हो पाएगा, situations won't be controlled. We are out of pandemic. Hopefully in our lifetime nothing else will come. It's a good hope to have, but the wise says you hope for the best but you get prepared for the worst. Meaning what? We can't count on that not to happen. And that is the right approach to looking at astrology also. What astrology says is what you see outside. There are lots of planets and constellations. They have a direct impact on how we are feeling within ourselves. And it changes. You also have experience in your own life. Sometimes you have something within you. It keeps changing in our inner environment. It keeps changing. Isn't it true? And rather than sometimes, I like how I was yesterday as opposed to how I am today. But again, that's the same thing. What we were trying to control outwardly, now we are trying to control inside. But when we realize that those effects we cannot nullify, then we start trying to be more creative about it. For जैसे ही ये खत्म होगा, the doors will open. You go outside and you all of a sudden see कि the weather has changed. It started raining big time. What will you do? Oh my goodness, I did not bring an umbrella. Oh my goodness. And all of a sudden, all of you will stay here till the rain goes off. Is it true? No. What will you do? You'll find a way out, isn't it? You'll borrow an umbrella, or you'll call a cab, or call someone who has an umbrella, isn't it? You go on the street and all of a sudden the street is closed. There's a lot of construction happening. यहाँ यहाँ से तो my home is right across the street. You don't just wait there till the government or whoever is doing the thing will complete. No, it will take 3 years for you to reach home. You find alternate route, isn't it? And that's the precise way we want to look at astrology. Ki, who are the inner citizens of this kingdom, which actually we can rule. But these are the only citizens which we can actually continue our journey or rule our kingdom. So how we can do that? For that we want to look at more carefully what is their characteristics, how we can work with them. And for that I'm going to invite Nayaswami Shankara.
Thank you, Amit, and thank you all for staying here. So this is actually a little bit of a difficult topic to demystify the chakras here, and I hope to only speak for 15 minutes. Not yet. I'll let you know when that will happen. We'll have a slide in a moment, but not yet. So I'm going to start by doing my best to demystify the chakras, and then I will speak about this inner astrology and how it all comes together. First of all, usually many people are interested in chakras, that there's just something within us that it sounds yes, that you feel I know something about these, yet they're also mysterious, that it's something made of energy, it's not tangible, yet somehow we feel drawn to it. And the reason is because all of us have chakras, and that every night we fall asleep and we go into the astral world, and we work with these more subtle energies. But then we come back here during the day, and there's a part of us that has forgotten about it. And so we need to learn how to become more subtle beings, become more aware of what is going on with our own energy. And in this way, we will be able to realize that we actually do have chakras, and we will begin to feel the chakras, and in time we will begin to feel the correlation between the chakras and the planets, and I'll get more into that later. I have such short time that I'm not going to give you too much of an intellectual understanding of the chakras. I'll touch on it a little bit today. Once I was lecturing in Bangalore, and I did 2 hours on chakras, and I thought I had just done the best class. I had just told everybody every little thing about chakras. And at the end, people were coming up and thanking. But one person came up and he said, "Are the chakras real?" And I just, what did I just stand up here for 2 hours for and tell you all about? And I realized that each one of us, we need to make our own reality, that we have to have our own understanding. And if I can do nothing else today, it is to convince you to take up a meditation practice, take up some type of practice where you can learn to feel inner energies, more subtle feelings within your own self. Feelings are nothing more than our astral body. That as we become more aware of our astral body, we become more aware of our feelings. And in fact, we're all trying to raise our level of consciousness and become more conscious. And the thing that is closest to consciousness is feeling. And part of the spiritual path is not taking our feelings and just suppressing them or deadening them so that we say, yes, no matter whether it's raining or not outside, I'm a yogi, doesn't matter. We need to not let it matter if it's raining or not. But more than that, we need to gain control of our feelings and learn actually how to feel on a more and more subtle level all of the time. And this I cannot give you. I can give you the techniques, and I hope that you will come to all of the classes that are offered and learn the techniques, but you have to do the work. You have to decide that you want to go within your own self and learn that there is an entire universe within yourself. When I first came to Ananda, people were talking about having an inner life. And what's an inner life? I thought, I know the outer life that we wake up in the morning, we go out and we do, and we have fun, and we fall asleep and we wake up again. But inner life, what is that? But I slowly came to realize after practicing meditation that there is an inner life that we all can have. And as we become more and more sensitive, we learn to feel even the pull of the planets out there, and I'm going to get into that more. Anyways, you do have chakras. The chakras are real, and they are within you, and it is as if a wheel is turning inside of you all of the time. And there's an outer wheel out there as well. When we look up, we see the sun go overhead, we see the moon go, we see the planets, and it's as if this wheel is turning. And so there's an outer wheel and there's an inner wheel. And one of the important things of taking up a practice of meditation is learning how this inner wheel and the outer wheel, how they come together, so that we can live in harmony with the universe. Most of us, we don't live in harmony. I'm going to do my own thing, and we run off in this direction and that, and we've forgotten how to listen subtly to what the universe is trying to tell us. And then, as Amit was saying, and this is very hard to believe, but it's true, that this inner wheel that turns, it can in time become more powerful than that outer wheel that is turning. And you, by your practice of yoga, by your practice of learning to control life force and your energy inside, can learn to control what's going on the outside. In the book Autobiography of a Yogi, Paramahansa Yogananda wrote that he sometimes would ask astrologers to tell him his absolute worst periods of time, and then he would set his will to accomplish whatever he wanted to do in that. Why? Because he had learned how to control the outer environment by first learning how to control his inner environment. Another important thing as I bring up this lineage of masters and these great ones, part of life and being on the spiritual path is learning to understand how much attention did Paramahansa Yogananda give to astrology. In his book, I'm not sure, there may be 52 chapters in there, I'm not sure. But one chapter he gave to astrology. So it certainly has its place to understand, to study, but he didn't dwell on it over and over again. And in my opinion, it's more important to go inside and learn about the inner chakras and learn how to control this inner wheel that is always turning, it's always spinning. I'm going to give you a little very actually important hint here. One of the things that's happening which makes this wheel turn on the inside is our physical breath. And our breath, for most of us, it's always moving. You could say it's always turning, the incoming breath and the outgoing breath. And the way that that moves dictates the way that we feel. And it dictates how we are connected to those outer planets. I'm going to ask for that to be brought up now. I knew that if I brought this up too early, you wouldn't listen to me and you'd just stare at this thing. So this is a picture from the book, The Art and Science of Raja Yoga. This is a very, very, very important diagram. And on it, it might be too small for you to see, so you can go buy an Art and Science of Raja Yoga book out there. But it has the Irda and the Pingala, which represent Ketu and Rahu. And who would think that you could gain control of Ketu and Rahu? And we all know, I think I can, I'll buy some gemstones and I'll go to an astrologer and he'll tell me to do this and that. But what I'm telling you to do, more than any of that, learn to watch your breath. Learn to watch it very subtly. That if you can learn to watch it, you will see that when you inhale, and he was talking about this, that a subtle energy rises in the spine. And when you exhale, subtle energy, and if you can learn, at first we have to learn to feel these currents. But then we can learn through the practice of Kriya Yoga to gain control of these. And don't doubt what I'm saying. You might think, that guy, I don't know. Gain control of Ketu and Rahu? That sounds kind of big there. I don't know. I'm telling you the truth. You are gods. You might be a little bit of sleeping God right now. That's okay. We all are. And we're learning how to wake up and we're learning how to feel that we have an inner power inside of us that can control the universe. And so we also have other techniques where we teach you to feel this energy in the spine. Another one, some of you here know it, Hong Saw in the spine. If you go very deep into Hong Saw in the spine, you can see the different chakras there. Well, our energy is always moving at different chakras. But here's something for those of you who know this technique deeply. Where is your energy centered? That your energy could be centered about the heart chakra. Or your energy could be, which, by the way, is Venus. And you could learn to take control of that particular planet if you can learn to feel these energies and learn to take control of these energies. And of course, we have at the spiritual eye the sun. We have Krishna who lives here. I could go on and tell you all about the chakras, the different chakras. This is Krishna, is at this chakra. The first two chakras that we have Nakula and Sahadev, who were twins. And the energy in the first two chakras, the energy of earth and water, that we have to learn how to have those work together cooperatively, like twins would work together. That if we have too much of the water chakra, that we're wishy-washy and we just are going this way and that way and we don't know what's going on. If we have too much of the first chakra of the earth, that we can become too strict and too rigid. And we have to learn how to have these flow together. I'm smiling because very often I think of making rotis, that if you add too much water, then you're adding more of the atta, you add more atta and you're adding more water, and there's a flow that comes together where you get it just right. And this is what we do things on the outward level to learn how to get things just right, but that's all just practice for us to learn how to get things just right. And if we can learn to be here, I enjoyed Aditya's story so much today about Krishna. If we can learn to be here with Krishna, we can learn to be in the inner sun. And you think that that ball of fire that goes across the sky, that, well, certainly this is just a symbol for that. That's the powerful thing. Oh no, the powerful thing is within you. That is the symbol for your spiritual eye here, for your inner sun. And as you can bring your energy up here more and more, you can learn to control all of the different planets on the inside. And this is very, very, very possible. So don't feel that it's not possible. Of course, we also have all of the different constellations on that chart. And I thought that this was just a well-known thing. I don't know actually that much about outer astrology. It's funny that Divine Mother made me give this talk today. I know much more about the inner astrology. Maybe I'll talk a little bit more about that. But on there you can see all of the different constellations. Those also all relate to the different chakras. I thought that this was just always known in Indian astrology. But actually Swami Kriyananda, he has maybe revived this, that this is one of his gifts to the world. And when an astrologer told me that, oh no, Swami Kriyananda has given us this. Because if you go to an astrologer, he's going to draw up one of these charts for you. I'm sure many people here know that chart. But did you know that that chart also, that it's right there, that it's within you, and that you can learn to control it? And so please, we don't have the time today to study this, but study this and see where your energy is. And I'll end with this, that go back into your own self and learn to feel your own energy. Learn to feel when your energy is heavy and it's down in the lower three chakras. Or learn to feel when your energy is up in the higher three chakras. And we can learn to live in the upper chakras all of the time. One of the most beautiful things about Ananda is that I met people when I first came, they were smiling all the time. And I thought, there's either something really right with these people or really wrong with these people. I've never met anyone who smiles all of the time. And I really started to study these people. And when I moved into the ashram at first, what's he doing? Does he go home at night and really throw things against the wall and get angry, and then he comes on during the day and he's just all smiling? And I watched and I watched and I realized there was some people and they were smiling all the time. And I said, what's he doing? I want to do what he's doing. And I realized that he was practicing Kriya Yoga, and that he knew he had the control over the energy. And it just wasn't one person. There's many, many people. Get to know all of the great souls at Ananda. There's so many of them. And you'll see that it's what they're doing. So they're practicing Kriya Yoga. They're practicing the energization exercises. They know what it feels like to live in the upper three chakras all the time. They know what to do when they feel their energy drop down into the lower three chakras, and how to raise that energy back up again. And this is God's gift to all of us, that God comes again and again to show us techniques, to show us how to live on every level of life. And again, I want to emphasize, Dhyanaji was standing here, our path is not just about meditation, that it's about learning to live every single aspect of life in just a wonderful and uplifted way, where we can have so much joy, so much happiness, and we can just know that absolutely everything is coming from God. It's another point that I wish to make as we look at that chart, that most human beings, they're just going through life, and their planets are circling around, that wheel in the sky is turning, and they don't know why they're doing this or they're doing that. That it's simply their karma that is forcing them to do X, Y, Z. But Sri Yukteswarji told us in the Autobiography of a Yogi that the more spiritual that a man becomes, that he then can influence the entire universe, the entire cosmos. And so as we make this inner wheel, and we learn how to make it spin properly with Kriya Yoga, as we learn how to do that, we can influence the outer world more and more and more, until it doesn't influence us whatsoever, until we are no longer bound by our karma. Once Swami Kriyananda Ji said to someone, "Oh, I was saving that karma, and I chose to utilize it at this particular point." How many of us can say that we will decide, okay, we know what our karma is now, and we'll decide which one we'll utilize at which point. But Swamiji had figured out through the use of Kriya Yoga how to harmonize himself with the will of God, and how to completely take control of all of the different planets and the chakras. So I'm going to hand this over now to Amit Purohit, and he's going to give us some instructional things that we can do here. So I hand it back over to you.
Well, I don't know how much time we have, but we will just do a quick exercise. So one of the things that Swamiji gave to work with chakras directly is he gave a particular note which sort of vibrates at a very close frequency to the chakras that we have. So as an experience, what we're going to do is I'll play the note on harmonium. You listen to that note. I will tell which chakra it is, and also tell you the position of that chakra. So just mentally try to tune into that position in your physical body, and then chant, sing this note along with me. We're going to start from the lowermost chakra, go up, down, maybe a couple of times. So this is Muladhara. This is the base of the spine, close to the anus muscles. If you want, you can tense and relax the muscles around that area. Listen to this note, and you can chant Om with me loudly. Inch and a half above Swadhisthana center. This is where the sexual organs are. Manipur, stomach center. You can tense and relax that area. Heart center, Anahat. Chant this note with me. Vishuddhi, throat center. Medulla oblongata, negative side of the seventh. And finally the spiritual eye. Quickly, one more time, we'll go down and up. Spiritual eye again. Om Vishuddhi. Om Anahat, heart. Om stomach center. Om Swadhisthana. Om Muladhar. Close your eyes just for a moment. And just feel how this exercise, or just putting a little awareness onto our chakras, makes you feel. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Well, thank you all for joining this half an hour with us. There's more to talk, as Shankara was talking about, and then this is just a test. All the practices that we teach here, Kriya Yoga, as he was talking about, is actually just working along the same line. Again, just making us more aware of the energies which is there central to the chakra system, and also through that awareness having more control over it. So we will be around to have more discussions, and then there are booths, and then the books which he mentioned will be at the bookstall also. Thank you again. Om.
Thank you, Jamal, Swami Shankara, and Amit. Hopefully you won't get the same question now. Are chakras for real? I think it was a very well experiential workshop that we have done now. There are a couple of books at least that are out there on the stall. Your Sun Sign as a Spiritual Guide, Chakras for Starters, and of course Amit and Shankara are there for any questions. Thank you again. We'll be having 2 sessions now, one in this hall, another one in the another hall. In this room we'll be having topic transitioning in grace, how to prepare for life's final exam, which will be done by Brahmachari Gaurav and Ashish, while in the other room we'll be having balancing material success with a spiritual life, which will be conducted by Pia Singh. So now I invite Ashish and Brahmachari Gaurav to lead the session.
Over to you,
So
Gaurav.
I'll say a few words before we start. Ashish Chakravarti, he started with Ananda in 2009, has been very active on Kriya Home Study course, teaching to a lot of students. He frequently conducts sessions on stress management, right, healing. I've been traveling around a lot between Bangalore, Gurgaon, Pune, now in Chandigarh, and is also helping out a lot on the Ananda publication side. Along with him we have Brahmachari Gaurav, who is graduate in business administration from Symbiosis Pune, and even before that he started his teachings very early in his life. Stayed with Swami Kriyananda, right, from 2004. In fact, he spent around a decade with him, so a lot of inspiration coming from him. He has also been part of management of the Ananda Sangha India Trust, and now he offers program on various subjects including meditation, holistic well-being, also takes groups on pilgrimages, right? So that is what very fascinating part. I've also been part of that. Is also reaching out to students and business leaders not only in India but also internationally in Singapore and China. So over to you.
Thank you.
Both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing? How do you feel, I should ask? I can't hear you.
Awake and ready is the right answer.
Some people are saying awake and ready. You don't seem awake and ready. So let's repeat that. How is everyone feeling? How do you feel? How do you feel? Good, very good. Thank you. So, we have this very interesting topic now in this session that Ashish and I will be doing. And the topic is transitioning in grace, how to prepare for life's final exam. And I think that's a nice way of putting it, transitioning in grace. I was thinking, to put it more bluntly, how to die in grace. But really, that's the name of one of the books that one of our members wrote in Ananda, and I think that book, you can find it outside. And that book is really about that when you live a life filled with all these principles, all these things that we've talking since morning, what is the fruit of such a life? And really, more importantly for our discussion today, how do you transition out of this world? So it's a very nice word, transitioning in grace. How do you, let's say, pass away gracefully? And I was thinking about this topic today, and I thought the very simple answer is, if you want to die with grace, in grace, you have to first live in grace. Isn't it true? That we sometimes think, as I have to admit, this was how I was in school. When exam time would come, I was one of those students who would not study for the whole year. And just at the very last moment, last few days, I would try to cover everything that was taught in the year. And we know all how that goes. It's not a very fun experience. But we don't want to be like that when the final exam comes. When the time comes for us to leave this planet, as somebody was saying this morning, all of us have to one day. That at least is inevitable. We want to go in a nice way. We want to go in an uplifting way. So I thought I would share a few things, and then Ashish will share a few things, and maybe we'll have time for some questions and answers at the end. And the questions I'm about to ask are very simple. The first question is, how many of you have ever gone on a journey on a train or an airplane? So raise your hands if you have. Very good. This is partly to make sure you're awake and ready. Otherwise, I could have asked you just to nod your heads. But if you're already sleeping and you're nodding, then it doesn't help. Okay, second question. When you've gone on that journey, maybe it's a vacation you took to some place, you booked your train ticket, you booked your flight ticket, and now you're on that journey. Now, the day before, the night before, what do we all do often? We pack our bags, isn't it? You pack your suitcases, maybe there's check-in luggage, maybe there's carry-on luggage. How many of you, and you have to answer truthfully, have, going on one of those journeys, overpacked your suitcases? Raise your hands if you have. Okay, everyone be truthful. Go back in your life. That time when you really, you were going for 2 days, you just needed 2 shirts, 4 shirts, and you packed 10 of them. You needed 1 sweater and you packed 4 jackets. So how many of you have overpacked your luggage? Okay, I see more hands, very good. And how is that feeling? You pack your suitcases, you needed just 1, but you said, chalo, ek aur le chalte hain, So you have 2, then a carry-on, there's a sweet bag, there's a water bottle, and you reach the train station, you reach the airport, and suddenly what do you have to do? You have to take the stuff in. And how is that journey? I want some of you to share. It's a very simple question. Unhappy, okay. You have all this luggage, yes. Exactly. Who's going to carry this? मैं ले तो आया, but who's going to carry all this luggage, Anyone else? It's difficult. It's heavy. You start asking, I should have packed less. Sometimes you realize that on the way back, when the vacation is over and you realize you haven't used half the stuff, and then you're coming back again with that heavy luggage, then these things go in your mind. Unnecessary many things. I have done this myself. And we learn. I think sometimes we learn from that experience that good not to carry so much with you when you're on that journey. Okay, the other question, and maybe this is the other half of the audience who didn't raise your hands, that how many of you pack very light when you go on a journey? Yeah, you're like, I have learnt my lessons, or maybe I was born this way, I had wisdom. Born this way. I'm like, I want to enjoy my journey and I will just take the essentials, just 1 backpack, 1 small carry-on. So how many of you have experienced that? I see people pointing fingers at each other, husbands and wives maybe, or friends. And how is that feeling? When you have that 1 little suitcase, backpack, you reach the train station or start that long journey, how does that feel? Enjoyable. Less stressful. Nirvana, okay. We don't need these teachings. We are already in Nirvana. What else? You feel light, isn't it? You're like, this is manageable, this is doable. And you actually enjoy the journey, isn't it? And I was thinking, that's really, life can teach us so much about death, which is our subject. And really, it's really about baggage at the end of the day. Because when time comes to leave this world, all that's going to make the difference is how much baggage do you have that you think you need to carry, or if you have made a habit of saying, I keep it simple. I've realized you don't need much to go on a journey, because death is a journey. It's going to be a journey all of us have to take one day, someday, very soon, because you never know. And really, we want to reach the point that when that day comes, we have very little baggage. Because like I said, like you all said, if when that time comes, when that time is approaching, you are light, you don't have many things, the journey is going to be enjoyable, all the things that you said. But if there is a lot of baggage that you have, and we are going to talk about what that baggage is on that journey, then like you all said, it's going to be heavy, it's going to be stress, you're going to be like, why did I accumulate so much of stuff that I know I'm not going to need? And the other thing is, I want to ask you now, because this is just, we are wiser than we know, we have all the answers ourselves. When you go on that journey, this is the next question. You pack your 1 bag, 1 suitcase. Let's say we've reached that stage. We know, okay, 1 or maybe 2 suitcases you need to go on that vacation. Now you're off to Goa or you're off to the Himalayas for that vacation. You have 1 suitcase worth of stuff with you. But all of us have maybe 50 suitcases worth of stuff back at home, isn't it? All our possessions, all our furniture, all the rest of our clothes. Everything else is still there. We don't carry it with us, do we? No. So when we go on that vacation, we are now on that journey. Do any of us worry about all that stuff that's on back home? No, we know we don't, right? Somehow we are like, that's going to be fine. It's not with me. I'm not surrounded by it, but it's going to be fine, right? You go on a vacation with some people, let's say a few friends, a few family members. But if you have 50 friends, you have 50 family members, you leave them all behind for that week, 10 days. Do you worry about them on that journey? No, they're going to be fine, right? All your responsibilities, everything that takes up so much of our time every day. I'm responsible for this. Everything. Don't you just drop that? Right? When you go on that vacation? It's a baggage on one level. But all of us, nobody has to tell us, we know how to do it on that 1 week break. We know how to do it on that vacation. To let everything be, and we still are happy, isn't it? Right? And so that's the second point. That when that journey of death comes again, it's just a journey. It's just like this journey. And when it comes, why is there that fear, sorrow? Because we won't take any of that with us. But then that should be fine, right? Because we are used to it. Doing it for shorter periods of time, we're always happy. And then the final thing I wanted to ask or mention was that, again, when you go on that journey, let's say it's to a foreign country. When I remember the first time I went abroad, it was very nice. You go, you hear, I think for me it was Singapore, and you see all the things you are supposed to do, all the tourist attractions, all the parks and the things you want to do. And how do you feel? Just think back to your first journey on a train or a plane. You're going to a new city. How do you feel? Excited. Sorry? Amazed. More. Everyone's awake? Thrilled. Remember back to that time. How do you feel? How did you feel? When you're going to a new place, you've not been there before, but you've been making plans, waiting. How are you? Say that louder. Thrilled. Yeah, you're joyful. Maybe you're planning with your friends. You're looking forward to it, isn't it? You've never been there. You don't know what to expect. But there's, like someone was saying, there's an excitement in the air. You're planning, there's anticipation. And so it is finally again. When we talk about death, Yogananda said it's the most silly thing to fear it. Because it's a journey to some place unknown perhaps. But we know when we go on these trips to these places which are unknown, we are always joyful. It's not, we are anticipating, we are looking forward to it. And so what's off here then? Why do we need this session? How to prepare for life's final exam. We just have to, these are very simple things on one level, and we all kind of realize it in our soul level. And it's just about every single day. Life is just saying, what you do when you go on those journeys to those cities, do that every single day. Get up in the morning and ask yourself, in this day that I'm going to go through, what do I not need in this day? And just drop that baggage. Just take a moment. You get up on the bed, just take a few moments. If you pray, if you meditate, whatever, sit on your bed and say, today, what do I not need on this journey? And just mentally go through your mind and say, okay, I can drop that. I can live without that one. I've been away from that one in the past and I've still be happy. And drop that baggage mentally. Often when I go for a walk near my home in Delhi, it might be a long walk to the park. It might be even on a drive sometimes. I just go for a drive. And I consciously leave my phone at home. I leave my wallet at home. Maybe I'll take my driving license, maybe 100 rupee note, just for an emergency. But I just go. I don't take anything else. Because these are the small ways we have to practice this. Our independence from the things that we feel, I can't live without. So you say, I can drop that baggage. That's unnecessary on this half an hour journey that I'm about to take in the park or on the road. I can do without it. And then you build and you start remembering. I was thinking, when we were all children, small children, young children, maybe babies, maybe 6 months, 1 year old, are small children often happy? Yes or no? Yes. Why do you think they are happy? A small baby, 6 months, 1 year old. Of course, they also cry, I know. But why are they often so joyful? Why do they smile? Why are they so happy? They have no baggage. Excellent. And I'm going to talk about that. What is that kind of baggage that they don't have? What else? Why are they so joyful? Why are they so happy? They are innocent. They live in the moment. They are in touch with God. Yeah, all right answers. Do they have any possessions to their name that they're aware of? Nobody has told them कि ये pram आपका है, आपका नाम लिखा है इस पे, and that cupboard is yours. They have nothing. We had nothing when we were that stage. Yet we were the most joyful. That was the time in our lives when we maybe even didn't have clothes over our body, but we were the most joyful. And like someone said, because we did not have baggage. And the yogis say, Yogananda said, Swami Kriyananda would say, that this baggage which we want to drop, now it's not a physical baggage like we pack our suitcases. He said, these are our self-definitions that we accumulate through our life as we grow up. That I am this, I am that. I have this, I have that. I am rich, I am poor. I am a banker. I am a dentist. I am Indian. I am American. I have many talents. I don't have anything. And these self-definitions, Yogananda said, really are the only baggage of the soul. Because they are the ones who bind us down and prevent us from feeling free. That's why that child feels so happy, so joyful, because that self-identification, self-definition is almost nil. He has no reference that this is mine, that is mine, I have this quality, talent, that is mine. None of that is there. There is, like someone says, there's a lot of joy because you're very close to your soul nature. And that's where we want to head when we want to prepare for life's final exam. And so every day we want to prepare and we want to shed our self-definitions. And how do you do that? How do we do that? Is it easy? Yes. It is easy on one level. On another, it isn't. But it is on one level very easy. And, it begins just every single day not identifying with these passing self-definitions. When you were a baby, maybe today you are 30 and you're a banker, right? And you've convinced yourself I'm a banker. I'm a banker. I work in the bank. I go every day. I have been a banker. I'm a good banker. People tell me I'm a great banker. But really, is that who you are? Are you bankers? No. What were you when you were 5? It's something that has changed. And by that very fact that you are that identity for a brief moment of time before, after you're not that tells you that's not real. And so Yogananda said, don't identify yourself with anything that is not true ultimately. Because when the time comes to transition, and you have a lot of identifications like that, that's what makes it hard. That we suddenly don't know, but what will happen in the unknown? Because whatever I know I am, is suddenly not going to be there. And that's why the yogis say, practice it now. Practice it every day. And just affirm, like the great master says, that I am a child of God. I am made in God's image. I am made in the image of the divine. I am perfect. I am free. I am joyful. And everything else is, it's not important. It's really not important. So it takes practice, of course. But I tell you, we practice it. And I can tell you from my own experience, it's not hard when you begin practicing these things that, Don't feel that you are this body and personality. When I used to, in the very beginning, many years ago, somebody comes up to you and says something mean, or you have a talent, you are, let's say, a good cook, and somebody comes and says, I tasted your food, it was horrible. How do you feel? We feel bad, naturally, right? They're like, tasteless. It was, the worst food I've ever had. You feel bad. Why do you feel bad? Because Yogananda said you're identifying yourself with something, that I am a good cook. And then what happens? Somebody comes along and says you're not. The ego wants to defend that position, maintain it. Everyone's been telling me I am, so how come you're telling me I'm not? And then this tug of war begins and leads to many, many other complications. But if you can just by practice, discipline yourself and just catch that thought at that moment, you can really, I tell you, you can turn that emotion into joy. If you release that self-identification. So what I mean is somebody comes and tells you, you're a terrible cook. And rather than, justifying and defending yourself, just smile. Don't say anything. And inwardly, you can say, that's true. I am not a cook after all. Are we cooks? We are not cooks. Were we bankers? We are not. So we do everything in this world. We have to. All of us have to fulfill our dharmas, our duties. But the key is not to take it so seriously that it becomes our identity. Right? And so that's the kind of baggage the yogis say, every day drop it. Whatever you feel, not this, not that, I'm not this, I'm not that. So I tell you, it becomes more easier. The more you practice it. And I was telling some friends in Delhi recently, now, after some years of practicing this, when I've done something which, let's say I deserve credit, somebody should come and acknowledge and give you flowers and people totally ignore you. It's as if in their mind that never happened. I feel so good about it because you start those self-identities, you start seeing yourself in that true perspective, like that child. So you say, I'm not important. So why am I fretting if someone didn't come and, whatever, give me credit? Or someone comes and says something mean to you, and you don't respond, you don't react in the same way. And you start enjoying really your own nothingness. You start enjoying, oh, good. I'm glad they didn't invite me to that party or that conference or that meeting where I, because of my position, should have been there. You're like, good. One less conversation to have. One less thing to worry about, Because this I is the source of all of these things, Like Jyotishji was saying this morning, if we can expand that while living, then when death comes, it's just blissful. Like Yogananda said, death is then just walking from this room into the next. Is that terrible, walking from this room into the next? It's no effort. It takes 5 steps. It's like, oh, new room. And that's then what death will be like, transitioning in grace. So we have to live in grace. We have to live every day with that attitude. And then really every day becomes joyful. You start feeling lighter. Just like that journey. And then, when death comes, it's just a simple transition. And so many of our friends, and again, I encourage you maybe to go through that book. There is one more book by Yogananda Ji, Karma and Reincarnation. And that's also a very, very nice book on this subject. And that so many of our friends who have practiced these teachings, you hear of their stories when they pass away from this earth, and just mind-blowing. There is so much grace, there is so much light, there is so much freedom when they go, and you look at the kind of freedom they go in, and just it's beautiful. I'll close with this, a dear friend of ours in Delhi many years ago, he passed away, and he was practicing these things, not for a very long time even, for some years, but when he passed away, he knew, as would often happen back in the day, when his time of departure was coming. And Mr. Beej, he called his family. You know, they were all in Delhi, and he said, "Come to the hospital. I'll be going tomorrow." And some of us from the ashram also went. And he was lying on the hospital bed, and he sat up when people came, and he looked around to his family, and he said, "I'm going." You know, with complete freedom, with that calmness, because he had no baggage. You know, he had become very childlike, which is what I'm talking about. You start seeing yourself back as you were. And he said, "I'm going." And he said, "Now the prana is leaving my legs. Now it is leaving my calves. Now it is leaving my thighs." Prana, energy, which we've been talking about today. And he said, "Now it has left my stomach." And one by one, he was taking them through his death, basically. And he finally said, "Om," and he was gone. So I think that's something to aspire towards. And it's not difficult. It's not difficult. It's our nature. We can all do it. We just have to drop our baggage, pack light for the journey, practice it every day. So thank you. And I'll invite Ashish to share some things now.
Just check on the time. Good. So, thank you, Gaurav. And you know, sometimes when we talk about this subject of death, it seems a little morbid, a little scary. It's something we don't want to sort of talk about. Each one of us know, yeah, that's right, but you don't have to tell me I'm going to die. But for those of us who are here since morning or even for half a day, you would have noticed something today, wouldn't you? That most of the people who were here on stage, sitting in front, the choir here, the volunteers outside, all seem to live differently. Did you feel that? And Swami Shankar was talking about when he first came to Ananda and he saw the people happy all the time. I think most of us have the same reaction. We're like, who are these people? What are they doing? How can it be that one person can be happy all the time? We have all been happy, but then we're not happy after a while. Then we have been energetic and enthusiastic, and then we're like, oh, I don't want to do this. But yet you see these people, everybody here in this place called Ananda, that they are doing something. And the ability to live differently is coming from only one thing, this path of Kriya Yoga. This is what is preparing all of us here for the final exam. Remember in school, colleges, there was these surprise tests. All those teachers, they'd come in and say, bright Wednesday morning, you're waiting for the lunch break and you go and play some cricket, and he says, there'll be a test. And you're like, that's ruined our day. But that comes to people of time to time when they don't know that they're going to pass and something happens. And yet they are the final exams that they come. And all of us, even Gaurav here, had to prepare for it, right? In college, he was at some point. But why not start now? Why not start now when we know the exam? We don't know the date exactly, thank God for that. But we do know that that exam is coming. So let me just talk a few things in practical ways how we can prepare. Of course, if you base your life on meditation, that becomes easier. We had the session before that on the chakras, and as Gaurav explained about Mr. Vij, that you know how the energy will one by one go up and hopefully exit from here as you transition, as you pass this, as you leave this body behind. But mentioning this, that we do have to leave some of the things behind us. And Gaurav very nicely talked about the self-definitions that we have to leave behind. We have to leave behind our attachments. We have to leave behind things that we care for on a human level. But that doesn't mean we stop doing that now, please. Yeah? Look after yourselves. Do everything that you're doing with energy, with enthusiasm, and with as much joy as you can. But really, at one point, the point will come, as it came so nicely with Mr. Vijay, and we've seen that with many people. Please do get that book, Transitioning in Grace. You will see many, many true stories of people who have left the body literally in grace. But they have to leave the body. And in preparation for that, one of the things that we can do really, and Swami Kriyananda would talk about it, that our attachment to this body, we can start losing it now without losing the ability to take care of it as required. So when he would have a shower, he would be rubbing his arms and he would say, this will become dust one day. And in that process, slowly realized that, yes, he was keeping the body clean, but not necessarily being attached to it. Swamiji also would say that if you are hungry, try not to say, I am hungry. Say it's just mentally. Otherwise, if you say it aloud too much, people might think you're crazy. But just say it's time to feed the body. Know that you're made of energy. You can never be tired. But if you need to, say it's time to rest the body. Step by step, convince yourself that you are so much more than the body that you are currently living in. So as you do that practice, and over time, you'll realize, as we have seen, when it comes, you can drop it because, like that new city we were going to, it is exciting out there. There is something to look forward to, and you needn't worry about what's left behind. Welcome back, Aditya ji, Jyotish ji, Karthikeyan ji, wonderful to see you. Right, and I think we are also out of time here. And I'll just wrap up with this one thought, that what we see when we first come to Ananda, this level of enthusiasm, this level of joy, the attitude of seva, which everybody has alluded to so beautifully throughout, that if you start to practice, and your ability to practice that will increase, yes, with the company we keep, with following the teachings, reading the books, but your own sadhana, your practice and your meditation. And in that preparation, you will see that you can live in joy and you can exit in bliss. And this transition, it's not something to worry about. Don't look forward to it too much. It will come. But while you're doing your living, live in joy, and then we will see. The rest is easy. Thank you, everyone. God bless you.
Now I invite Soumya to introduce us to the next topic for the EFL.
Good evening, Jai Guru, Namaskar to everyone. Welcome. I'm here to introduce Nitaiji and Aryavan. Nitaiji is going to talk about the Education for Life principles, which is based on Paramahansa Yogananda's principles of education. Nitaiji is co-founder of Education for Life with Swami Kriyananda, who is the author of Swami Kriyananda wrote this book, Education for Life, based on which we have the schools and we are also practicing principles in other areas of Education for Life. Nitai Deranja is a co-founder with Swami Kriyananda of Education for Life, and he started the first EFL elementary school in 1972. And in 1997, he co-founded the first EFL high school. In this current role as President of Education for Life International, he currently oversees a network of schools in the United States, Europe, and now in India. Nitai has two wonderful adult children who attended Education for Life schools. He is the author and co-author of 4 books. For Goodness Sake, Supporting Children and Teens in Discovering Life's Highest values. The second book is The Art of Joyful Education, Journey to the Heart of Nature, and most recently, The Road to Maturity, which is the culmination of all the tools and practices we have been using for 50 years in Education for Life schools in US and Europe. I would also like to introduce Aryavan, who is going to be the keynote speaker here. Aryavan Maxwini, he is an ambassador of Education for Life here in India. He is a triple gift to us. Aryavan's parents, his father he is a teacher in Education for Life school. He himself went to the Education for Life school, and now he is also a trainer. He's training teachers for practicing Education for Life. Aryavan Maxwini was born and raised in Ananda spiritual community in California and has been a disciple of the spiritual master Paramahansa Yogananda for over a decade. After meeting Yogananda's direct disciple Swami Kriyananda at the age of 22, Aryavan spent the next 3.5 years traveling with and learning from him. At Swamiji's request, Aryavan became a teacher in an Education for Life school, which uses a system of education based on Yogananda's teachings. He now lives in India, working on different projects to bring the practical universal principles of yoga into mainstream education, including the creation of an Education for Life-based K-8 curriculum and the founding of an EFL Institute for a broader dissemination of this approach to teachers and parents in Europe, India, and around the world. So now I welcome Nitaiji and Aryavan to come and share some light over the further experience of Education for Life. Thank you. Welcome, Aryavan.
Is this working? Okay, great. So my name is Nayaswami Nitai, and I get to share with you the beginning of a presentation of Education for Life. Most of you have read Autobiography of a Yogi, but some of you haven't. So what in that book, it shows Paramahansa Yogananda his evolution as spiritually, at least as a model for us. When he was about 22 years old, he had his first experience of cosmic consciousness, which is described in the Autobiography of a Yogi. And shortly after that, his guru, Sri Yukteswar, came up to him and he says, well, are you going to keep all the honey for yourself? And the idea that all the spiritual realization that he had, was he going to be content just to have it and keep it inside? And of course he didn't. And he responded by starting a school. It was in Dihika in 1916. So that would mean that Yogananda was 23 years old at that point. Started very humbly, kind of like a little shack. It had a bare floor. And he started working with about 7 boys at that point. And then for the next 3 years, that school continued to expand very rapidly. Was moved to Ranchi, had the backing of the Maharaja of Kazim Bazar, and applications skyrocketed. They had many more applications they could have. I think they had room for about 200, and they had about 2,000 students. That came to an end quite abruptly, extremely abruptly. One morning, Yogananda was meditating in a quiet place that he'd found, a little storage shed on the campus, which has now been turned into a big shrine. If you go to Ranchi, it's quite a transformation. But he had the vision of the West, the Westerners, all these Westerners looking at him and calling to him. And he felt that was this important turning point in his life. He actually had Sri Yukteswar verify that, and then he actually prayed for Babaji to come and also collaborate, because it was such a, from a human point of view, it was a mind-boggling change. I mean, especially in 1920 in India. To think about going to the West, first of all, you couldn't even go there because of World War I, and he ended up being on the first ship to make that passage. So it's just this enormous shifting of priorities. Plus, he was the headmaster in this school and the founder, which he must have been kind of well, I can't say that he was attached to it, but he felt responsible in some way. But to be moved out of that in such a quick way was a powerful experience. When he came to the United States, even for the next, I think Piaget showed me some his highlights, or he was publishing a list of ideas or things that he wanted to implement. And even up to 1929, which is this particular one, at the top of the list was to establish how to live schools in the West. Well, what he found out was that it wasn't time. The parents weren't ready. Parents who don't appreciate yoga and Vedanta and all these things are not going to enroll their children in a school, parents being quite conservative usually that way. So that got put on the back burner, and it wasn't until Swami Kriyananda founded Ananda Village, which was a magnet to draw in parents who did want this kind of education, that we could start the schools in 1972. So they've grown. Today we get to hear two wonderful expressions of that. We're going to have a short talk by Dr. Amita Wattal, who is supervising the bringing of these principles into the public education sector in Gurgaon. And then Soumya will come back, Tyagi Soumya will come back, and she'll share about the efforts right here in Pune of founding an EFL school. But I wanted to just shortly talk about what can we bring, because Yogananda is obviously the inspiration for Education for Life. He didn't leave that much in written form about what Education for Life would look like or how it would operate. So he did a couple of things. There's a couple of articles one called The Balanced Life, one called The Psychological Chart, which are available. If you're interested, there's a edforlife.org website that has them. You can read them on there. But I wanted to share a story. It's the only story I know of that happened while he was a teacher in a school at Ranchi. And it just shows Yogananda in a very typical situation. Two boys are upset with each other, and they start fighting with each other. How many teachers have had to deal with that? We were looking at Soumya's school the day before, and all of a sudden 2 boys are and so it's a very common situation. So, but this little story was shared by one of the students of his later on in life, and he wrote a little story about those days. He said, so the boys were having a hard time, so Yogananda, it was a residential school. So he didn't tell them, he didn't say, don't fight, stop fighting. Because that's the approach adults usually use, right? You tell the kids what you want them to do and then almost never do it. They always find another way to respond. So what he did, though, is he arranged that they would have to share the same bed. And so he put them in the bed, and here's all of a sudden you're having to sleep with your enemy. And so they were, restless and stuff, but eventually they calmed down and they kind of went to sleep. Well, at that point, the teacher, Yogananda, comes up behind the bed, and very surreptitiously, he reaches over and he flicks the ear of one of the boy with his fingers, pop, and then he steps back. And the boy that got the finger in the ear wakes up, and he really looks at his enemy, and he's definitely sure that he'd done it. So he starts pounding on him, and then finally they calm down again. They go back to sleep. Yogananda cups up another time. He flicks the other boy's ear, and so now they have to repeat it. And but this time he stands close by. And so when they finish that round of fighting, they both look at him and they go, "Oh." And the message was delivered, but it was delivered in a very uncommon way. It was a very creative way. It was a way that only probably worked in that particular incident with those particular 2 boys, because Yogananda knew those boys and he knew how they would respond, and so he was able to come in and provide an avenue for them to grow. Well, that's the job of a teacher, any teacher, but especially in Education for Life. The challenge is how can you work with the students in front of you to help them to grow. To help them to grow how? Help them to grow towards higher consciousness. Swami Kriyananda defines it in Education for Light as the goal is maturity, the maturity being the ability to relate to realities other than your own. It's very easy to say, very hard to do. So the challenge of a teacher is in any situation, whether you're teaching math, whether you're teaching French or anything else, for an Education for Life teacher, the outward curriculum is secondary because you're always, it's a tool to help them grow. And to look at the curriculum that way changes the whole dynamics of what you're doing. And just to give one example, in math, I've taught a lot of math. Well, it's nice to learn quadratic equations and all these different things, but very few people use quadratic equations later in life. What they do use is the ability to concentrate, the ability to problem solve, those kinds of qualities. So for an Education for Life teacher, those go to the fore. I'm teaching math because everybody's going to use concentration later in life. Everybody's going to learn problem solving during life. We can learn it right now. We can practice it in math class. And then, of course, everything makes sense. Also makes sense to the students when you explain it that way, because inevitably, if you teach high school math, somebody's going to come up to you and say, why do we have to study this? And so this is a good way to answer that question. So as we work with these principles, it's a joy. It's a challenge. It's a challenge because, in a way, we're reoriented education. Education has gotten very externalized in terms of what the goals are. A friend of mine said, we define ourselves, he says, I do math, therefore I am. So we get our definitions by the test scores we get, or by the teacher's approval, or by what our friends think about us. Education for Life, the goal is different. The goal is to continue to cultivate that awareness of self and take it through all the different stages and layers of development till we get to what Yogananda called his work, self-realization. But you can work on that with children, but it has to become in a very different way than you work with adults. It's no accident that all the children are outside playing games, doing artwork, running around. Nobody's in here, right? So what works for adults doesn't work for kids. Unfortunately, a lot of education kind of assumes that's supposed to be the case, that children are supposed to sit there and act like adults, but it doesn't work very well. So I want to give you two examples before I'm going to call Dr. Amita up because she has to leave. Uh-oh, you need to come up right now. Yes, okay, I'm going to come back later and I'll finish it off, but come up. Yeah, she has to catch a plane back to Gurgaon, so I want to give her a chance to talk. It's been a great joy for me and a blessing and an inspiration to get to work with her these past 7 months or so. She's the supervisor for the whole education program there. I won't take too long. You can, and I won't even try to list all the credentials that she has. She's very well known in educational circles in India, has served on many, many boards, and is a delight. The most important thing is she's a delight to work with. So.
Jyotish ji, Devi ji, Dhyana ji, Pia ji, Jaya ji, to all the distinguished guests who are present here this afternoon, to two people who have been absolutely amazing to work with, Nitai and Aryavan. I think I should give them a very big hand. Well, this is my first with the Ananda Foundation. But what I do want to say from the very start is that Piaji gave me this opportunity to initiate and think about education for life in her schools. And I think it's the most exceptional way of life, because it is where the registers of life meet: action, thought, service. And what better place than in schools? I was feeling a bit left out that we weren't an EFL school. We were constantly told there's an EFL school and there's a school. So we thought, and I particularly with Piaji discussed this, why do we need EFL in our schools? And when we talk about schools, I talk about schools, which so many of us have graduated from the CBSE board, the IB board, the government aided, the aided. And it's been quite a trauma for many of us to have come out of these schools. I know I was expelled from 2. And here I am, a principal, an educator for so many years. What I do want to say is that I think education for life in schools like government schools, private schools, is extremely necessary today, because the families are dysfunctional. There's crime and violence. There's complete media overload. There's so much of competition amongst teachers and parents and students. Children have become trophy kids. Unless you're in the newspaper and you won an award which you've actually paid for, you're nobody. Now, what is this that we're growing up with? I have worked with innumerable organizations like the Ramakrishna Mission or the Dayanand Mission or Sisters of Charity or the various convents. Everyone has tried. Some have been very structured, some have been very flexible, some have become moral science classes. But I think, and I believe, that the Education for Life program of way of life or approach to life is something that, if it's brought in, will be here to stay and will affect the lives of millions, because it has within it so many aspects which actually are connected to 21st century skills that we consistently talk about. And I think what is essential is that how do we position this in our schools? Because our teachers will say, oh, this is another SUPW, as UK, another period wasted. But that's not what it is about. It's about positioning this and making it an integral part of learning and life. We do not have to go to sacred places. The grounds of our school is holy land. This is where our pilgrimage starts and ends. This is where we find our universe with its loops and bends. If that is what school is, then certainly EFL is the pilgrimage that we are on, and we have to make it happen. And with Nitai and Aryavan, bringing that flame in, and with people like Soumya, her help, and my observations and listenings, we've been trying a lot in these 4 to 6 months, and it's been affecting lives. We've been trying to affect the teaching pedagogies by teacher training, because you can't leave it like a workshop. It has to have a certain sense of a curriculum which is not prescriptive, but descriptive. A descriptive curriculum, which lets the teacher teach the how of learning, not the what, and let her be free. So whether it is physics or chemistry or biology or English, Education for Life has to run like a thread through the fabric of these subjects. So if a child, and that is the kind of curriculum that we plan, that when Soumya comes over to Gurgaon to be with us soon in December with some of her teachers, and with the help of Nitai and Aryavan, we're going to weave out this curriculum. And I promise you, Jyotishji and Deviji, that we will make it happen. We will make it happen. There's a lot of material that she has. There's a lot of work that I have done over the decades in development. And I think what we have to essentially look at is that how do we look at a holistic child? Who is a holistic child? A child, and at 4 levels, as an individual, compassion and love and care and understanding and dignity and perseverance, as a community of mutual respect and understanding of diversity, reconciliation, as a national, at a national level with the children, where they talk of citizens' rights, human rights, where they talk of the rights of the rivers and the trees and the mountains and the environment, and that becomes integral, and we give a voice to them, a voice to the birds and the bees, and of course global issues. The whole understanding of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. There is the whole connection of East meets West, as the Master said. The whole idea of the world is a family. And that's what has to be deeply integrated into our curriculum. Because there is a saying in Sanskrit which says, Charitam udar vikara vasudhaiva kutumbakam. Create your character so large. And as was said this morning, what wonderful words when you talked about the expansion of the consciousness and to envelop. And so the whole understanding of the community, which will be brought in into every classroom, because I have worked in areas where there are no examinations in the school. Why do we need to have exams? Create assessment models. Today, India is ready for a new board. Let's have the National Curriculum Education for Life framework. I'm not saying it will happen tomorrow, but it will happen because the ground is ready. It is fertile. We are waiting for it. And all of us will make it happen together. So if there can be an IB board and a CBSE board and a government board, why can't there be an EFL board? And we have to look at that. And we have to ensure it happens. And all of you sitting here, I think we should start talking about it. Because as Piaget said in her talk, magnetize it into our lives. Magnetize it into the world of education and learning. It's been far too long. And you said something so wonderful yesterday in one of the meetings when you said that let's do it before somebody else takes it on. And why should anybody else take it on? We are the people, you are the people who've created this fabulous idea, understanding. The Master has come back to his land as far as schooling is concerned. He went from Ranchi to America, and now India is ready. It's ready to move forward. And so I'm really excited about the way we're going to look at teacher training, to look at pedagogy, to look at the way how we integrate, because it cannot just be a meditative practice and an activity. Otherwise, how will we give it to the parent? Because every child is doing these days a lot of yoga, a lot of activities. We have to ensure that if a child is doing physics and doing heat, light, and electricity, they put off the lights, otherwise they remember that there's a farmer in Dhanbad who's going down in the mines, his lungs are filled with coal, and he will be dead. And his wife will not be looked after by the coal barons. The interdependence of life. That's integral to living. That's integral to what every child has to understand, that people are people because of other people. And so that's what we have to bring in. That if a child is talking in geography about rice production, they don't waste that idli or that rice or that poha on their tiffin, because they remember that there's a farmer in Tirai who's standing in leeches, where food distribution is so bad in this country. It doesn't reach people. And he would have committed suicide, and we will be responsible for that suicide, because there is no I, there is a we. The we is what we will bring into Education for Life, which is there. Education for Life talks about the we. It talks about the individual, and it talks about the we in so many wonderful ways. I'm deeply blessed that you have given me this opportunity. I don't know what more to say. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, so we're going to just, oops, the next speaker is running around in the room here. I wanted to just let you see the scope. So with the school, with Dr. Wattel, It's 400 students, about 40 teachers, grades nursery school through 7th grade. There are 3 other schools in Gurgaon that we'll be branching out to eventually, starting with the high school in January. But that's one application of Education for Life. The other application is much more local, and I wanted to ask Soumya to come up and talk about what's happening here in Pune. Okay.
So, I have so big dignitaries in front of me, I don't know what, but I'll share how that's what, I think that is what I need to do here. How the school started in Pune, with lots of blessing. What we all are talking about is responding to change and challenge with courage. And that was the seed that it was pandemic, and we kept hearing that children are going through, because suddenly the schools are closed, kids cannot go down to play with their friends, there is no company, no physical activity, no creative other alternatives, they could not go for sports. So we kept hearing from the parents that what do we do? Because still the schools did not learn to go online because our teachers are not used to it. They are not, most schools, they don't have this kind of a technological facility where you can immediately switch to the online school. And so schools could not start at that time. So we came up, Prisha and me and Xenia, we came up with this idea, how can we help these children? How can we help them to feel happy and not feel sad all the day because they don't have anything to do, they can't meet people, they can't interact with their age group. So, the idea came from what we all are talking about, thinking about others. And the idea came from the fact, when we were talking, this thing kept coming back to us, that we have to tell them that, of course, this is a challenge. But how do we face it with joy and cheerfulness? So we started with 1 hour every day, and we called it Camp Mukunda. And we started with Mukunda's story. How did he face challenges? How did he convince his friends? How did he felt God in his life? How he was convincing his friends that God is there, and how, in what different forms and energy God can help us and guide us. So that was the starting point. And children just loved it. They loved it, and so their parents, because kids were sitting at home, parents saw that their kids are just happy after the Camp Mukunda, the 1 hour everyday session. So then the request started that, do you have any such school? What after this? And then slowly, of course, we went on for 1.5, 2 months, Niyati? Yeah. And then by the time it was also a time when we could have started saying that, okay, let's think about it. So then, I was living in a community nearby, so Aditya ji and Bhavani, and we sat together and we started thinking, what do we do now? This request is coming. How do we kind of expand and keep expanding our help and reach out to more families? And that's how we said, "Theek hai, chalo." We respond to that. And so whoever asked for school, we said, yes, we can do it. Fortunately, we had teachers, thanks to Prisha. Prisha is not here. She has been doing Education for Life for so many 10 years in Pune and India. So we had a lot of people who were kind of introduced to Education for Life. And then Nitai, many of them had taken further course with Nitai, like I'm one of them. So we said, okay, we have EFL trained teachers, we have willing parents, we have willing children, let's just support. So we didn't even think about what will be the fees, how many days. Everything just kept kind of expanding as it came, because I mean, it has to grow organically. This is something which was God's plan, is how we were responding to it. And so we started with this 5 little ones, 2.5, 3-year-olds. We started meeting their parents first. And we started telling them what is education for life, how does it work, how we are going to work with your children, what kind of commitment do we want from you, what will be your involvement. And so working with parents started happening, and the support started coming in. And willing teachers, I mean, who gets in this age and time, it's 3 years, most of our teachers are volunteering. Most of our teachers. And they are all now EFL trained. This can happen only with their grace. The way Swamiji has shown us what is seva, through his own example, he has lived as a disciple, what is true disciple, what is seva. And I think it's beautiful to have teachers as Guru Bhais, as Guru Sisters. And so everything happens in such a way as if God has planned it. Now one would imagine that, oh, you have so much, everything is all settled. This school would have flourished. How many children do you have? 300, 400? No. Master wants all of us to learn. This is all of our spiritual growth, how we are practicing what we have learned. That is the opportunity given to all of us. And fortunately, all of us take it that way. We all keep reminding each other in meetings. So there is no one person who is kind of saying that you do this and it happens. If there is a program, everybody shares what are their thoughts. If there is an assessment, we all come together and we say that how should we do it? What should be the design of the assessment paper? What kind of questions we should ask so that children can apply their real experience to respond to it. And they don't have to mug up and say that, okay, this is what so-and-so ma'am taught me in this formula, and so I'm going to write it down and calculate this problem sum. So the problem solving became real in their life. Experience becomes real in their life. Yesterday, what Nitai was quoting about these 2 boys getting into this little fight, I was observing this one boy, he did not hit back. Thrice the other boy was hitting him, this boy did not hit him back. That isn't that courage? Willpower, that you're not going to respond in the same manner. Now this boy is one of the brightest child in our school. In terms of his energy, and I'm not talking when I say bright, it's not about intellectual only. It's about his energy. I was taking his grade 3 student, and so one day I was working with him, and we were working about food. How does food help us? What do you eat? Because he comes from a very different background. He says, and then we started, why do we need to eat food? And then we started thinking about that when we are not well, what kind of food we should eat? And after listing down everything, this boy says, but one very important thing is you have to be positive. I haven't taught this. This was not my curriculum. But that is what happens in EFL school. And so we are blessed. And every year, it's 3 years now, we are all learning. So we learned a little bit about accounts, we learned a little bit about administration, we learned a little bit about legal formalities, and we are still learning. And each day becomes like, my colleagues were telling me that it's like one petal added into that flower which is blossoming as an EFL school. And I just feel that it's such a blessing. So if we have to say what is EFL school, it is a combination of everyone's positive attitude towards it. And what is a positive attitude is, you have the readiness to face whatever comes. Be ready for all the challenges. Remain problem solver. Don't look at the problem as a problem. The moment, I keep saying that in many other places also, when somebody asks me a question, I said, become a solution oriented. Don't become a problem person, but I don't have to say that in school. My kids are already like that. They are solution oriented. So when we have to face certain challenges in life, when we meet certain challenges in life, if we have learned this quality, it will keep us going, it will keep us uplifted. We will always have kind of bright way to look at the situation. And that is what I think so far we are enjoying, that all of us are learning with children. All the teachers are learning, we are all growing. And yeah, especially me, I was sharing the other day, I said, when I came on to this school, I came from a very typical power person, that if I say it has to be kind of followed, nobody questions me. I came from that background and I did that for 15 years. Imagine how difficult it is to get rid of it. And every time I received a no with these fearless teachers who are far more spiritually progressive than me, and they would fearlessly say no to me for certain things. And I'm like, in my mind I used to say that and I used to feel bad about it. And today, I'm so happy that I don't feel that way. I don't feel it that way. I feel it as wait a minute. There's a lesson to be learned from here. Somebody's saying something, I need to think about it. May not be always, it may not be the case. People may not be doing it for me to learn. Sometimes it's my role to make them learn something. But I don't react immediately the way I used to react. And I take it as a very, very deep spiritual growth, because ego is my challenge. All my classes I have been discussing, how do I get rid of this? How do I get rid of my ego? I have been on the education for almost 25 years, never been on the stage this comfortably. Today I'm able to speak because I said, Master, I remember Swamiji saying this. I was just practicing, repeating in my head. Swamiji said, I'm not talking, God is talking, so if I'm wrong, I'm not wrong. Something like that. I'm not exactly saying that, but that's what I understood. That Swamiji said, he was talking about ego and he was giving this example that when I give public talk, this is what I think in my head. And I was reminding myself constantly that I'm not going to talk. I'm not talking for myself. I'm not here to say that I did something. I'm here to share so that we all get inspired and take whatever steps we can take to expand this work. And there are many different ways to do this. This is one way, the way the EFL school in Pune is coming up, but there are different ways to know and practice education for life for parents and for schools and for teachers, and even in your own personal life. There are life skills and a lot of other things. Thank you so much. Aryan? Yeah.
So I imagine some of you have been sitting for quite some time. So we're going to do something a little experiential. But first I want you to take a moment, and on a scale of 1 to 10, I want you to assess the level of your energy. Where is your energy? So let's say a 10 is the most energetic, joyful, dynamic you've ever been. 1 is whatever the opposite of that is. We don't need to go into detail or give examples. And then 5 is, somewhere in the middle, your average baseline. So take a second, think to yourself, 5, 7, 4, 11, whatever it is. This is just you being honest with you. We're going to, for just one moment, we're all going to stand up where you are. You don't need a lot of space for this one, but you will need to be mindful of your neighbor. So as with everything in education for life, I'm going to give an instruction, but you have to make it real for you. So if you are up, if I say put your arm out like this and somebody's lovely face is here, I trust you to adapt to the realities of your life. And what we're going to do is one of the what's called the superconscious living exercises. It may even come up in one of your sessions today. We're just going to do one. We're going to do the one that doesn't require a lot of movement. But these exercises are combining physical movement with an affirmation. So the affirmation for this one is, I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic.
I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic.
And we're going to move our arms. So again, watch your neighbor, but we're going to go, I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. Jumping is optional. I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. Believe it, I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. Now take a moment before you sit down. Oh, you can put your arms down. But I appreciate the obedience. Take a second and check, where is your number right now? 10. Boom! That's what I'm talking about. You may be seated or you may remain standing if you'd like. So, I'm going to assume that's the answer for all of you. But at the very least, one truth I can see, even if you aren't able to perceive an increase in your energy, even from here, I can see many, many times more smiles, even in the far back than I did before. And I know you're in the back because it's convenient. I'm not going to say that you're backbenchers or anything. You entered, there was an empty seat, you sat. But even from here, I can feel the increase in your energy, the increase in your joy level. At the Education for Life school that I attended in Palo Alto, California, we had rules. Every school has rules. Thou must do this. You have to walk when you're in the halls. You have to, eat your lunch without spilling it all over your neighbor. You have to sit in your chair when class is happening. These types of rules. But ours are a little bit different. And I think they reveal something about Education for Life that makes it special. Maybe not completely unique. I believe there are lots of individuals spread across the world who are doing just this. But what Education for Life says is that there is a purpose to life. There's a purpose to education. And it's not always what we think. So these rules are, I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, but they are things like, these are the things you absolutely have to do as a student of this school. Choose happiness. Laugh often. Be a loving friend. Use your will to create good energy. Find the joy within. When we think, this is something I usually ask people to think about at the top of one of these things, is why educate in the first place? Why have school? Why do all of this? We put so much energy into the education of our children. We create big institutions, beautiful buildings, all the way down to, huts and villages. But it's a centerpiece of every civilization. Now, what it has become is preparation for career, by and large. It is, I want my child to be able to provide for themselves, to have security. And that is an important thing. That is not something to be ignored. But I'll tell you a story of a friend of mine, because this is the challenge, is we're trained as a society, this is just pervasive, it's everywhere, to seek material satisfaction, to seek material wealth, to gather as much as we possibly can, because that'll be how we measure success. And then we can handle anything. If something comes up, we can handle it. The last 2 years, of course, were a little bit different than the previous 60 or more, or 100 if you go back to the Spanish flu. And things changed for everybody. This was kind of the great equalizer. So I had a friend, a very wonderful gentleman, and he's a very well connected man. He's he's built quite a nice life. He wouldn't describe himself as wealthy, but he has, he's made it in the world. He's very successful. He's very well known. He made it very high, actually ran a whole series of hospitals within India. And during the second wave, he caught COVID. And it was a pretty severe case. And this was right around the time, we all remember, of when everyone was catching COVID. And we weren't ready. medically for that. We didn't have enough supplies. We didn't have the infrastructure that we needed in order to respond to it. And this was not limited to India. We saw it even in countries like the United States, which would have said we can handle anything. But even there, they were having shortages of things and challenges in getting care. But this gentleman, who was extremely well connected, knew politicians, knew probably heads of state, knew all of these people, was connected to them, and had been running hospitals. Even he could not get medical care during that time. With all of the worldly connections he had made, with all of the wealth he had accumulated, he was stuck. And thankfully, by God's grace, he recovered. But we see that there is a limit to the effectiveness of material wealth, of possession, that even the richest amongst us will one day leave this realm. And all of the money that they accumulate and all of the wealth and all of the power will not stop that day. So then, what should we try to accumulate? What should we do? Should we just give up? Should we say nothing matters if it's all going to end in death anyway? Well, I'd like to circle back to that last school rule. Find the joy within. Now, I would argue, and I think if you're in this room, whether you're already with Ananda, whether this is your first time hearing any of this, whether you just got the link last night and you're tuning in to something you know nothing about, if we trace all of the things that we do in our life, all of the outward things, all the inward things, all of the feelings, the actions, the activities, the goals, at the end of the day, we're seeking some kind of fulfillment. Everyone who came here, either now or at a previous time, felt something that was missing in their life. You may even have a happy life. You might have a nice life where you have a nice job and you have family, and maybe you don't even feel you're defining yourself based on those outward things. But many people do. And children especially are very responsive to their environment. And right now, children are growing up in an environment where people don't know where joy comes from. There is a pervasive belief that joy comes from outside, that if I can get the best job, if I can have the best partner, if I can get the right car, then I'll feel joy. But the problem is that joy was inside all along. Swamiji used to tell a story of the musk deer. And for those of you who don't know, they have that scent, that musk, that is created naturally by their bodies. And he would say that the musk deer, when it comes to its full scent, will almost go mad looking for this scent. Where's the source of this scent? And sometimes even throw themselves off of cliffs looking for this scent. Now, all of us, most of us, came to this realization as adults. And that's wonderful. It's better late than never. But we don't have to wait. We don't have to wait for our children. Because the truth is, and for those of you who have children, those of you who have worked with children, you know that they know it already. Children already know that joy is in the playing, that joy is in the breeze, that joy is in seeing an animal do something silly. That joy is in everything because joy comes naturally to them. It's only when we get older that we start to forget. Where is that joy coming from? So all education for life is saying, what if we built our education around the idea that joy is the goal of life and that everything else is a result of that? That the way that I understand other people, the way that I develop myself, the way that I understand that I'm a part of our earth, our entire universe, that all of these things are actually the things that will help us to understand that joy. And then, ironically, material success is effortless. Because we're always trying to find that joy, but when we go into the material, we find it's empty. But when you go for the joy first, the material comes. There was an interesting study, because we work with a lot of life skills. We've talked a lot today about courage and about service and about all of these different kind of enduring skills, the inside skills. So Google wanted to optimize their hiring process. They're, I think the second or third most valuable company in the world right now. Many thousands of employees around the world. And their CEOs are classically, scientifically trained, and they had, of course, already built a really successful algorithm. So they wanted to create an algorithm for hiring new people. How can we get the best people? We'll figure out the key things to look for. So again, being PhD in various sciences, they assumed that what they would find is that highly educated, highly intellectual people would be their best employees. But they were wrong. They made a list of the 10 skills most associated with the people who are most successful with their company, the people who helped Google's bottom line. This is a purely dollars and cents equation. This isn't a feel good, let's have a nice workplace, let's hold hands and, make a search engine and kind of dominate the world. No, this was, what will help us do that even better? And they found that the top 6 or 7, the top 6 qualities that were needed, none of them were academic skills. They were, can you be a good leader? Can you be a good teammate? Are you emotionally intelligent? Are you able to deal with your own emotional state? All the way down at number 7, we finally get, do you know how to engineer? Or whatever it is. So it's very ironic to me, because it's actually, some people feel, and this is I feel like one of the big challenges of sharing EFL is people feel we have to choose. That I would like my child to be courageous, I would like them to be kind and compassionate, but I need them to be successful outwardly. I need them to be able to provide for themselves. But the irony is that is not even true. By following that path, what we set them up for is either potentially an outwardly successful life, but very likely a midlife crisis at 40, and they don't know where to go from there. Whereas, if you train someone to be able to respond to life's challenges appropriately, to be able to enjoy the world around them, to be able to enjoy everything, you've created somebody, you've helped someone to grow into, more accurately, someone who will succeed in every avenue of their life. They will not be able to help themselves from success. Now, it may not look like how you're expecting, because every soul is born onto this planet to learn different lessons and to add something different to the world. But every soul is here to add something special. What would the world be like if we didn't have artists? What would the world be like if we didn't have people who decided to dedicate themselves to serving others through nonprofits and NGOs? What would the world be like without music or sports? So we have to expand. Once we can expand our vision of what true success looks like, then we can say, okay, now we can get started. Now we can help children to see and realistically just to hold on to that idea that if they can seek joy in their life, if they can use that as the compass point to which everything in their life flows, then they'll find total success. They'll find true success. And there's a saying, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And I've been thinking about that a lot, because some people say it, if you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. But I was thinking, somehow it seems more appropriate if you love what you do. One thing I've noticed about students from EFL, there's nothing they can't love. Life throws all sorts of stuff on us. We're not always able to choose our circumstances. Even if we do very, very well on the exams, even if we get number 1, that doesn't necessarily mean we'll even get the job we want. We may have to do something that was not our first choice. And if you see that as a failure, if you see that as something that is happening to you and it's not fair, you won't be happy. But if you see that as just another thing that we can transcend, another thing to overcome, another challenge to figure out, another thing to experience joy in, you'll never work a day in your life. Joy to you.
Thank you, Netaiji, Aryavan, Soumyaji, for not only sharing the passion that they have brought to AFL, but also giving us live examples, Aryavan being one. We'll also be having another student from EFL which will be performing Bharatnatyam after this. So again, thank you very much for bringing something which is very fundamental, not only to Ananda, but to the entire nation. Thank you once again. We'll be having Bharatnatyam, which is Indian classical dance. In few minutes, we'll set up the stage and then the performance will be held. So please hold on.
I just wanted to share the books I was talking about, which is written by the EFL practitioners for 50 years. This is Calm and Compassionate Children, which is done by Suzanne Usha. There's this book, Head and Heart, which is talking about all the experiences parents and teachers have shared, and also children. This is the book which is written by Nitai, For Goodness Sake. This book holds a lot of activities which parents can use for with their children, with the families. And this is another book which is I Came From Joy. I'm feeling so happy. Hardly, I don't know how many such approaches we'll have. This is a library for an institute, once you have this bunch of books. I mean, you have all the answers you want for your school or children. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, these are all the books are available in the stall at Education for Life. Thank you. Thank you.
Very, very warm welcome to all present here and also everyone online. I am Divya, and it's a great pleasure for me to welcome and introduce our guest of honor and speaker, Mrs. Lata M.T. Gupta. Lata is a Kriya Yogi from the tradition of Paramahansa Yogananda. She serves as the director of Ananda Yoga School of India. She has trained hundreds of yoga and meditation teachers around the world. She holds International Yoga Alliance's highest credentials, ERYT 500 and YACEP. She has taught yoga and meditation to teachers for over 3,000 hours. Lata also leads an active public life. She is the founder of OD Mantra, a boutique coaching and leadership development company. Her well-being workshops are very popular with corporate internationally. She is also a life and leadership coach, credentialed with International Coaching Federation with over 600 hours of coaching experience. She also volunteers for nonprofits and serves on the board of the international NGO, Enabling Leadership. She is active in professional body networks and director programs at International Coaching Federation, Pune chapter. She is a sought-after inspirational public speaker and mentors several professionals. Lata lives in Pune with a husband and a son and a daughter. She loves to travel and do pilgrimages. So people find her workshops practical, inspirational, as she guides them with ease and depth. I now invite Lata to help us overcome the harmful negative emotions through pranayama.
Thank you, Divya, for that generous introduction. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this session today. And I think this couple of years in the pandemic has been a time that has been difficult for us in many, many ways. And we have a lot of emotions which are, I would say, unpleasant. Yeah, and there was a lot of grief that we experienced. There was helplessness. We saw people suffer. A lot of times we were not able to get closure on some of the things that were happening around us. And there's been a lot of uncertainty and change that we experienced. Up until now, we kept saying the world is VUCA, which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. But I think now is the time when we're really experiencing that on a day-to-day basis, which has been difficult, to say the least. And there are two key themes under the workshop topic today. So we have about 35 minutes. And the way I plan to structure is give you a little bit of an overview of emotions, how to deal with them, then go into the topic of pranayam, and you walk away with 2 or 3 practices that you can do in the moment when you are experiencing difficulty. Yeah. So when we talk of emotions, it's important to recognize, A, that emotions can be both positive and negative. But the way our brain is wired, we tend to focus more on what is more difficult to overcome. And that's even the neuroscientists say that when they do research on people's brains and how they work, they find that positive emotions are a lot like Teflon. So if you make your sabji in a non-stick pan, you know how it is. It doesn't stick, right? So somebody tells you something great, you feel elated. They give you a compliment. They tell you your work is meaningful, or they appreciate the good friend you've been. It works for a moment, and then you forget about it, right? But if someone told you that you were not up to the mark, or let people come, that's okay. Yeah. Or if somebody said that you're falling short, or you really need to pick yourself up in terms of performance, or they judge you in some way that is different from how you wanted them to perceive you, you feel hurt and you hold on to it forever, right? That's just the nature of how our brain is wired. So one of the neuroscientists, Rick Hansen, whose work I follow a lot because he does a lot of work on resilience, he says that the brain is like a spotlight when it comes to negative things, and it's also like a vacuum cleaner. It just sucks it in and keeps it in there, right? So we need some cleansing mechanisms, and that is what will really help us to cope with these difficult times. Now, oftentimes, culturally, there are certain stereotypes. For example, men don't cry. Yeah, men don't express their softer emotions. So, and because we hear these narratives right from our childhood, we tend to just toughen up a little bit more and a little bit more and form a crust around us. But it hurts inside. And it's not just about men, it's about women too. We tend to suppress what is uncomfortable. But what are emotions? If I were to ask you, what comes to mind when I say emotions? It's good to get some participation rather than just listen to my voice, which is quite monotonous. So what comes to mind when you hear the word emotions? Expressing feelings that you feel inside. Yeah, nice. Others? Yeah, it has a front end and a back end, right? Thank you. Yeah, nice way of looking at it. Anybody else wanted to contribute? What are emotions, or what comes to your mind when you hear emotions? I'm sure you had something in mind. You chose to come from that hall here. Brilliant. Yes. Yeah. Emotions are in many ways reactions, yeah, to certain things that we experience around us. And when we are able to respond, which means we are making a choice, right? We are taking that experience in and then saying, I'm making a conscious choice to act or, speak in a certain way or behave in a certain way, then that becomes a response, which is a considered process, which means you have processed it inside. Now, that's the missing piece. When we are in a heightened emotion state, which happens a lot of times because of difficulties that we experience, as well as trauma and things that don't go as per our plans, then, or there is pressure, there is overwhelm, there is expectation. then it happens that we have certain default responses. So we get triggered, right? We hear something and we behave in a pattern. It may be with a set of people. You might notice if I just asked you to reflect and think about a difficult person, I'm sure somebody pops up in everyone's mind, right? And with that person, then if you examine, introspect it a little bit, you find the pattern is repeating. Okay. Now, if you bring a spiritual angle to it, then you would say that what is the lesson I need to learn? You know, why am I going around like a dog chasing its tail, round and round in the same pattern with this person? That means that, and a lot of times it can feel like that, but the moment you decide to do something about it, which is more constructive, more positive, more elevating, then you're also able to uplift your consciousness. And when you uplift your consciousness, you're able to work out these problems. And that's really what we want to do with harmful emotions. Dr. Susan David is a well-known Harvard psychologist for her work on emotional agility. Yeah. And what I like about her work is typically with emotions, we get stuck. There is a stuckness that comes. And when we are stuck, then we are out of resources. And we just go into our default response, right? Which often tends to be unproductive and difficult. But the moment we decide to be agile with our emotions, which means we decide to do something which loosens up the tightness around it, then we are able to process it better. And she says, don't bottle and brood. But if you think back, that's what we do. So I'm going to tell you a little story. There's a Zen story, 2 monks in a jungle. They were going from one monastery to the other. This is deep, deep in the jungles where there's no transport and you walk on foot, you know how it is. And they come to a river that they have to cross. And by the riverside, there's a beautiful lady crying. Okay, she is totally overwhelmed and she's sobbing away. So one of the monks goes across and asks her what happened. And the other monk is kind of tugging his cloak and saying, you're not supposed to talk to women. And he says, no, let me ask her, why is she crying? She looks very troubled. And she said, my father is very sick. I have a medicine from the local doctor here, an herbal medicine, which I need to get to him very quickly. But the boatman is not here and I don't know how to swim. And the monk quite naturally said, no worries, I'll take you across. He picked her up and put her on his shoulder and he started to walk. And the other monk is saying, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do this. And he said, it's all right. He was feeling a little embarrassed. He took her across, just placed her there and they started to walk. The moment the lady left, this younger monk started saying, I'm going to tell you out in the monastery. This has to be reported. You're carrying women on your shoulder across the river. And he said, didn't you see the circumstances? Yeah, she was really troubled. And we were helping her. And that's also a higher dharma. And the man said, but you touched a woman. And he was very angry. Anyway, they went across, they reached the monastery. They had to share a room that night. In the middle of the night, this young monk taps the older monk. And he says, I'm very upset. You violated the monastery rules. And you need to be punished for this. And this monk just looked at him, smiled, and said, I left her at the riverbank. You're carrying her all along. Exactly. Now, what's the moral of the story? Negative emotions, we carry them all along. Something nice happens, he says, thank you, thank you. Did they really mean it? It's still judging, right? And when it comes to something difficult, we carry that burden on us all the time. And I think that's what we need to think. What are those things that you're carrying on your back, which is not serving you anymore? And what can you do to let go of those sub-identities which may be a little bit stuck, right? That's really the focus of dealing with difficult emotions. Emotions are data. They are ways of telling your brain that you may be in danger and you need to do something about it, right? The moment you have a conversation with your brain calms down. But oftentimes we miss the language and the tools to be able to have that conversation with our brain. And that's where pranayama comes in. Pranayama these days in the Western world is portraying it as breathing techniques, breath work, right? But these are ancient tools, and India's been home to them for thousands of years. And it's important for us to embrace these tools because that's really what can give us powerful mechanisms to be ourselves when we are facing tough situations. This is something that can help us be resilient. What is resilience? Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks. And that's what we want to do in today's session. Okay. So coming to what is pranayama then? So I washed out the fact that it is breath work and breathing techniques. Pranayama in its true sense is working with your own energy. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that when you want to be calm, you should be offering the in-breath into the out-breath and form a cycle which neutralizes the turbulences in our hearts, which is the seat of emotions, and in our minds, right? And when we are able to neutralize this, we are able to master emotions. And that's all that you need to remind yourself when you're going through a challenging situation. If you just remembered to do that, life would be fabulous. You have the tools then, right? So pranayama is nothing but controlling the flow of energy in a way where we can get into our own calm center. That's what we're after, really, when it comes to a practice. Now, how many of you are practitioners of pranayama here? Okay, few of you, nice, yeah. And it's not like you need to know how to do it a whole lot. What I'm sharing today, this is a small 30-minute session. I'm giving you things that you can take and practice on an everyday basis. Yeah. So the first thing is to breathe well. Yeah. When we are stressed, then we do chest breathing, right? We don't do belly breathing. And on top of that, we want to appear slim, so we pull ourselves in, and it looks very cool that way. But yogis have a belly. That's because they relax there, right? And we need to be comfortable with that because then you're able to breathe much deeper. The other thing that happens when we find, and this is kind of, it goes in both ways, it's a vicious cycle. When your mind is agitated, how is your breath? Rapid, fast, irregular. How's the heart? Fast. How the palms? Sweaty. The body is ready to face danger from the hunter-gatherer times. They saw a tiger. They had to make up pretty quickly that whether you could run faster than the tiger or should you just hide, freeze, right? And the old man, always, ancient man always looked at, can I hunt it or will it hunt me? So fight or flight. And that is a part of our brain still, which we have at the back, at the base of the skull. And that's what is putting us into this fight and flight response. And what pranayama does is it's just a 6-inch movement from here to the prefrontal cortex, which is the executive center of the brain. And that is that place, that's what we really get paid for these days. You know, like carpenters and artisans got paid for working with their hands. Now in this age of technology, we get paid for working with our brains. So there's a vested interest beyond handling difficult situations to increase your capacity as a professional, to practice this and develop this part of the brain more. Now if you were to ask me, what's the #1 technique? I would always say Kriya Yoga. Yeah, that's the highest pranayama. And that is a diksha, and that is a process that you go through, and you get Kriya Diksha at the end of almost an year's practice, because our nervous system has to be ready to take that kind of energy. Otherwise, you'll burn it up, right? So it's a slow process. You prepare and you get there. But right now, you don't have Kriya, let's say. What can you do in the moment? And let's look at 3 pranayams that you can practice anytime, anywhere, and feel good about yourself. So first of all, I'm going to ask you to just stand up for a moment. You can come into the aisle and just warm ourselves up, okay? So I invite you to join your palms, namaste, right? And take a nice deep inhale, exhale. Inhale up, Stretch, stretch, stretch. One more inch. Exhale. Inhale and interlace. If you have delicate shoulders, just stay here. Otherwise, you can lift all the way up, and that will help open up the heart. Exhale. Okay. 2 more times, faster. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale up. Exhale. Inhale and interlace. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Exhale. Last time, little different. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale up. Exhale left. I'm going to mirror you. Come back to center. Inhale. Stretch tall. Exhale to the other side. Come back to center as you inhale. Step your feet wide apart. Interlace. Okay, you can just watch me and then be gentle with your shoulders. Many of you might have tight shoulders. I don't want you to walk out with an injury. And as you exhale, just go down as much as you can. Okay? Just stay there with an exhale. So inhale, lengthen, exhale, go down. Keep breathing here for a couple of breaths. You can bring your forehead towards the ground. Don't need to touch it, but just bring it down. That also calms the brain. And slowly come up. And relax. Just stand still for a moment. You can close your eyes if you're comfortable. Otherwise, you can just diffuse the focus. Look at the wall in front of you. Connect with your feet. Feel rooted in the ground. Centered. Relax your knees and your calves, both legs. Now relax both your thighs. They're the biggest muscles in the body. Just let them relax. We tend to carry a lot of tensions behind in the hamstrings. Fear rests there. Just let it relax. Let go. Make sure your knees are soft, not locked. And now relax your belly. And consciously relax your shoulders. Relax the shoulders away from the ears. Nice. And then relax your arms. No tension in the fingers. Just let the arms hang loose. Relax your throat. And relax your face. So a good way to do that is to bring a gentle smile to your face. All the muscles of the face relax then. I think the photographer should be in the front at this time. Relax your cheeks, your jaws. Relax your eyes and eyeballs. Behind closed eyes, uplift your gaze at the point between the eyebrows, the Agya Chakra. Just very softly, no tension there. As if you were gazing into a distance, but behind closed eyes. And consciously relax your brain. Imagine a bright light inside the brain, energizing you, soothing you. I'll leave you in silence for 30 seconds, just savoring this moment of relaxation. And now slowly bring your awareness back into the room, feeling your feet on the floor, listening to the sounds around you. And very gently, when you're ready, open your eyes and take your seat. How did that go for you? Were you able to relax? These are tools we have. Costs nothing. You need no skills. It's just an inner dialogue. Relax, relax, relax. All the muscles that are tense. You can just visualize space inside you and around you, and that's very relaxing too. So this is, 2 things we did. One was this inhaling stretching, which you can do again anytime, anywhere. It opens up the chest muscles. It's actually called the circle of joy. So it's basically like a circle, right? Going up, and then at the back. So that's a circle. You can imagine inhaling joy. I didn't want to complicate it too much for you, but you can visualize peace, joy, love, calmness, compassion, whatever you want, right? And take it in. It's a breath. So that's a technique in the moment. And the other one was what we call a standing relaxation practice. Tadasana, as it's called in asana tradition. Yeah. And that's basically just relaxing and calming the body. Typically in a yoga practice or a pranayama practice, you need a centering practice if you're doing a longer practice. And these are good tools to help you do that. Now, again, when you're experiencing difficult emotions, a good pranayama to practice is Brahmari. It's called the bumblebee breath. Yeah. And what it does is, of course, during COVID, Brahmari was becoming even more popular because it could improve your immunity against, respiratory illnesses. But it's a very well-researched practice. The Westerners are very scientific about it, so they need to, wire the brains of people and see what's lighting up and what's not lighting up, and are there any side effects, and are these yogis actually saying the right thing? And in the process, we've also started to look for a lot of data and research, but all of that is there. Brahmari, or the bumblebee sound, is a very soothing practice for the brain in times of stress. Okay? And you can practice it anytime, anywhere. All pranayam, a couple of things to remember. Nicely done, not on a full stomach. Okay? So at least a couple of hours after a meal. Nice to do in a place where you can open the windows. Today is not a great example, where there is fresh ventilation. That's nice to do. You take in more oxygen, you let go of more carbon dioxide. And some of them have a mudra. Mudra is nothing but a hand gesture which helps to guide the circuitry of energy. Okay? So usually if you're meditating, if you kept dhyan mudra, yeah, if you brought the thumb and the pointer finger together, it creates a certain circuitry which helps you concentrate and go into a meditation more easily. Or there's a prana mudra where these two fingers go. And this is great for pranayama. Kind of feel more power when you're doing it. So those are things that you can dabble with later on. But coming back to Brahmari. So I'm going to show you how to do that first, and then we'll do a few rounds together. Okay? So take a nice deep inhale. And as you exhale, you make a bumblebee sound. So this is the first step, and then we'll build the mudra into it. So let's do this again, and consciously. So I want you to sit. Pranayama always nice to do in a meditative posture. So you're away from the back of the chair, the spine is nice and tall, your body is relaxed. You can place your arms at the junction of thigh and abdomen. Okay? So that makes it a little bit more comfortable for you. Now I'm standing, ideally should be done sitting, but I want everybody to be able to see me. So let's do Brahmari together. Just take a nice deep inhale. Exhale with the bee sound. Taper it off. Don't go to a point of breathlessness. Yeah. And it's important to have a nice full breath. So you're actually breathing from your belly, the rib cages, and the upper chest. And you're exhaling in the reverse order. That's basic to all pranayama. Okay. Now let's add a mudra to it. So I first wanted you to see the sound. Now, actually when you practice, you have to do the same breath, but you can close the tragus of the ear, the flaps of the ear with your thumb, right? You can close the eyelids with your little finger. And you can nicely put these other three fingers at the forehead to give a nice stimulation to the Agya chakra. Your eyes are closed, okay? And then let's do Brahmari in this. Okay? There's nothing to see, so you can close your eyes, close your ears, take a nice deep inhale. Exhale with the bumblebee breath. Okay. Now this time, when you do, focus on your heart. Just sending healing, calming vibrations to the heart. Okay. So focus on your heart as you do this today. Now, inhale. Now the next round, you do focusing on your brain, calming the brain, okay? And you can gently, behind closed lips, part your teeth for a more vibration there. Inhale. Exhale, Brahmari. And the third time, just spread it to the entire body. Nice deep inhale. Exhale, Brahmari. Do 2 more rounds at your own pace. I'm going to just leave you in silence. If your arms are tired, you can release them and just close your eyes. But otherwise, go 2 more rounds at your own pace. I'm going to go quiet so that you can experience the peace around it. And when you're done, just release your arms, continue to keep your eyes closed, and just take a moment to notice, do you see a little bit more quiet in the mind? Do you feel a little bit more relaxed? Just noticing that. And softly open your eyes. So Brahmari is a very helpful pranayam. Now here is the thing. You may be at work in a meeting and you can't do all these gestures and postures, right? If you find an open space where you can go and practice, that's good. But what do you do when you can't, right? So here's another tool. And this one is called box breathing in the Western world. And we call it like a full yogic breath, right? So you inhale to a certain count. I would say in the beginning, because our lung capacity needs to be built over a period of time, we need to build our stamina. So inhale to a count of 6, hold your breath in to a count of 6, exhale to a count of 6, hold the breath out before your next inhale to a count of 6. Okay, so that's the box, right? And it's equal, it's a square, not a rectangle. Because you want to keep the rhythm of the brain going in a calming direction. Now, what does box breathing or full yogic breath do for you? It activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which is our brain's relaxation response. And when that is activated, the brain and the body gets a message that I can calm down now. Everything's going to be all right, right? And that's what we want to do. And as you do this, and like we were discussing in the beginning, yeah, you don't react then. If you just took time to do 3 rounds of box breathing, you've created a little bit of a space between what triggered you and how you respond to it rather than go into your default reaction mode, right? So let's do this. Choose a count that's comfortable for you. If there are long-time practitioners with a bigger breath capacity, I would say even go and do 12, 12, 12, 12. But if you're a beginner, 6 is good enough. It still gives you very good results, right? Anyone with cardiovascular conditions, hypertension, expecting mothers should not hold the breath for too long, okay? So just keep it short. So you can go with the rhythm of 4, 4, 4, 4. So it's very flexible. That's the nice thing about pranayam. Each one can choose and adapt to what works for them. So inhale, I'll count for you. Hold your breath. Exhale. Stop the exhale, hold out the breath in. Don't breathe. Now again, inhale. Hold. Exhale. Hold the breath out. Don't do anything here. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Hold the breath out. Inhale, last round. Hold. Exhale. Hold the breath out. Resume normal breath. Again, take a moment to notice how the mind calms down. Now, right now there's an intellectual process of trying to learn the technique involved. But the moment you practice it more often and it becomes natural to you, you integrate it, it becomes much easier. And that becomes the default response when you feel stress. What also happens is you're taking in more oxygen, you're dealing with the stress hormones in terms of like a graphic equalizer is how the pranayama works. It turns down the stressful hormones and tries to give you a sense of security and safety. The emotions shift. And that's how you work with difficult emotions or, all of these, whether you feel anger, whether you feel jealousy. That's normal for human beings to feel, particularly when you're on social media. Or, feeling left out, isolated, lonely, feeling uncared for, feeling it's been unfair, life has been unfair on you, or you're going through a period of grief. These are things where you're trying to pick yourself up, and it can work. For the more serious things, they need attention. So this is not going to help someone who's way off the mark and needs help to come back, right? But for everybody else, these are little tools that you can take out whenever you need to. Okay? I'm going to close with a very brief 3-minute meditation. Again, a visualization practice, which you can do anytime, anywhere. So like all meditation, sit upright, away from the back of your chair. Make sure your feet are firmly on the floor. If you're wearing slippers, you can take them off and spread your toes out. Feel more grounded and connected. But do not sag back into the chair because then the spine is not tall. So I want you to sit on both your sit bones so that your spine is really tall. Okay? The chest is open when you place your palms facing upward at the junction of thigh and abdomen, like we see Divya here. Relax your shoulders. Pull the shoulder blades together so that the chest is open. Okay? And close your eyes. On the screen of your mind, visualize yourself at the shore of an ocean. Vast, expansive, beautiful, safe ocean beach. Sitting by the shore, and you can hear the roar of the ocean. The distant crashing of waves. And there are gentle wavelets touching your feet, as if soaking and washing away all your tensions, giving you a coolness and a relaxation. Soak into that relaxation. You hear the seagulls up in the air, chirping away. And the ocean roar slowly starts to feel like an om sound. You merge your breath into the ocean waves, inhaling as the wave comes in, expanding your belly, your chest and shoulders, exhaling as the wave withdraws. Inhaling again, expanding belly, chest, and shoulders. Exhaling. One more time. Inhaling as the wave comes in, merging your breath with the wave, and exhaling as it recedes. You feel the vast ocean depths below you. As you sit in the sands of time, you feel the vastness of the ocean in front of you and the expansiveness of the sky above, feeling one with the earth and the universe, merging each breath with the waves of the ocean. Feel a sense of peace in your heart as you mentally affirm, at the center of life's storms, I stand serene. At the center of life's storms, I stand serene. At the center of life's storms, I stand serene. Now slowly start to bring yourself back into the room from the ocean side. Feeling your body on the chair, feet on the floor. Tuning into the air con sounds now. And when you're ready, softly opening your eyes, let's gently rub our palms together, magnetizing them, and sending out waves of blessings into the world as we chant Om 3 times, sharing the blessings with the world. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. A joy to you all. And I think you need to quickly run now to go and join the main session. But here are a set of things to carry with you. Even this visualization, you can have your own version of it. And like Paramahansa Yogananda said, always remember, you carry a portable paradise inside of you. Joy.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to each one of you present here and online too. I'm Divya, and it's a great pleasure for me to introduce our speakers today who are going to talk to us on the topic, Change Your Habit and Change Your Life. We are honored to have with us Tyagi Daya and Tyagi Keshava. They have lived in India since the founding of Ananda work by Swami Kriyananda in 2003. They serve as the spiritual directors of Ananda Sangha Delhi and live in the South Delhi Center in Panchsheel Park. Together, they have 65 years of experience with meditation and Kriya Yoga. Both Tyagi Daya and Tyagi Keshava are authorized Kriyacharyas who can initiate people into Kriya Yoga. A very warm welcome to you both. I invite Tyagi Daya and Tyagi Keshava to enlighten us more on this topic of change your habit and change your life.
You can if you want. Just use this. Okay.
So I think we'll just stand here, or yeah, I think we'll just speak from here. So good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all. So this is a wonderful topic, change your habits, change your life. I thought I would just start by saying all these great souls you've seen on the stage so far this morning, many of them, especially Nayaswami Jyotish, Devi, Jaya, Diana, also my husband Keshava, they all came to Ananda when they were like 20 years old, 22 years old. This was back in late 60s, early 70s. And, you know, they obviously had this incredible karma just to start as very young people with Swami Kriyananda, following Yogananda Ji's teachings in this beautiful spiritual community. I did not have that karma. I had the karma of coming later. I did come to Ananda in Palo Alto in California for the first time when I was 36 years old. And I moved to Ananda Village when I was closer to 40 years old. So all that as a prequel to say, I had time to develop bad habits. And I was, you know, just I was leading a very worldly life before I found Ananda. And, you know, had an opportunity to, since I was born, like all of us, we're sort of seeking for our fulfillment outside of ourselves. Right? We think that we're going to get happiness by something outside of ourselves, whether it's a person or a job or money or fulfilling a desire. We think that that is going to give us happiness, or that's going to give us the security that we're looking for. You know, a strong bank account, a nice house, a nice car. All of these things we think are going to feed us. And so in the, you know, and all of the desires may be feeding the senses, whether it's through alcohol or through food or through sense pleasures. These are all different habits we can get into very easily in our lives. And I think I was into many of them. And I tried to, you know, I had enough spiritual awareness to know that this was not giving me the fulfillment and the happiness I was looking for. And so, like many of us, I started reading books, I started going to workshops and seminars and classes, and actually thought I was making some progress. Well, my mind was engaged, I've read this book, I've read that book, I'm practicing this, I'm doing that, and I'm doing all these things. But these habits that I had of, let's say, reacting emotionally over very little provocation, or you know, constantly being restless. What should I do now? Who can I talk to now? Where can I go now? Of shopping all the time, thinking that shopping was going to fill my needs. So I had these habits of constantly trying to fulfill from the outside. But with these spiritual workshops and books, I wasn't changing. I felt I was still getting angry. And I thought I had really worked on myself for a good 10 years, and it wasn't working, and I didn't really know why. And then suddenly I found Ananda, and I started meditating, and I started being in an environment of peaceful, spiritual souls. And that environment really helped to like affect my reasoning, affect the way that I saw life. And when I meditated, all this energy that had been just going out into the world, suddenly, it just through meditation and learning to gaze up at the spiritual eye, which we do in meditation, and doing pranayama, my energy reversed. Instead of just going out to grab things outside or looking for my happiness or looking for pointing out my problems, all of a sudden this energy started coming inside. And with pranayama, the energy started moving in my center, and then by gazing up, it started moving up my center and gazing up, and suddenly the energy that was flowing down and out was now coming in and up. And my magnetism changed. Instead of just having materialistic magnetism, I started to have centered, calm, spiritual magnetism. And, you know, like attracts like. Suddenly I was fitting in with these peaceful, calm, spiritual people instead of fitting in with my party friends or my work friends that I had spent all this time with. So suddenly my life was changing once my environment was changing, once I had started practice meditation. So that was just a little personal story, and then Keshava is going to start to talk to you about habits themselves.
Daya's story was a perfect illustration of what we're all working with. And we're premising, our theme today is change, we're premising that we all want to change. We want to improve ourselves, change in a positive direction. And we can say that everyone on earth is seeking to, thank you. How's this?
Sorry.
Oh, we were doing so well. Yeah. Okay, great. I think we're doing well. Everybody on earth seeks to avoid pain and move towards more comfort or pleasure. Even an amoeba moves away from an obstacle or moves away from a poisonous chemical towards more comfort, towards more ease. And this motivates our actions. And Daya has illustrated what some of the results can be. And one action, repeated enough times, becomes a habit. And a collection of habits create a basic attitude that we have, our character, our personality. And our attitudes determine our future, which means we're very much in control of our situation. We can choose our thoughts, and that's the beginning. And habits, of course, are essential to anything that we do. Yogananda Ji said that 99% of our thoughts and actions are dictated by previous habit. And we label habits as good if they lead us towards greater happiness. We label them as bad if they lead us away from that happiness. And it's interesting because most good habits we learn with very deliberate effort. As a young child, learning to tie your shoelaces, your parent may have shown you, and you repeat it again and again, just how to tie your shoelace or how to brush your teeth. But once you learned that habit, you forgot all about it. It became second nature. And it meant that you were no longer tripping on your shoelaces or making frequent trips to the dentist, because we've learned that habit. Now, the interesting thing about bad or negative habits is that usually we pick them up just haphazardly. We're offered a sweet, and we like it. The next time we're offered a sweet, we take 2 of them. And so it is that we pick up habits that may not be helpful to us, but as I say, very casually and haphazardly. And so if we were to put the same amount of concentrated effort that we put to learning that new habit, that good habit, if we use that same amount of concentration, we can overcome that casually acquired bad habit much more easily than we might think. We just simply do not put that amount of effort and concentration into doing so most of the time. And the first step we can say is motivation. We need that motivation. Perhaps that motivation is desperation. We reach rock bottom. We realize that we are so unhappy. Funny, it goes out and in and out. Okay. We're so unhappy with the way our life is going that we will try anything to overcome that direction. Thankfully, I have a loud voice. Another motivation is introspection, and this one we choose. In my own case, when I was 20 years old, I didn't choose introspection. It was imposed on me. I was sick for a number of days in bed. I didn't have a fever. My mind was clear. And what happened in all of that time that I had alone, I started to review my life, the direction that my life was going in. As I was saying, I was reviewing the direction that my life was going. I realized I was not happy. I needed to make a change. I had heard earlier about how meditation could help me. I believed it could help me. But I felt I was just too restless. I couldn't concentrate enough to even learn the meditation. It was a vicious circle. But then I got off my sick bed, and I immediately went to learn how to meditate. And it was a miracle. Just by practicing meditation for a couple of weeks, my taste began to change. I was no longer interested in the things that held my interest before. And I started in a whole new direction, even without putting my will into doing that. Now, when I say I learned to meditate and I meditated, I don't mean that, oh yeah, I tried meditation a couple of times, didn't work for me. I don't mean, oh yeah, I do it on weekends, or I meditate when I feel like meditating. I mean, I meditated every day. In my case, it was twice a day. I could never have done that on my own. The only thing that made me do it is I had a couple of people I was living with, they were already meditating. We would meditate together every day. And then after a few weeks, it just became a habit. And so here in Pune, both in person and online, Ananda offers meditation classes. But just going to one class, like I did, is not enough to do it. We need to establish that new habit through the Ananda meditation app on your phone, through meditating in person with others, through following online guided meditations. And in this way, without even making any other effort towards changing habits. My experience was the same as I've been teaching meditation for the last 45 years. And most of our students have exactly the same experience, that same automatic transformation within them happen when they have a regular daily practice of meditation. And there are also other methods for changing our habits, but the most powerful is meditation. So we can consider that the other methods go hand in hand with that meditation, that they're supplementary to it. And I think that I'll let Daya continue for a few more minutes, and then I'll come back in a moment.
So I just, we are always, I think you all know, we're not just flesh and blood limited beings. We are souls. We're eternal. We're infinite. We come from the divine. We'll return from the divine. But just think of our consciousness as fluid. At the low end of the consciousness, we are most in our egos. We believe that we're separate from the divine. We believe we're only this body, which is, of course, very vulnerable. You could just walk out on the street and get run over. You'll be gone now. And that would be the end of it. So we can think, I'm just separate. I'm only flesh and blood. Or on the other end of the spectrum, I'm a soul. I'm from spirit. I'm at one with all that is. I'm light. I'm peace. I'm joy. I'm positive. I'm energy. And so you think, and every day we could go from the spectrum of actually being negative, fearful, insecure, to just being, I feel filled with God's light. I feel I'm one with the divine, and I'm infinite, I'm eternal. So we're always on the spectrum. It's almost like a piano, and every note, as you go up the piano, has a different vibration. And so what is it that affects our vibration? It's the environment that we put ourselves in. It's the consciousness around us. So you think, I'm attuning my consciousness to something, always. Somebody said, one of the acharyas said this morning, thoughts are universally, not individually rooted. This is what's in the Autobiography of a Yogi. So whatever radio station we are tuned into, that's the kind of input we're getting from the universe every day. So what am I tuning into? Am I looking towards the light? Am I looking towards an expansion of awareness of my world around me? Am I looking towards the positive? Am I looking for gratitude in everything that's in my life? Or am I looking at the negative? Am I pessimistic? Am I looking towards darkness? So these are the kinds of things, and the people that influence us. If I am under the influence of the great masters, if I listen to their voice, if I chant their chants, if I read their books, if I look at their pictures, if I'm around other spiritual souls, my consciousness is being lifted. And if I'm doing the opposite, it's coming down. So when we have an expanded awareness, just like I think it was Jaya that was saying, that Nayaswami Jaya, it's that suddenly we can identify with the reality that's bright, that's light, like the masters, like I can be like them. They came to show us that we are like them. So I can be like them. And yes, I have this issue with drinking, or yes, I have this issue with eating or sense pleasures, but this is nothing compared to the future that I have. So if we identify, like, who am I? Am I this flesh and bones, or am I light? If I identify with light, if I identify with an expanded consciousness, with joy, with spirit, with the peace that I'm finding in meditation, this is who I really am, then the darkness starts to shed off us like a snake's skin. It just starts to come. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, you go into a cave, it's been dark for 10,000 years, you turn on the light, and the darkness is gone. But it's like you look towards the light. It's not like there is no darkness in the world. This is duality. This world has light and dark. But really, what I'm seeing is light. Therefore, the experience that I'm having of this world is light, because light is flowing through me. I'm looking for light. I see light. I'm a little speck of light, perhaps in a dark world. But when I can shine my light, all these other lights also I'm attracting. And so if I have habits, if I have addictions, if I have darkness in my life, it's okay, they are there. But do I identify with that, or identify with peace, with love, with the masters, with perfection? This is where we're headed. Yogananda said, and Swami said, don't identify with your failures, identify with your aspirations. This is where your energy is going. This is much more who you are than what you think you have been in the past. So Keshava has an exercise he's going to lead you through.
Daya has summed up that what we're working with these habits, more than anything, is how are we thinking, our habit of thinking. And it can be in a positive direction, or it can be in a destructive direction. And as I said with my compulsory introspection, we can have a voluntary introspection for ourselves. We can't really do it in a couple of minutes here, but perhaps I can make a couple of suggestions that you can take home with you for you to go more deeply into an introspection. And let us begin now by working physically with our breath, with our body. And I ask you now to, we're going to inhale together with a big breath with the nose. And we'll get the microphone to cooperate here. That would be lovely. Thank you, Divya. Thank you. For some reason, it likes your hand better than the stand. So this is just perfect. I'm going to ask you now to inhale deeply, and as you do so, tense the body and even bring your arms slowly above your head. Let's do this together. Inhale with your nose, inhaling, tensing the body. Bring your arms, stretch them above your head. And then exhale and relax. Bring your arms down. You can even bend forward a little bit. Exhale, relax completely. One more time. Inhaling, tensing, stretching up. Exhaling, relaxing down. Keep your eyes closed for a moment. Breathe naturally and just observe your breath. When are you inhaling? When are you exhaling? No control, no tension. Just observe your natural breath. Eyes closed. Be aware of that inhalation. The next time you inhale, mentally repeat the words, I am. I am. As you inhale, as you exhale, repeat peace. I am peace. With the inhalation, I am. With the exhalation, peace. I am peace. Follow your own breath. Very good. Both downstairs we did an affirmation together. This is another affirmation using the breath. It also calms the breath. As we calm the breath, we automatically calm the mind. In that calm state of mind, we can introspect. You can keep your eyes closed if you wish, and think of a goal, a life goal, something that you really want to, that's important to you, you want to achieve, you want to have more of, some quality. Maybe there's 2 or 3 things that are very important to you, that you want to work on more. You can imagine even, what if you had 1 month to live only? Which of these positive qualities would you want to have more of? Which is most important? Then you could ask yourself, is there something that's holding me back from accomplishing that thing? Maybe it's a habit of thinking I'm not good enough, thinking I'm this kind of person or that kind of person, I can't do it. Now you can think, what about this obstacle, this negative habit, this negative way of thinking? Why do I have it? What need does it fulfill? And usually it's a positive need. You know, if I overeat, maybe it satisfies a need to be fulfilled, to be satisfied. If I drink coffee or tea, and I want to have less of it, maybe I drink that because I want to feel more energy. Maybe I have a drink of alcohol because I want to relax more. Maybe I eat sweets because I want to feel like I'm loved. I want to have sweetness in my life. And the next step, and we're doing this, really I'm just mentioning these things for you to continue at home if you're interested. The next step is, what is a substitute? What is a more positive attitude to have? More positive thoughts that will also fulfill that same need, so that we have a choice. Okay, very good. You can open your eyes. But I just want to give you this example that if you were to say to yourself, this feels like something I could benefit from. Say, okay, on Saturday morning, I've got nothing happening. Let me take 2 hours. Let me take the whole morning. And let me do an introspection like this. And just see what comes out. Use a pen and paper. Use some of this breathing to make you feel more relaxed to begin with. And just explore where it takes you. And as Daya was saying, thoughts are universally rooted. Really, we choose our thoughts. And we can choose, just like there's many dams here around Pune. And when the dam fills, either it overflows and the whole dam gets destroyed, or no, what do they have? They have like a spillway, so the extra water can go off this safe channel so that the whole dam doesn't overflow. And so it is with our consciousness. We can choose with our energy, we can choose a more positive alternative for that energy to take. And so that's really what we're doing with changing our habits, with using affirmation, is choosing a more positive alternative. And so we'll both leave you with those thoughts today, and we'll continue with the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Dayaji and Keshavji. That was really very, very inspiring. Indeed grateful for this. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for taking out time for this and attending the session. Anybody inspired to join the Ananda meditation classes, you can register your name at the registration table and we'll do a follow-up very, very soon. Thank you so much. We have another session right now. It's called Balancing the Material with Spiritual Life. You can either wait or you can get back after 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Pia Singh is going to be taking that.
So we thought we were out of time. Sorry. So I would just add one more thing to that. Any habit we're working on, let's assume that we think it's harmful for our lives, otherwise we wouldn't want to be changing it. Just take the opposite positive quality. So let's say if I'm overeating, okay? So overeating. If I'm overeating, like Keshava said, that maybe that's an inner need to be fulfilled. And so, you can just make them up. What is the opposite? Like fulfillment. I'm feeling complete in myself. I am free and complete in myself, or I am loved and complete in myself. Something so simple that you want to say it, like first thing in the morning. You can put it on your bathroom mirror. You can put it at your terminal, your work computer. You can say it at the end of your meditation in the morning, going into meditation just before sleep. Say it again and again, just the opposite positive quality. So it starts to become just like Keshava said, that neural brain wave, instead of going, I want food, it'll start to say, I'm complete in myself. And then also you can put something physical to it. Is Pia there? Pia, come. Is Pia there? Oh, good, Pia's there. Okay, come in. All right, so Pia's here. Anyway, that's something to do, an affirmation, opposite positive quality.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Namaste. Really, it's a blessing for me to be here to share this topic with you, and I'm going to try and really share it with you in the way it has helped me and the way I am trying to live it and have lived it. And it is from that point of view that I'm going to share the next half. So I want to just begin by saying that the topic, balancing material and spiritual life, is such an interesting description. And I first want to start by saying something that happened to me a month ago. There's a doctor I know in Delhi, and she's quite spiritually inclined, and she rings me one day and she says, I'm very interested in spirituality and pursuing that life, but what happens is whenever I spend too much time thinking in that direction or meditating or doing anything in that direction, it just takes me away from my life. And it just got me thinking, that's just how people think, it's either this or that, and black or white. And I think what I would really like to share with you is first the deepest truth, which is what we've been hearing all morning from our acharyas, is that spiritual principles were meant to be tested and lived in the light of the real world, which is where we all are. Spiritual principles, if really understood properly, are no different from how we learn the alphabet or how we learn literacy or how we learn whatever it is that allows us to live in this world, communicate with other people, and live a certain life. Spirituality, spiritual principles, inward principles, yogic principles is what powers and changes and gives us success and satisfaction in every facet of life. I would also like to say Paramahansa Yogananda actually coined the term art of living, and that was really his term. He extensively spoke about how to live. He, as one of his missions, was very much the central part of his mission really was to teach people how to live using these principles. Everyone is born in a different circumstance, at a different level of evolution, but these scientific principles, as taught by Paramahansa Yogananda, since we are here talking about that, but they are universal, taught by many other spiritual masters too, are all meant to be tested in how we live our daily life. So it's not this and that, it's an application to be used to better our life and our circumstance. I'd also like to say that, in the Gita it says, because this is something again people ask, it says very clearly, what is in front of you is your duty. If you do your duty in the right way, which is what? Which is really without attachment, impersonally, doing it the best way possible, and offering the fruits of action to God and seeing God as the doer, you will be free from the karma that duty represents. This is a very key and central teaching and something to really absorb, because many people will say, I'm doing this, but I really wish I wasn't. I hate it. I wish I could just run away, It will not leave you. It will find you in some other way, because you have to deal with whatever it is that's in front of you. Now you have a choice. Either you can do it well, or you can do it reluctantly, or you can do it terribly. The truth is that these principles here, which I'm going to share with you, teach you how to do it to the best way that you possibly can. Another very important definition that I want to share with you, and something that we all strive towards, is success. Success is the barometer of how we live our life. Are we successful parents? Are we successful at making money, providing for our family?
Are we successful in service, like we've been talking about? It's just the terminology by which we measure ourselves. Now if I ask everyone here, everyone will define it differently, and they'll define it in terms of their personal circumstance, which will keep changing day by day, month by month, as things change. As change is the only constant. But what is the true definition of success? The true definition of success is that which allows you to grow, or through which you grow in the right direction to get free from delusion and towards God. So that is the real definition of success, and in everything we do, that is what we must really keep at the forefront of our mind. Now I want to talk about, there are 3 key principles that define what the heart and soul of Master's teaching is, or spiritual principles are, which can completely change how you live your life. The first one is concentration. Concentration is another term for will. I think concentration is something we all understand really well. Do we not say, oh, so-and-so concentrates really well, hence can do their work properly? There's a beautiful story in the Mahabharata, many of you may know it, where there was this archery competition, and Dronacharya organized it, who was the guru of the Pandavas and Kauravas. And each and every student was asked, and then there was actually, there was I forget exactly what it is, but there was a bird, yeah, there was a bird, and there was an apple, what was it? Bird's eye, right? Oh, see, you all know it better than me. So there was the eye of a wooden bird. Yes, that's why it comes to me. I'm a great animal lover. So yes, it was the eye, it was a bird, and there was the eye of the bird that the arrow is supposed to go through. So everyone was asked this question, what do you see? Many people said they described the bird, then they described the landscape around the bird, and so forth. When Arjuna was asked this question, he said, all he sees is the eye of the bird. That is what concentration means, the ability to focus on one thing at the exclusion of everything else and at the exclusion of all other distractions. It's a principle that everybody understands, nothing to do with spirituality. It's also one of the most difficult principles to master. But anyone who can concentrate really well will, of course, achieve what they need to do in the best way possible. The second principle is energy. Energy is what powers us. Dullness, laziness is sort of a complete no-no on the spiritual path. A person of high energy, a person who can channelize their energy, the correct flow of energy, it's physical and inward, there are many different forms of energy. Only if you can channelize your energy properly, can you really move forward and again apply it to what you need to do. Dhyanaji spoke earlier, Paramahansa Yogananda said, greater the will, greater the flow of energy. The will is another term for concentration too, but the more will, the more willingness there is, the more the energy will flow. I'd like to just share another story about Paramahansa Yogananda which illustrates the kind of mind-boggling magnitude of what energy even means, So there was Dr. Lewis, who was his very advanced disciple, and once he asked Paramahansa Yogananda to pray for some person who was dying in a hospital in Chicago. Paramahansa Yogananda was somewhere else in America, very far away. He raised the energy, and through his spiritual eye, he sent this energy out in a loud, strong, energetic way which was visible. And at this hospital in Chicago, there was a loud explosion. There was a nurse who witnessed this actually. There was an explosion. There was light in the room. I believe the glass broke of that hospital room, the window of the hospital room. And this man who was dying suddenly sat awake and he was all right. So why I'm even giving you this story is to show what energy, using energy really means. We all think we know, oh, I'm high energy. But that's not even the tip of the iceberg, This is what it means. The third principle is really magnetism. Swami Kriyananda once said that magnetism is the cornerstone of Master's teaching. And again, it's something we think we understand, so-and-so is magnetic, but we really don't. There's magnetism in an outward sense, and magnetism in this truest spiritual sense is something completely different. Now, as we learned that first is the greater the will, the willingness, concentration applied to energy will generate a flow of energy. A strong flow of energy will generate a magnetic field. It's no different from when electricity is passed through a wire. The stronger the flow, the stronger the magnetic field. So it's a principle that holds true in science too. The stronger the magnetism of, now it can be positive and it can be negative, that is the circumstance you will attract to you. Now again, this sounds almost mind-boggling. I want to share a story which Swami Kriyananda shared about the great Emperor Napoleon. You all would know Napoleon. He was the great 17th century French emperor, conquered a very large part of Europe, very well-known general. It was said that how does he choose his generals and soldiers? His main criteria, besides other things which he may have looked for, but his main criteria was he asked the question, is he lucky? And if he gleaned or he knew that so-and-so was lucky, he would bring them into his army. Because he said luck attracts luck and luck opens up a circumstance. Now, you know, normally we would all think, oh yeah, you're just lucky, it's some strange, you know, a phenomenon in the universe that happens and who knows why you're lucky, but some people are lucky. But the amazing thing is that that's not really true. You can generate luck. You can generate magnetism. You can attract to you the energies, the circumstances, the things that you want. The power lies in your hands. And that is really such a kind of life-changing moment if one can understand that. If we understand that, let's now understand what allows for greater magnetism. Number one, greater the will, the greater the flow of energy, more will be the magnetism. Number two, eating magnetic foods. I'm not going to go into that because that's not really our topic, but I think we all know what generally a good diet is and a bad diet is. Third is, of course, being with people who are magnetic in the direction that we want to grow. So if you want to be a business person, you want to be an artist, be with those kinds of people because you will attune yourselves to them. It's like being a bar of magnet and having a north and south pole. Being with magnetic people of the type you want to be with will allow your magnetism and your own north-south pole to attune to their magnetism and generate that same magnetism. If you want to be, I presume many of you perhaps may be interested in spirituality, maybe that's why you're here, or you want to see how to apply it in your life. But if it's the former, if you take a photograph of a saint and meditate on their eyes, you will attune to them and you will draw their magnetism to you. So there are those ways of doing it. These are the key ways of, and of course, sorry, before I move ahead, right attitude. Positive thoughts, right attitude, willingness, joy, enthusiasm, smile. We've been hearing earlier in the day, smile. Why smile? Because it generates magnetism. Why stand straight? It generates magnetism. So a willing, positive attitude, enthusiastic attitude is very magnetic. These are the things that generate magnetism. Now let's just for a minute talk about what blocks magnetism. And really, if it was so easy, we all would be doing this. It sounds so simple, right? I mean, this is so easy, why can't we all do it? But we really can't. And I'm now going to speak about why. What blocks the flow of magnetism? One is the obvious, doubting ourselves, thinking we're not good enough, I can do this, but I really can't. That's still more at a conscious level. At a deeper subconscious level, it's all the opposing forces we have within us. So very often, there'll be a part of us which wants to do something. There'll be another part of us, for whatever reason, that just doesn't want to do that. Sometimes we are consciously aware. More often than not, we are not aware. And in the non-awareness, we don't even know it exists and we don't know what to do about it. And that blocks the flow of magnetism, and otherwise, honestly, 90% of the people would be perfectly magnetic. Everybody wants to be happy, right? You're all here in this room. I mean, you're here because you want happiness in your life, as does everyone else. But this is what stops it. I would like to just share something from the Gita, which, and I'd also like to share that, Master's version, Paramahansa Yogananda's explanation of the Gita. I don't think there's any more beautiful way to understand the deepest teachings and the real meaning of life and use it as a guide to live your life. So in that, in the first chapter, Arjuna asked Krishna to drive him to the battlefield on the eve of the battle between the two opposing armies. He then goes on to say, I will not fight. I don't want to slay all my own cousins, and which was the Kaurav. I mean, I presume everyone here does know the cultural context and the story, so I won't go into that, but he says how he will not fight because he doesn't want to kill his own relatives and friends. Krishna then gives him the counsel, you must fight, you have to fight. The soul is imperishable and it is never born, it doesn't die. Now what does this really mean? It really means the whole of the Gita, the whole of the battle is actually our inner battle. The Kauravas are our own negative tendencies. The Pandavas are our own positive tendencies. We all have that within us. Krishna's counsel is in 3 words, you will fight, is what we need to do in this life. That's why we are born, that's why we are human beings. The whole journey of life is to put our effort out and overcome our negative tendencies and convert them to positive. The other very beautiful part about this teaching is that no one ever dies. Even our negative qualities don't die. And that is his counsel to Arjuna actually, that the energy from them transmutes into powering our positive quality and the negative transmutes to the positive. And that is actually so beautiful. On this, I just want to share a very deep personal story of mine with Swami Kriyananda 10 years ago. There was one habit of mine that was bothering me. I knew I should not be doing it, but I was very attached to it. And I asked him, how do I deal with this, Swamiji? What do I do? Because I want to progress further on the spiritual path. He gave me such incredibly wise counsel and deep counsel, and he said that first of all, remember that habit is tamasic, so put that aside. Second is, remember you are not your habit. Do not define yourself by any habit, no matter what it is. Put energy in the opposite direction. If it's meant to leave you, it will. Clearly there was grace of the Guru, which was Swami Kriyananda, and that habit left me. But it just shows how we need to live our life and what the journey of life is. Now I want to get to really that, how does this really happen? This only happens through the scientific practice of yoga techniques. It's very interesting. Patanjali defined yoga as yoga chitta vritti nirodha. What does that mean? It means yoga is the neutralization of the vortices of feeling. We are always consumed with feeling towards something. We like something, we dislike something. There's some positive tendency in us, negative tendency in us. Yoga is the only thing that allows this reaction to become stilled. Paramahansa Yogananda has some very wonderful techniques. of how to practice this yoga. I'll just briefly touch upon this because this is only a half an hour class. First and foremost is his sequence of energization exercises, which really allows for prana, energy, to be drawn through the medulla oblongata into our body and evenly distributed through our body. He famously said one thing, that if he was in a deserted island and everything else was taken away, he would only want this system of exercises, because he said, if this is done properly, everything else will flow. So therein again, the importance of receiving the energy properly and distributing it throughout your body. Then comes the actual practice of meditation, which is pranayam, which is what? It is actually raising energy to the brain. That is the purpose of meditation. Pranayam, meditation techniques, as I said, Paramahansa Yogananda has some wonderful meditation techniques which allow this to happen. His Hong Saw technique of meditation, many of you may know it. He said it perhaps is the finest technique to develop concentration. So therein we go again, that something which is a yogic technique has a deep and most practical relevance. Then meditation, what it also, as I was saying, the purpose is to raise energy to the brain. Actually, we have 3 levels of mind. The superconscious, where all our past life tendencies, samskars, all kinds of things are kind of buried deep down. Subconscious, where everything is buried deep down and it comes up in different ways, sometimes we don't even know. Then there is the conscious mind. I am speaking to you from my conscious mind, which is really the mind that we are existing on at any given point in time. That mind tends to be problem-oriented. Then there is the superconscious mind, which is really accessed through meditation and raising energy to the brain. The superconscious mind is actually the seat of intuition and is solution-oriented. When we have issues or when we go about the daily grind of our life, if we are meditating, if we are following these principles and we are able to access our superconscious mind, things just flow. We look to intuition for guidance and you will be amazed, solutions just come. And it's really, words cannot describe how powerful that is. Another thing I'd like to share, which I think was also Paramahansa Yogananda's really breakout teaching, and was really that thoughts are universally rooted and not individually rooted. This is so powerful because, we attract thoughts to us depending on our level of consciousness. If we can raise our level of consciousness by doing these techniques, live in the superconscious, then we will attract a much higher and better quality of thoughts. We will be able to be more magnetic. Now I'm sure you've seen this in your life. Sometimes thoughts come to you and you just can't get rid of them. So the way to do it is through meditation and through these spiritual practices. As your consciousness changes, your thoughts will also change. The deepest teaching, of course, of Master Paramahansa Yogananda is Kriya Yoga, which raises energy through the spine, through to the brain, and with that flow of energy, releases energy from the chakras and allows for that flow of energy to take place. But that is the highest technique of yoga. One more thing I'd like to mention is another integral part of Paramahansa Yogananda's teachings is affirmation. Affirmation again is something where we train our mind to think a certain way and we train our consciousness to be a certain way. I know in the morning also we've touched upon it, but the power of affirmation cannot be exaggerated. We have negative grooves in our brain. The power of affirmation with positive affirmation over a period of time changes that. Let me just share a really fun story which Swami Kriyananda said. Now this is about negative affirmation. So Stalin, I think everyone here knows Stalin. He was the well-known Russian dictator in the 30s who Master said Hitler was a baby compared to him. And he was, in terms of the number of people he killed and what he did. His name was something else, I forget what his name was. He changed it to Stalin. Stalin means steel in Russian. And so the story goes, he used to drive around in Moscow in his car. And the driver said that he would sit in the back seat and keep repeating to himself, I am Stalin, I am steel. So affirmations are used by all kinds of people everywhere. Now, I want to move to one more thing, is really, again, it's very interesting, and I want to put it in the context of even before the teachings and practice of yoga comes one more thing. Patanjali famously opened his book of verses of yoga, verses, with saying, now we come to the practice of yoga, to say there was something before that, which is the attitudes and the principles for right living. So there are these yamas and niyamas, yamas being the don'ts, and then niyamas being the do's. We don't have time, I'm not going to get into that, but why I wanted to even mention it is that sometimes in this whole universe of teachings, even if you pick one thing and you stick with it, the universe and God and Guru will align with you and everything changes. I want to pick one of the yamas, which is non-lying. It's the second yama, actually. The first is ahimsa, don't wish anyone harm. So non-lying, what does non-lying means? It really means if you don't lie, the truth will come out. And it sounds so simple, but even if you all go back and just say, okay, something like this, I will adopt this in my life now. The power of this is enormous. In the autobiography of a yogi, I don't know, have many of you read that? Yes. You have, okay. So I just want to say, but many haven't, so I just want to share this, that in the first chapter, when Master is a small child, Mukunda, as he was called then, in Gorakhpur, he's playing with his sister. And the sister has a boil on her foot. And Master takes some ointment, some medicine which will help heal the boil, and puts it on her foot, and then starts rubbing it on his arm. So she says, what are you doing? You don't have a boil. Why are you putting this ointment on your arm? He says, oh, you see, tomorrow I will have a boil, so I'm putting this ointment. She goes on to call him a liar and a silly fellow. He's a young boy, right? So he gets quite indignant. And then he says, with strong force and seriousness, tomorrow, sister, tomorrow your boil will be twice its size, and I will have a boil on my arm. Anyhow, sister gets very upset, complains to the mother, this crazy fellow. Next morning, Master has a boil on his arm, and the sister has a boil which has become twice the size. His mother then scolds him, actually, that never use the power of words in a wrong way. And Master writes in the autobiography that he in fact had to have that boil surgically removed, and it left a scar on his arm. He then goes on to say that words spoken with power, and if you lead the life of, he was a master, he was born a master, if you practice the principle of adherence to truth, words will have a power that will make the circumstance come alive. I also want to share with you that there is no better illustration of this than in Mahatma Gandhi's life. I don't know how many of you have read My Experiments with Truth. If you haven't, I would urge you to read. That's his autobiography. He, of course, as many of you may know, took Kriya Yoga from Paramahansa Yogananda. And again in the autobiography, Paramahansa Yogananda speaks about him and says, and talks about this book actually, My Experiments with Truth. And he says that perhaps there's no other book written by a great, highly evolved saint which talks so openly and honestly about himself and his faults and his growth. So if you read this book, he talks so openly about who he was when he was young and his faults, and here was this great saint, and the one thing that shines through in that book is that from the time he was young, he never ever did not speak the truth. And the power of his adherence to truth transformed him from what he was when he was young to this great saint who, through the power of his consciousness and his words, freed India. So I think there's no more powerful illustration of that. So even if you all just pick up one principle and live it, everything else will align. I just want to end by saying that while I have spoken all this, the truth is, which I think has been elucidated in the morning, the deepest truth is, as it says in the Gita also, that God is the doer. The more we can remember that, the more we can, through our magnetism, will, living rightly, living by the principles of yoga, attune ourselves to Him, allow God's power to flow through us, and offer all fruits of action back to God. Practice Nishkam Karma, which is non-attachment to fruits of action. The joy that comes, the happiness that comes in every aspect of life will completely change how you all live your life or how I live my life. As Master said, circumstances are always neutral. It's your perception that changes. And the inner journey of transformation is one of joy and love, and it's really wonderful. I want to end with one thing, and I want you all to do this with me, is an affirmation. Dhyanaji actually said that affirmation in the morning. So please repeat with me. What we'll do is we'll say it once loudly. We'll say it once softly, and once we will just say it in our mind, and then we end. I will will.
I will will.
I will reason.
I will reason.
I will act.
I will act.
But guide thou.
But guide thou.
My will.
My will.
Reason and activity.
Reason and activity.
To the right path.
To the right path.
In everything that I do.
In everything I do.
I will will.
I will will.
I will reason.
I will reason.
I will act.
I will act.
But guide thou.
But guide thou.
My will, reason and activity.
My will, reason and activity.
To the right path.
To the right path.
In everything that I do.
In everything that I do.
I will will.
I will will.
I will reason.
I will reason.
I will act.
I will act.
But guide thou. My will, reason and activity. To the right path. In everything that I do. Thank you. Oh yes, of course. So this is a book Swami Kriyananda has written, which is Material Success Through Yoga Principles. It's a wonderful book, and if you all are interested in going further and learning these principles of how to live, besides learning the meditation techniques, I would really urge you all to please get yourself a copy of this book. And I think it's available outside.
Yes.
It's available in the stalls outside. Thank you.
You're zooming in, the camera is zooming into the book. Do we have time for questions?
People can post their questions and we'll come back.
Wonderful. And also for our online audience, please do post your questions and we will come back to you even after the event, and all these recordings will be available. Thank you, Priya.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Priya Singh, for that very, very inspiring talk. Thank you so much. Indeed grateful. Thank you, Jyotishji, Deviji, Dhyanaji, for gracing the class. Thank you so much, everyone.
We now have a keynote session on education for life, so of preparing children to face life's challenges. So let's all go down to the main hall. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so stage is all set. Thank you for being here. We are trying to get more people who are outside. So we'll have the Bharatnatyam performance by Ms. Varsha Kini. She has been very fortunate to find Ananda at the age of 2. And as Ananda does to everyone, she got interested in varied art forms, and when she got inspired by her elder sister to go and venture into dance, uh, she went out for it and got trained under a world-renowned teacher called Srimati Priyanka Venkatraman. Okay? And she got trained under her for 5 years intensively. Also after that she did what many of the Ananda teachers also learn, pursuing her bachelor's in psychology. So varied talents, she has brought that all. She also has been fortunate to study EFL, as I mentioned before, at the Ananda village. So here's another multi-talented personality coming out from EFL. Now I invite Varsha Kini. Come on stage, please.
Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. The performance today starts with a traditional Pushpanjali. Pushpanjali is a traditional offering of flowers where the dancer pays her obeisance to the Lord and the Guru. Pushpanjali will be followed by Mushika Vahana, which is in praise of Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles. Composed by Shri K. Hari Prasad in Simhendra Madhyamam, set to Adi Talam. Pushpanjali.
Takidajam, takidajam, takidakidajam, didi, tom tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidajam, didi, tom tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidajam. Takidakidajam, tam, dim, dim, tom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidajam, tam, tadim, dim, tatom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidajam, tam, tadim, dim, tatom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidajam, tam, tadim, dim, tatom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidajam, takidajam, tadim, dim, takidajam, tatom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, tadim, dim, takidajam, tatom, tom, takidajam, 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 tajam, tadim, tadiginatom, tajam, tanam, tadim, tadiginatom, tajam, tanam, tadim, tadiginatom, tam, tam, tadim, dim, tatom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidajam, tam, tam, tadim, dim, tatom, tom, takidajam, takidajam, takidakidajam. tagidajam tatagidajam tagidagida tagidajam tatagidajam tagidagida ta Moshikavahana Modaka Hasta Chamara Karna Vilambita Sutra Vamanaropa Maheshwara Putra Vigna Vinayaka Pada Namaste Pada Namaste Pada Namaste Vinayaka Pada Namaste Tam tam tadidi tatom tom takidajam tatakidajam takidagida tam tam tadidi tatom tom takidajam tatakidajam takidagida takidajam tatakidajam takidagida takidajam takidajam takidagida tam
In this next song, the magical playing of Krishna's flute is described. No one can find him. Neither the mother, the father, nor the gopis know where he is. His hair is dark and curly, and his lips are like coral stone. His face is radiant like the flames. Krishna's music reaches those who open their hearts to him. Nobody sees him, and yet they are all enchanted by Krishna's flute. In Raga Malika, set to Mishra Chapu, Shabdam.
Tati ta ta tam tati ya te ta ta tam tati ta ta tam tati ya te ta ta tam sagana sagana ta jonu jonu dimi tatom dana kita dimi dimi kita ta aya sheriyar arindidamalu anai kaldayar terindidamalu மேயர் கோபியர் நெஞ்சம் கவர்ந்திட மயவல் குழலூதரான் ஆய சேரியர் அறிந்திட தெரிந்திடாமலும் மேயர் கோபியர் நெஞ்சம் கவர்ந்திட மயவள் குழலூதரார் மாயவள் குழல் முதுரார் ஆயர் சேரியர் அறிந்திடாமலும் அன்னை தழ்தயர் தெரிந்திடாமலும் மேயர் கோபியர் நெஞ்சம் கவரிட மயவள் குழல் ஊதுரார் ஆயர் சேரியர் அறிந்திடாமலும் அன்னை தந்தையர் தெரிந்திடாமலும் மேயர் கோபியர் நெஞ்சம் கவர்ந்திட மாயவள் குழல் முதுரார் மாயவள் குழல் முதுரார் ஆய சேரியர் அறிந்திடாமலும் தன்னை தந்தையர் தெரிந்திடாமலும் மேயர் கோபியர் நெஞ்சம் கவர்ந்திட மாயவள் குழல் முதுரார் எங்கள் யாதவள் குழல் முதுரார் எங்கள் யாதவள் குழல் முதுரார் எங்கள் யாதவள் குழல் முதுரார் ததனது தன தஜுடு ஜோடு ஜோடோத தோதன கிடம் ததிவிதி கிடம் சுருண்டிருண்ட குழல்கள் அசைதிட சுந்தர முகம் துலங்கிட சுருண்டிருண்ட குழல்கள் அசைதிட சுந்தர முகம் துலங்கிட மருண்ட மானினம் மேகை மறந்திட மாயவள் குழலூது மருண்டமானினம் மேகை மறந்திட மாயவள் குழல் உதுரார் மாயவள் குழல் உதுரார் சோருண்டிருண்ட குழல்கள் அசைதிட சுந்தர முகம் தூலங்கிட சுருளிருண்ட குழல்கள் அசைதிட சுந்தர முகம் தூலங்கிட மருண்ட மாதினம் மெய்கை மறந்திட மாயவள் குழலூதுரார் மருண்ட மாதினம் மெய்கை மறந்திட மாயவள் குழல் உதுரார் பவள வயல் குழல் உதுரார் பவள வயல் குழல் உதுரார் பவள வயல் குழல் உதுரார் ததனத ஜொணு ஜொணு நிமித தோம் தடகேண ததிமிதி மிகிட சிறு விரல்கள் குழலை தழுவிட செங்கமலகள் சாய்ந்திட குருவியவை புருவம் நெருங்கிட கோபால குழல் உதுரார் கமலகள் சாய்ந்திட குருவியவை புருவம் நெருங்கிட கோபால குழல் ஓதுரான் கோபால குழல் ஊதுரான் சிறு விரல்கள் குழலை தழுவிட செங்கமலக்கள் சாய்ந்திட உருவியரை உருவம் நெருங்கிட கோபால குழல் ஊதுரான் சிறு விரல்கள் குழலை தழுவிட செங்கமலக்கள் சாய்ந்திட குருவியர்வை புருவம் நெருங்கிட கோபால குழல் ஊதுரான் எங்கள் பாலல் குழல் ஊதுரான் எங்கள் பாலல் குழல் ஊதுரான் எங்கள் பாலல் குழல் ஊதுரான் தன தன தஜுடு ஜுடு திமி தத்தோ தன கிண ததிமி திமி கிட கோவில்த குழல் எய்த நாடமும் கோபியர் செவிசாய்த்திட கோவில்த குழல் கீத நாடமும் கோபியர் செவிசாய்த்திட மோகம் பொழுதோடி வேகமாய் வர கண்ணனை தியானம் செய்கிறாள் மோகம் பொழுதோடி வேகமாய் வர கண்ணனை தியானம் செய்கிறாள் கண்ணனை தியானம் செய்கிறாள் கோவிந்த குழல் கீதநாதமும் கோபிய செவிசாய்த்திட கோவிந்த குழல் கீதநாதமும் கோபிய செவிசாய்த்திட மோகம் கொள்ளோடி வேகமார கண்ணனை தியானம் செய்கிறாள் கமல 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 கண்ணனை தியானம் செய்கிறாள் தளங்குதோம் ததிகிணதோம் தத்திண்ணம் தகுந்தரிகிட தக தகதிண்ணம் தகுந்தரிகிட தக ஜெய்திண்ணம் நம் தெரிகிட தக தளங்குதோம் தக ததிகிணதோம் தத்தையா ஜெய் தத
Today's third and final piece is an obeisance to the Devi Rajarajeshwari, who is the wife of Lord Shankara. She is a river of kindness and the one who bestows unsurpassed happiness. She is the one who destroyed the demons Bhanda, Chanda, Munda, and Mahisha. She is the one who defeats her enemies and grants boons. In Janaranjani, set to Adi Talam, Pahi Mam Shri Rajarajeshwari.
पाहि मां श्री राजराजेश्वरी कृपा करी शंकरी 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 पाहि मां श्री राजराजेश्वरी येहि सुखं देहि येहि सुखं देहि सिंहवाहिनी दया प्रवाहिनी मोहिनी येहि सुखं देहि सिंहवाहिनी दया प्रवाहिनी मोहिनी येहि सुखं देहि सिंहवाहिनी दया प्रवाहिनी मोहिनी पमरि सा प मरि रे सा रे ग म प सा रे ग म प पमरि सा प मरि रे सा रे ग म प सा रे ग म प पमरि सा प मरि रे सा रे ग म प सा रे ग म प द प म प द प नी द प नि द रि द रे ग म रि सा सा द प म रे रे ग म प हि मां श्री राजराजेश्वरी कृपा करी शंकरी पाहि मां श्री राजराजेश्वरी भंड चंड मुंड खंडनी महेश जनी जनरंजनी निरंजनी भंड चंड मुंड खंडनी महेश वल्जनी जनरंजनी निरंजनी भंड चंड मुंड खंडनी महेश वंजनी जन भजनी जनरजनी निरजनी भंड चंड मुंड कंडनी महिष भजनी जन रंजनी निरजनी चंड मुंड खंडनी महिष बंधनी जन रंजनी निरजनी भंड चंड मुंड खंडनी महिष बंधनी जन रंजनी निरजनी पंडित श्री भुगदास पोषिणी सुभाषिणी रिपु भीषणी वरभूषणी पंडित श्री भुगदास पोषिणी सुभाषिणी रिपु भीषणी वरभूषणी पंडित श्री भुगदास पोषिणी सुभाषिणी रिपु भीषणी वरभूषणी अमरे स गप पम रे रे स रे स रे गम प सा रे गम प पम रे स गप पम रे रे स रे स रे गम प सा रे गम प पम रे स गप पम रे रे स रे स रे गम प सा रे गम प रब बवर बनी सपनी दी रे गम दी रब मरे सरे गम प हिमां श्री राज राजेश्वरी कृपा करी शगरी 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 प हिमां श्री राज राजेश्वरी श्री राज राजेश्वरी श्री राज राजेश्वरी राजेश्वरी
When we dance and get really tired by the end of it, our teacher would say, the more it hurts, the more you should bend and the more you should smile. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Varsha. I'd like Nayaswami Bhavani to please express our deep love, gratitude, and joy. Varsha has traveled from Gurgaon to come, and she and her sister Megha, who I'm sure is watching, were going to perform together. Megha fell ill, but thank you so much, Varsha, for making this journey, and we hope to see you again. Megha and her connection with Ananda goes many, many years ago. She used to be one of my pediatric patients in 2008, 9 and 10, and it's very nice to see you grow so beautifully, gracefully. Then she went through our schooling system of Living Wisdom schools, and Swamiji must be so proud of you. Now you can sit. So friends, as it happens, all good things must come to an end. And this is not the end, this is the beginning of two of our movies. Parallelly, we'll be showing the movie Finding Happiness and The Answer. Many of you have seen it. I have seen them more than 10 times, each of them. They are beautiful ones. If you haven't, I highly encourage you to stay at least for a short while. They are award-winning movies. One is on the life of Swami Kriyanandaji with his guru Paramhans Yogananda. This is based on the award-winning book The New Path, Kriyanandaji's autobiography. So many stories from that book, which have a universal appeal, have been presented in this movie form. Kriyanandaji used to say when this movie was being formed, he said, I am not important in and of myself. But he said, the questions I've had and the journey that I had to go through, he said, I think will be cherished for many, many generations to come. So we are all here because of Master's teachings, Swamiji's teachings, and I encourage you to stay for that movie. Finding Happiness is how life has been led in Ananda communities worldwide. Paramhans Yoganandaji was so passionate about communities. Kriyanandaji said he came towards the end of Master's life, but long-term members told him that for over 30 years they heard Master speak, and they said no matter what the topic of his talk, he would bring the topic of communities over there. He would inspire people like Jyotish and Deviji and others who are saying that if you want to increase your magnetism, increase your progress on the spiritual path, mix with those, stay with those who are practicing the same teachings, who are like-minded spiritually. Well, the question then comes, how? Is there a place like that? So Finding Happiness is a docudrama and showing you, taking you through the communities in the US and in Europe, and inspires us. We are meeting real people. Only 2 actors, rest everybody is an actual person, and there's beautiful footage of Swami Kriyanandaji in that movie also. And before we start the movies, we'll just take a 15-minute break, because then it'll be night time by the time you come out of the movies. They are about 95 to 105 minutes long, and we want to give you one final chance to visit the stalls, and the members are waiting outside. So just to repeat, yes, those stall owners are allowed to go, rest others please stay, that we've been sharing since morning the recordings of all these talks in one long YouTube recording will be available on Ananda India YouTube channel in a few days and Ananda Sangha Pune. And I inspire you, encourage you, if you felt inspired, to please go to our stalls and see the books, interact with people once again. As a follow-up, we'll be sharing those recordings, and how to meditate classes will be happening on the coming 2 Sundays. All details will be shared to you, just as these details came by email and WhatsApp and SMS communication, because I hope you have left your data with us. I'm sorry, I thank everybody, Jyotish and Devi ji, Jaya ji, Dhana ji, Kartikeyan ji. I'm not doing anything. I want to thank everybody for coming and making this event so special, like I said in the morning, especially because our intention was to meet one another and put out the same energy we used to do every year after the pandemic. So I thank you all once again for coming. I thank everybody who has joined online, and we hope to see you again in future classes. God bless you, and please join me in this closing prayer of sharing the light. Let's all stand. And as Master used to say, the instrument is blessed by what flows through it. Just as we have received today, over the years, perhaps decades, these blessings of the Masters through their teachings, their scriptures, the power of satsang, Let us serve as instruments to freely channel these blessings out into the world. Let us visualize the city of Pune glowing with divine light. Let us see the strength and healing effect of this light spreading across the country. Let us see the light getting stronger as it unites with light from other centers, meditation groups, other like-minded truth seekers. Let us now expand that light across Asia, Europe, all over the globe. Many communities, spiritual organizations, all seeking joy, happiness, freedom. And let us see the overarching presence of the saints and sages of our path, of all paths, blessing our planet and using each one of us every day as instruments. May their thoughts be our thoughts. May our actions reflect their actions and their divine will. This is our prayer for everyone. Let us rub our hands now and share these blessings by chanting Om 3 times, sending them out into the world. With this prayer. Heavenly Father, Divine Mother, friend, beloved God, great masters of self-realization, Jesus Christ, Babaji Krishna, Lahiri Mahashai, Swami Sri Yukteswar Ji, beloved Guru, Paramhans Yogananda Ji, beloved Swami Kriyananda Ji, saints and sages of all religions, we humbly bow to touch your feet. Beloved God, great Gurus, we thank you for your teachings. We thank you for your presence in our lives. The divine friendship you have brought into our lives. Through your presence and through all our Guru Bhais. Use us as instruments. Help us feel your presence. Help us channel that presence to everyone. Om Shanti Shanti.